Trump just pulled off what might be his biggest deal yet, and nobody even noticed. For weeks, he's been threatening to take Greenland by force. Europe pushed back hard. Denmark said they'd defend Greenland militarily if needed. NATO allies called it unacceptable. Then today, Trump suddenly backs down, announces a framework deal with Europe. NATO's celebrating. They think they won. But here's what actually just happened. The deal possibly gives America permanent sovereignty over small pockets of Greenlandic land. We're talking military bases on Danish territory forever. Then there's the Golden Dome, Trump's missile defense system. Reports say Denmark might be letting America build it there permanently. And the kicker? Mineral rights. Greenland's got the world's 8th largest rare earth reserves. The deal possibly hands America access to mine them. No expiration date. When asked how long this lasts, Trump said one word: forever. So Europe thought they stopped an invasion. Instead, they possibly just gave Trump military bases, mining rights, and missile systems, all permanent. He threatened war for weeks, then called this a compromise. Europe thinks they won, but Trump might have just locked down the Arctic without spending a single dollar on purchase.
Trump isn't improvising in Latin America. He's reviving a 200-year-old strategy with 21st century tools, the Monroe Doctrine, a reboot of the Monroe Doctrine and a rejection of U.S. retreat from the Western Hemisphere. After 2013, Washington pulled back. Others moved in. By 2024, China-Latin America trade reached $519 billion, up from $10 billion in 2000. China gained leverage over ports, lithium, copper, and rare earths. Russia armed regimes in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Iran supplied drones to Caracas. Then Trump struck. The capture of Nicolas Maduro exposed a harsh truth. Russia couldn't protect its closest ally, even in America's backyard. Despite $30+ billion invested, air defenses, and Wagner-linked ties, Moscow did nothing. Washington moved fast, sanctioned Iran-Venezuela drone networks, offered Argentina a $20 billion lifeline, sidelining China, opened talks with Brazil, rich in rare earths but lacking processing power.
Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into this ICE shooting, and we're going to go ahead and start with Dana Bash pretty much pressing one of these, he's pretty much one of the top guys at ICE, and it's pretty much handling of their training and all this good stuff. So we're going to see what he has to say about this whole shooting, because if you've seen the video, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell went down? Why was the guy shot? Y'all took the gun away from him. All of a sudden, y'all shooting him. Did he try to reach for a gun? What happened? Well, we're about to find out, guys. So let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And make sure to support the show with a question, comment, joke, or disagreement through a super chat. All right, guys, let's go.
U.S. Border Patrol Commander at Large, Greg Bovino. Thank you for being here. Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back to one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone and recording it, not a gun. Mm-hmm. Did he at any point pull out his weapon?
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm high-capacity handgun to a riot. We do know that. As far as what happened in that intervening moment with the video that you just showed, that's going to come to light through the investigation. That's being investigated, and those facts and those questions will be answered soon enough.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Preddy was, quote, brandishing a weapon. Let's go to video 7, because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is waving or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or an anger and excitement.
And I'll be real with you. I seen the video too, and I mean, I didn't see him walk up with a gun. I seen him get in the way of the ICE officer pushing that lady, which I'll be real with you. He probably shouldn't have got involved in. But I seen him getting involved with that one. The ICE officers rush over. I didn't see him pull for a gun. Like I said, when he was on the ground, he may have, but the way it seems is like the ICE officers overreact and they all just start unloading on this man, which is ridiculous. But we'll see as more evidence comes out.
That's just a still photo of what Alex Preddy appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to inject himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent, illegal alien that was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. And what happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Well, you said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and I do want to, we just have a still shot up now, but I do, control room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again. It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact,
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'll play some videos my damn self. Like, to be quite honest with you guys, hey, I call balls and strikes on both sides. Like with the Renee Good one, we could say there was a good, I would honestly sit there and say that, yeah, there's a good case for self-defense. This one, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not so sure.
Honestly.
Like, there's the lady pretty much. And we'll get a slowdown on it as well. This guy takes his gun out, starts shooting. I'm just like, whoa. And then other guys just unload on him. Yeah. And here's what throws me. It's like, all right, but was he grabbing for a gun? Was he trying to reach in his pocket? Was he trying to go for his gun? No, his gun was already taken away at this point, too. So I don't even think they were trying to go for the gun. I think his gun was taken away at this point. They may have not have noticed, and him still reaching for it, or they believe that he was reaching for it, they start firing. I don't know, but I'm be honest with you, this does not look good. Like, all right. So, yeah. But all right, though, let's get over here to Dana Bash pressing Gregory here.
he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement, and then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that. And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there in the first place. Was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle of the road and then assault, delay, and obstruct law enforcement? Or was he there for a reason? Did he fall victim to that violent and heated rhetoric by a Mayor Fry, a Governor Waltz? Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo.
I mean, yeah, they're trying to frame them as untrained lunatics and all this crazy thing, but all of them are like, well, they're either veterans, or ex-law enforcement. So these are not untrained guys. These are guys being put in difficult position by the people in Minnesota. They're being put in this difficult position. The mayor doesn't want to do any type of crowd control. They want the protests to obstruct and further put themselves in danger. And I kept saying that, yo, Renega's not going to be the last one if this doesn't stop. There's going to be more. And apparently I've been proved right. Sadly, I didn't want to be right about this, but if you guys, one, don't turn down the temperature when it comes to rhetoric against ICE, you wouldn't have guys like this guy who's going there trying to literally fight ICE. Think about it, because I don't agree with the man being shot, but he went up there trying to fight ICE off. When I'm like, bro, you're literally trying to fight off law enforcement. What do you think is going to happen after that?
Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual fall victim, as many others have, to that type of heated rhetoric?
I want to stay focused on this incident right now, because what you were saying is that he went there to try to stop this law enforcement operation.
I don't think
he did. All of the video that we have seen shows.
Yeah, I don't think he pulled a gun on him, though. Like I said, I think what I heard is that they took the gun away, and I'm not sure if the other officers seen that he took the gun away, but they knew that he had a gun on him. And somebody took the gun away, but I don't think the other officers got that. And he looked like he was still reaching for the gun, so they end up shooting him. This is what I'm just going off of my assessment. Like I said, we're still waiting on more to come out.
Him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing to do. And the only time he seemed to interact with law enforcement is when they went after him when he was trying to help an individual who
no, that's not true.
Pushed down. So
no, that's not true, actually. No, he stepped in the way of law enforcement. That's the actual truth. So, okay, let me see here if I can go ahead and pull this video up for you guys, showing you guys that actually, no, he stepped in front of the law enforcement, which was, I'm be honest with you, I mean, hey, you can feel however you want to feel about it. I'm just here to tell you the truth. So this is the video here. As you can see, he pushed the lady out the way. This guy comes in the way. I guess he tried to help the lady up. This guy's spraying him. He's still trying to help the lady up. I mean, he's pulling on the lady for some reason. I mean, then the cops swarm him. The cops are swarming the lady as well. He's still struggling. We don't know what he's reaching for, what he's trying to do. And then, boom, here comes the shot because the officer pulled his gun out. And everybody backed up. So here's another sad case. But here's another sad case of somebody just, well, sadly getting in the way.
Where do you have the evidence to show that he was trying to impede that law enforcement operation?
Sure, Dana. First, he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively.
Oh, guys, and I'm still under a shadow ban, guys. So you can do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the point.
But that's not illegal. He wasn't impeding it. He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dana, let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason, and that reason was to impede law enforcement to the point.
What evidence do you have of that?
Here's a good point, Dana, is the fact that
yeah, but I mean, here's the thing though. What I heard that they took the gun took the gun from him, and for some reason he still end up shot. Like, I'm be real with you, this is not good. This does look like ICE overreacted, in my personal opinion.
De-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary to either effect an arrest, which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer, or
where did he assault a federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Yeah, you see, and then you kind of cut out that first 30 seconds of the video where he obviously got in the way, like, you know, this video right here. Boom, got in the way. And that's obstructing right there. That was obstruction. Does he deserve to get shot for that? Hell no. But yeah, that's what CNN is not showing. They're not showing this part right here where, I mean, push the lady, which is crazy, but getting in the way right there. And I know I was watching on CNN, I kind of seen how they skipped that part right there and they jumped straight to the struggle, which is, I mean, insane, by the way, because if you want to give full context, you got to show the whole video.
That he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say suspect, what is
we
he
didn't ask
suspected
his
of?
help. That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was an active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was.
So,
and he
so when
decided
somebody
on his own to stay there.
So when somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? I mean,
yeah, actually, I mean, hold on now. Yes, actually, that's exactly what we're saying. I mean, you step back, you let law enforcement do what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, if you try to get involved with, I mean, an arrest, they might have been trying to make an arrest on that woman. Why would you sit there, get involved? You can't do that, Dana. Now, I'm not sure like why she's sitting there saying this, but yeah, you can't do that.
His instinct is to help that person. When somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing?
Yeah, because if it was just regular police, nobody would have gotten away. If it was just regular police, everybody understands that. But everybody's treating ICE officers like what? Like they're not actual police, like they're not actual federal agents, and you're trying to treat these guys like they're civilians that you can just tell them, oh no, stop, you can't do this. Yes, they can, because you're telling them that you're trying to stop them. They can go ahead and take you in too. And she just sat there and said it out loud for all of us to hear, like, oh, so you're telling me they're not allowed to just stop law enforcement? No, not at all. I mean, unless law enforcement is going on a homicidal shooting spree, no, you can't.
I mean, is that really human nature?
Bro,
you know, Dana,
please, I mean, let's leave those emotions out of it. Like, trust me, we all feel bad for this man's death. That's human nature. But trying to sit there and say that, oh, he should have been able to obstruct these law enforcement, get in the way and fight back against them. I mean, do you hear yourself? Like, no, you shouldn't be inspiring anybody to do that with law enforcement. But here Dana Bash is trying to be like, oh, but it's the human thing to do. You're going to get people hurt.
Situation is different. What our officers are faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a
shout out to my guys in the Rumble chat. Guys, head over to Rumble if you can. It's S.E.T Media on Rumble. So make sure to follow me on Rumble as well. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat later.
The situations are chaotic and ever changing. Follow directions for law enforcement. Don't inject yourself knowingly beforehand into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim.
Nah, bro, that might have not been the right thing to say. I'd have said there's victims on both sides. That'd have been probably the more politically correct thing to say. Because honestly, there is. I mean, bro did not walk out there pulling a gun on them. What bro did was he got in the way of ICE officers, just like Renee Good. They got in the way of ICE officers. For some reason, Dana Bash thinks it's okay for, oh, well, the citizens in danger, you're allowed to impede law enforcement. No, you can't. I'm not sure where she heard that from, but you are not allowed to do that. And if you're a CNN, and this is what scares me, because millions of people watch CNN still, believe it or not. So millions of people are watching this lady right here tell them, oh, no, it's okay. It's a human thing to do to sit there and get in the way of law enforcement. It's like, what? And then they don't want to take no accountability for the Renee Good shooting. This is the exact rhetoric that got her shot.
Or the Border Patrol
agents. Hold on, man. Let me get my man.
The suspect put himself in that situation. The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
I want to go back to the gun, sir, because I think this is really, really critical. You can see.
And shout out to Monty, super chatting. Well, sending in a Rumble rap. He said, Rumble rap. Rumble rant. He said, link me up, big dog. Don't worry, I got you.
An agent, and I just want to go to, let's see here, video 5. You can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Freddie, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent took the gun away, which seems as though it was Freddie's gun, that happened before Freddie was shot. Why was an unarmed man shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents?
Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime scene.
No, okay, but whoa. But here's the thing, though, because I mean, CNN kind of catching him up on this, but yeah, that guy right there, that's the guy that pretty much took the gun, though. When he took the gun, but I'm not sure if all the ICE. Sorry to talk while he's talking, but when he took the gun, I'm not sure the ICE officers honestly noticed it. I think they believe that he still had the gun on him, which is honestly, like I said, they should have double checked. That's a fault on them. But yeah, it's looking like this guy right there, he took the gun. The ICE officer didn't look like they knew, because I mean, what would be the point of drawing a gun on him if he's unarmed? Like, that's a ridiculous part about this. And I mean, this is why I agree with Monty too in the chat when I say, yo, this is a bad shot. Like, what the hell?
Crime scene via a photo. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions. How many shots were fired? Who fired shots? Where was the guns? Where were the guns located? All those questions are going to be answered.
I think you can see the screen
in the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away, and that happened before Freddie was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agents, because we don't know that. The facts are going to come to light.
So you're disputing the video that that's what happened?
With an investigation. That's why we investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking about with regard to what Secretary Noem said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat because he had a gun in his hand that put law enforcement in danger?
Dana, we heard the law enforcement officer say gun, gun, gun. So at some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be part of that investigation as to what was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Freddie was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon.
I mean,
so are you saying
great? I don't mean nothing.
It's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry?
I mean, to protest, yeah, but when he stepped in front of that ICE officer, that wasn't protesting no more. That was obstruction. Like I said, there's a fine line between protest and obstruction. And for some reason, these Dems don't get it. They don't get it. It's like, you know, when you protest, you can sit there and cry and complain all you want, hold up the signs, make fun of these guys all you want. But as soon as you try to get in their way, you are obstructing. Therefore, they can go ahead and arrest you, detain you, and all that good stuff. So I'm not sure where the confusion is, but actually I do know where the confusion is. Shout out to Dana Bash telling you it's the human thing to do to obstruct law enforcement. So now I'm really looking at the Democratic part or the Democrat base like, yeah, y'all kind of screwed, because if y'all listen to this lady and people like her, y'all walking yourselves into a dangerous situation. Like, period, point blank. And shout out to my man Anonymous. Happy Sunday. Off to church soon. Are we still mods over on Rumble? I'm going over there right now. Hope you have a blessed day, Set. Thank you for what you do. So, hey, man, I appreciate that, man. You have a blessed day as well. Man, throw a couple prayers in for your boy. Appreciate you. But shout out to my man Green Bean. And actually, yeah, guys, make sure to remind me though, because once Rumble starts blowing up, you know, once we get you guys over there on Rumble and that starts going up, I'm gonna go ahead and start placing guys as mods and all that good stuff. Because I'm gonna be real with you, when the Rumble chat start blowing up, I'm really gonna need you guys. Because remember, there is no censorship on Rumble, so whatever these guys type in the chat, I mean, bro, prepare to be surprised and offended.
carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement officers, and most especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
How do you know
When
that?
when you mean to do that beforehand, when you show up to an active crime scene, don't leave the crime scene, and you're armed, then you've got the decision-making process for that individual doesn't seem to be very good. Now, back to the Second Amendment. What you're saying about the Second Amendment is peacefully protesting with firearms. Absolutely, I've done that myself, and fully support that. But not when you perpetrate violence, obstruct, delay, or obfuscate Border Patrol in the performance of their duties in an
There's
active
no
crime
evidence
scene.
that he was perpetrating violence. And there's no evidence, unless you have it, and we'd love to see it if there is, that he was intending to massacre law enforcement. Other than,
I mean, I'll be real with you. Yeah, I'll give her that. I mean, there is no evidence that she was going out there to massacre law enforcement. I'm not even going to give that to him. Like, apparently the gun was in his holster. He was pretty much being a responsible gun user. He didn't take it out in front of ICE officers. I don't believe he even threatened ICE officers with it. The main problem is he came up an armed man obstructing ICE officers. I mean, I'm be real with you. That is a pretty crazy threat. Like, hold on, you're armed and you're trying to get in the way of an officer, and you're an armed individual. Do you not understand what type of pressure that puts an officer under? Any man under. I'm just like, wait, you're armed and you're trying to get in the way of me as an officer? I'm like, yeah, I'm treating you as a deadly threat. And I know you got your Second Amendment and all that, but yeah, you're an armed individual coming at an officer. I'm sorry, but the officer's allowed to look out for their own safety. I mean, that's something that you Dems don't understand, but hey, I mean, apparently y'all wanted this guy to get ran over by Renee Good. He was just supposed to sit there and die, apparently.
and the fact that he was there and he had a gun lawfully.
Oh, let me go ahead and...
He meant to be there beforehand. Again, Dana, he came there beforehand.
How do you know that?
A reason.
How do you know that?
Because he was there.
But all he was doing was filming and documenting
evident.
it, which is legal. He was carrying a gun, which in Minneapolis
I didn't
is
say
legal.
it was.
All right, man. And shout out to our guys here. So still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, smooth medium roast, the vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash, all single origin, small batch, toxin free, mold free. Plus, you also getting a golden spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler, $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. I'll say that again, $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. All right, guys, appreciate that. And shout out to 1775 Coffee. Let's get back to the show.
And I didn't say it wasn't legal.
So then what did he do that was illegal?
Assault federal law enforcement when he does that. That's an active law enforcement crime
Where do you
scene
see in the video that he was
decided to enter into?
Where do you see in the video that he was assaulting law enforcement? Because from everything we have seen, law enforcement was assaulting him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of
like I said, though, he actually stepped up to law enforcement first. He's the one who pushed law enforcement back. And I mean, after that, I'm be real with you, it's kind of, well, as we say, it's up from there. If he'd have never came in, and I know he was trying to protect that citizen, but he was obstructing a law enforcement at the same time. So sorry, but it is what it is on that note. But all right, though. See here, about to bring in Monty in a second.
Directions of law enforcement in an active crime scene. It's very evident he didn't want to do that. Very evident that the other individuals didn't want to do that. And it's too bad the consequences had to be paid because he injected himself into that crime scene. I can't say that enough. He made the decision to go there. We didn't make the decision to talk to him. We didn't even know that individual was in existence until he came into that crime scene.
I want to go back to video number 1, because you keep seeing that he injected himself into the crime scene. He was a guy on the street filming an operation. He was far away. He wasn't on the crime scene. And what I want you to see again is that law enforcement appears by the video we have to be approaching him and the person who is next to him, not the other way around. And so what I want to know is, what evidence do you have that he went after law enforcement?
Sure. The fact that he was standing in the middle of the road, there was interaction between him, the bystanders, and law enforcement, and again, follow directions of law enforcement. He doesn't need to be in the middle of a crime scene. Dan, I don't think you would want to be in the middle of a crime scene, or you would want civilians in the middle of a crime scene injecting themselves into something that is none of their business at all.
True.
Can you also just answer?
I mean, that's very true. And shout out to my man. Hold on, let me go ahead and catch up on the super chats. Shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He said, at this point, I don't care about yours or ICE rationalization of the event. He is gone. ICE are not de-escalating. Shields, all you want at this point. I mean, Parabolic, look, bro, honestly, we're not even defending it. Be real with
it's
you,
an
dog.
unjustified. It's an unjustified homicide. It's not a murder. It's not an execution. I've heard all of it going. It is a wrongful death. They escalated the use of force triangle too fast.
Yep.
And the guy clearly, unless he had another gun on him, which they're not reporting, the guy clearly saw a gun based off of, when the guy in the green jacket pulled his gun out of his holster. That in a confusing situation, you see a print of a gun on a struggling suspect, and he yells out gun. They acted too quickly, but I still think, in as far as homicides go, it is a justified homicide, but a wrongful death. It's a bad shoot. It's a bad shoot.
All right, but shout out to Parabolic Curvature. He says, if you heard Dana said, if you heard what Dana said, it's human to help someone up, and you think she said it's okay to obstruct, then this is why I say you're still for them. Here's the problem. I mean, I'm still for the ICE, what ICE is doing in their mission, but here's the problem, dog. It's human to help someone up, but when you do it to obstruct law enforcement, when you got to stop at law enforcement to do so, that's obstruction. You don't know what he's doing that for. She could have been doing anything, committing a crime, or just getting in the way. And he's allowed to sit there and push them back. What he's not allowed to do is go up there and tell that officer, oh, back him off, throw him off. As an armed man, by the way, push this guy back and tell him, no, you're not doing this. It's like, you can't do that to an officer. Like, bro, go ahead and try it. I mean, shoot, next time an officer got somebody pulled over on the side of the highway, pull up, push that officer, said, leave this man alone. Will you do it? Of course not.
So just for the record, when he pushes an ICE officer away, that is assault on a federal agent. That is also obstructing. The reason ICE contacted him is because they did not want him in the area. They did not want him around them for whatever reason. Maybe a car needed to come through. You don't know. You don't get to be the arbitrator of what ICE, a federal law enforcement with a federal mandate, gets to do. Now, with all that being said, he was armed while breaking a law, which is considered assault with a deadly weapon, even though he did not have his gun drawn. Even if you drive drunk with a loaded gun in your glove box, you're still committing a crime with a weapon. Now, does any of that mean that he should be shot down in the street? I think I counted like 9 or 10 times. Absolutely not.
Nope.
But there is an escalation to this, and he, as a citizen, has an obligation not to resist any sort of law enforcement actions. He can't. No one can resist, whether it's a lawful detainment or it's just them rounding people up. You cannot resist under the color of the law. Can't do it. He decided that he wanted to be Captain Save-A-Ho, and the situation escalated. Why? Because, like the guy said, he injected himself into something that was none of his fucking business.
All right, but hold on, Monty. And shout out
Sorry.
Tove for sending in the $1.50. Appreciate the support, Tove. And shout out Tove, by the way. I mean, congratulations. So shout out to the extra member to the family. And all right, and Parabolic, because I know Parabolic, I know he ain't trying to hear it. I know
He's
Parabolic
ready
ain't
to
trying to hear
cook me.
it. He says, keep the rationale to yourself. I'm just telling you, bro. We get it, dog. Trust me, we get it. We don't really agree. I don't agree with how this went down either. But
Yeah.
I keep trying to tell you guys, like, do you know that, like, bro, the Democratic base is being provoked to do this by y'all leaders. I mean, like I said, I know you kind of took this like you mischaracterized it, but bro, I'm gonna have to stand on this. When she sit there and said, oh, that's just what a normal person would do, or that's what any good person would do, is help somebody up. Yeah, sure, but not while an officer pushed that person down. And be honest with you,
I'm not.
like, I know it sounds effed up to say, but when that officer pushed that person down, that is that's right there. That's a law enforcement situation. You cannot get involved, especially as a random person walking up armed.
Hey, Seth, you notice how everybody else that was, quote, just filming didn't get into the middle of the fray?
True. That's true.
I'm just saying.
That's true.
Everybody else that was just filming, or anybody else that's been pushed down, you don't see people start fighting with law enforcement officers. That's what he was doing. He was fighting with law enforcement officers. And when you
He was
fight
struggling with them.
and you are armed, the chances of you dying goes up like 60%.
Man. And all right, guys, and I went ahead and posted the Rumble link. So if you want to go ahead and join us over there on Rumble, that's where the party's at right now. But all right, let's get back to it.
To the question about the gun, because again,
and shout out to my man Anonymous. He says 6 months clean and sober. And hold on, man, we got to give you a shout out for that one too, though. Man, it's a good day. It's a good day for the chat, man. Actually, it's a really good day for our members. Man, I love you guys, man. So I'm glad y'all having a good one.
That he was brandishing his weapon. Did
he wasn't brandishing a weapon
on the weapon?
No, he wasn't.
No.
Yeah. Again, the officers on the ground, in that melee, we hear gun, gun, gun. So that gun at some point became visible to officers.
But could it have been because they had him on the ground and maybe his shirt came up and they saw that it was on him? That doesn't mean that he was.
And that is why we have an investigation, Dana.
Fine.
That is what we are investigating. You're not going to know that now, and I'm not going to know that.
I think an investigation is great, but the Homeland Security Secretary said he was brandishing a weapon. Do you
That's a lie.
Evidence that we haven't seen that he was?
I don't know what's up with Chrissy Noem, bro. She be taking shit too far. Like when she tried to say, "Oh, did Renee Good's a domestic terrorist?" I'm like, bro, you shouldn't have said that. You could have walked off perfectly without saying that. And then here she go, "Oh, he was in brandishing a weapon." It's like
he wasn't.
He wasn't. Like he wasn't.
You didn't know he had a gun until you were on top of him.
Yeah, like bro, they didn't really know he had a gun until he was on top of him, and bro, they didn't even know when his gun was taken away. In my personal opinion, because if they'd have knew the gun was taken away, they'd have been no reason.
They wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah. So honestly, I think the guy who honestly took the gun probably should have did a better job of letting these guys know, like tapping them, like I got it, like just put him down.
Yeah,
but
you don't. I don't see. If you can't see his hands, then that's one thing. If like so, it really just depends on how the specific officer felt in the moment. Did he feel like he was at risk for loss of life or limb? Yes or no? That's how that works. Like if he doesn't see a gun but sees that he doesn't see hands or sees hands reaching for something, I'm not gonna wait. Are you gonna wait until someone pulls a gun and points it at you before you shoot him?
Bro, especially if I know they got it on them, of course not.
Exactly.
And
so it doesn't
trying to stop what I'm doing. Oh, with the gun on him? Okay, nope. Sorry, you're a threat now.
I'm going home to my family. And like decisions like that take less than a second to make are the difference between life and death. You going home or them going home.
And this was not fair about it, because if Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, would just bring out the local police and do some type of crowd control.
Exactly, my guy. I'm glad you're 100,000% right. If this guy was not allowed to be in the scene and, the real law enforcement, as fucking Tampon Tim wants to call it, were actually on the scene and pushing protesters back, this would have never, you're 100% right. This would have never happened. He would have never been there. So while you're
Well, he wouldn't have been able to
everybody.
get close.
No, exactly. They would have set up a perimeter around them because this is a riot. The state of Minnesota declared it an unlawful assembly. It's not a peaceful protest anymore, guys.
Yeah, I lost that. But all right, let's get back to it.
Brandishing a weapon.
He brought a semi-automatic weapon to a riot, assaulted federal officers, and at some point they saw that weapon. So I do believe the secretary is 100% spot on in what she said. Why would you bring a weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent?
Okay, that's completely twisting the narrative. I don't like how he said that.
Hold on real quick. Shoot, hold on. Let him finish real quick, and then I'm gonna bring you in on it.
Spot on in what she said. Why would you bring a weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent to harm or delay or obstruct that federal officer with a weapon?
You keep saying that he assaulted a federal officer.
Well, I'm be honest with you. Yeah, he did. He did actually. If we do look at the whole video, yeah, sad.
Let's break this down. Because he does have a right to carry that gun. Everybody that's saying, "Oh, he shouldn't have a gun on him," no, he's a leftist is just as much allowed to carry a gun as somebody on the right. And by all definitions, he was carrying that gun legally. I completely disagree with concealed carry permits. I think there should be constitutional carry, but that's just my opinion.
Boom.
But I do not put the fact that he carried a gun into that situation against him in any way, shape, or form. We have a Second Amendment right. You should not be murdered for having your Second Amendment right exercised. Period. End of story. End of story. But that is not why that happened. That is not why he died. He died because when law enforcement contacted him, whether wrongfully or appropriately, whatever, he decided that he was going to resist with violence. He did not assault a law enforcement officer until he himself was attacked or detained or whatever word you want to use for it. He was confronted. So Dana is right in all of those things. Even as far as saying, it's normal for someone to want to go pick somebody up off the ground. I agree with you, S.E.T. I'm not going to go try to pick somebody up off the ground that the police just put on the ground. So that is interfering. Now you're interfering with a weapon. You're stacking felonies on top of each other, and you're putting yourself in a dangerous position. Now, honestly, for what this guy did, and this is going to be a very hot take, so just calm down. For what this guy did, he is a hero. And let me explain why I say that.
All right, let's hear it.
So he is a hero because he saw what he thought to be injustice and stood up to it. That is the definition of a hero. In his world, ICE is unjust. In his world, he sees some unjust shit going on, and he decides that he is going to put himself in the middle of it and try to protect other people, and he lost his life for that. Now, legally, no, he's not a hero. But for all intents and purposes, what was in his heart, he is a hero.
And he's gonna be a hero now. I'm gonna tell you this right now. He's gonna be a hero now. So I can see where they're gonna spin this. And here's the thing. I mean, honestly, like I said, I get what Dana was saying. Like, oh well, any human would help somebody. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, when law enforcement's involved, yeah, think a little differently about it. It's like, do I really want to get over there and fight law enforcement for the lady? You're making
it more complicated.
Yeah, it's like, bruh. I know what a liberal would say. What if it was your mom? Then you're right. I probably would have to get involved.
That wasn't his mom.
It wasn't his mom. Trust me, I already heard the argument of somebody saying, "Oh, what if it was your mom or sister?" I'd be like, "Bro, I'm be honest with you. I'm not."
I tell my mom stop fighting.
Honestly, if I had my gun, I would have probably left my gun on the side. Then went and go get involved. To be honest with you, because I don't even want them thinking that I'm that type of threat.
Yeah, I would tell my mom to stop fighting.
Yeah, that too. Though.
I would say, hey, and she would know better.
Yeah.
But if that was my mom struggling,
yeah.
All of like you said, none of this would have happened if ICE wasn't called the Nazis and they weren't called the Gestapo and they weren't accused of just gunning people down. Because even in this situation, they didn't just gun somebody down. There's this thing called the fog of war, and the fact that we can slow this down all we want, but this happened in less than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying to demonize authority figures. That's really what this boils down to. Because it would the same people that are talking about we have real police officers were throwing their police officers under the bus during the summer of love. So
True. Like, bro, the real police officers y'all talking about, like, your mayor doesn't even want to dispatch. So
yeah,
like, what's going on there?
They let them do their job, and this wouldn't happen. They weren't going after Peretti. They were going after an illegal immigrant who was already violent. Like, come on, guys, stop. Do better.
All right, though, let's get back to it. Shout out Bonte, man. Oh, guys, let's not forget to like the video or double tap that screen, guys. Appreciate the support.
But again, we have not seen evidence that happened. It looked like he was on the defense, and again, he had a gun legally. It's sort of feels like
it's legal until he uses it for a crime.
Law enforcement and conservatives who are very pro Second Amendment saying the problem was that he had a gun legally.
No, the problem is, as I said,
no. The problem is you try to obstruct an officer while armed.
That's illegal. You don't have the gun legally. So for everybody that doesn't know and has suddenly become a Second Amendment fan, welcome to the Second Amendment community. I've been waiting for you. If you are using a gun in the commission of a crime, you are not legally carrying the gun, even if you have a permit to do so. Your permit does not allow you to obstruct federal agents with your gun. It allows you to protect yourself in certain situations that are considered lawful. This is not a lawful situation. His concealed carry permit means absolutely nothing other than he wasn't a prohibited person from carrying it. He committed a crime while in possession of a firearm. That is a crime in and of itself. It's its own separate crime.
Now you ain't lying. Oh, guys, we got like 14 of y'all on Rumble, man. Make sure y'all like the video, guys, on Rumble, man. Let's go ahead and break ourselves
to the algorithm
on Rumble. Yep. Let's go ahead and break through on Rumble since YouTube playing games.
Bro, you already got twice the amount of people on Rumble that you did on YouTube. But you're not shadow banned.
I know, right? You know, this is all just normal. This is how it works, Monty. It's the season, they said. I was like, okay, bro. Yeah,
it's the season. They don't want to hear the black guy on the internet anymore.
I guess so. I guess I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, oh, bro, you wasn't causing too much turmoil, man. You didn't pick a side. I was like, what? It's like you was either all the way Mac or all the way Kamala. There's only could be one.
Yeah, you didn't agree with Kristi Noem when she said it was a domestic terrorist, and then you also didn't agree with CNN when they said it was an execution.
Yep, they said, nah, man, we don't like the middle ground here. It's either you're a radical left or radical right. I was like, damn, okay.
But I don't think that this was a good shoot. I mean, I think in the eyes of the law enforcement officer perceived a threat. I'm not gonna sit here and speculate on what he thought, but if he were a good person and not corrupt, this is what he would be thinking. It would be that someone has a gun, I see them reaching for it, I don't want to die, and that is reasonable enough to use deadly force. The facts of the matter, though, with hindsight, say that this is a wrongful death, and this family is going to get paid. Not that it's going to bring their. I'm like this. Like, let's not throw this guy through the mud. This guy isn't some weird leftist that decided that he wanted to go and block the street. That he didn't do any of this. He got, he did not let the temperature turn down and decided that he was going to insert himself. He didn't try to run anybody over. He didn't try to pull his gun. As far as we can tell, right? He's an ICU nurse. He just tried to get in the way
of the ICE officer and the lady he pushed down.
He was being a hero in his world. And there's consequences to your actions. I don't think they should have been death, and especially as many times as they shot him. Yeah, good God, they unloaded on him.
The ground, they was still shooting. I was like, and y'all went too far. I was like, okay, and y'all went too far now. Not the man laying lifeless on the ground, y'all still shooting. It's like, bro, what?
Yeah.
But all right.
I don't
He
know.
injected himself. He put himself where he did not need to be. He put himself in and put law enforcement officers in jeopardy through his actions.
Good point.
These were his actions, not law enforcement officers' action. We had to react to an individual that came there for a specific reason. And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the
That doesn't matter. No.
Hold on, bro. Let it finish.
That doesn't matter why he came there.
And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the coming days. I'll be interested to see what his reason for being there, while Border Patrol agents were arresting a violent criminal, illegal alien doing their
that doesn't change anything.
Duties in Minneapolis. That's the question.
Why he was there doesn't matter.
It was obvious. He was there to protest.
He was there to protest.
Seen a lady get pushed down, and he got involved, and that's what got him killed. Sadly,
but he's trying to insinuate that he was there for some nefarious purpose, as if to defend what he knows is not a good shoot into some.
Bro, they don't got to do all this though. It's like, bro, y'all don't.
No, they don't.
It's okay to admit that y'all made a mistake. I hope y'all know that.
Exactly. But I mean, as soon as here's why they're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as they admit that they made a mistake, they're going to want to crucify that man. And he made a mistake that cost somebody their life. At worst, he should not be a law enforcement officer anymore. But in their world, they should fucking ring out the guillotine for him.
No, somebody said something interesting in the chat. Somebody says, well, what if this guy says, let's be real. If he said I have a gun and I'm gonna shoot you, let's be real, he wouldn't be getting in the way of an ICE officer trying to push him back with one hand.
He'd be committing threats.
Yeah, I mean, bro would have pulled out that gun or started waving around and said, what y'all about to do? I mean, that would have been a more,
and this whole narrative that this is suicide by cop and that he intended to massacre the police. Enough of that bullshit. None of that is even relevant. You want to talk about people turning the temperature down, but yet you're going to say some inflammatory shit like that when everybody has fucking eyeballs.
Literally. It's like, bro, I don't know. I don't care how y'all try to clean this up. It's best y'all just be honest and be like, yo, this just was not a good shot.
No.
We was with ICE on Renee Good. We was like, all right, y'all got it on that one. Everybody's calling it murder, but we see it's self-defense. This one, bro, wrongful death for sure. I mean, to be honest with you guys. Like,
it's not murder. It's not murder. It's not even negligent homicide. It's a wrongful death because it's by the definition of the law, he was entitled to shoot him because of what he perceived. Now, and you can't argue with that. You can't argue with what the man saw or what the man felt. And if he swears under oath that I thought I saw a gun and I thought I saw someone reaching for that gun in the arms and legs of tangle of that guy, I was trying to protect other people from getting shot because I recognize the gun is not one of ours, then yes, that is a legal shoot. It is a wrongful death because he didn't have a gun.
Yeah.
Well, let's not mince words. He didn't have a gun and he was mowed down.
All right.
Oh, but the question is also, why is an American citizen now dead for the second time who was there to
because your
document,
rhetoric
in this case, and clearly to be there as a bystander, which is his First Amendment right.
He wasn't there to clearly document anything. Don't socially engineer the topic, Dana. He was not there to document.
Appeared
he
to
came
be.
there for
That's
a reason.
fair. Appeared
and
to be.
He obfuscated and delayed officers there on the scene. That's pretty evident to me.
I want to ask you about your agents. You said that this was a highly trained agent who had been serving on Border Patrol for 8 years. What was he trained for? Because these are your Border Patrol agents, and they're now in the interior of the country, in American cities. Was he trained in urban policing?
Yes.
Basic law enforcement.
Are trained.
Hold on, Monty. We got to let the video play out a little bit. And your mic is kind of loud, so you're like immediately talking over the video.
Oh, man. You've given me God powers.
In the interior of the country, in American cities. Was he trained in urban policing?
Yes, all of our Border Patrol agents are trained in all for all types of environments.
Yeah, most of them are ex-law enforcement. So most of them are trained in law enforcement. The problem is when you let the public or you let these protesters do whatever they want, this is what's going to happen. I mean, honestly, there's no amount of training that can prepare them for this.
Set So
Yeah.
BLET, which is what every law enforcement officer must go through, whether they're Border Patrol, they're ICE, they're DHS, at some point they have to have gone through BLET. And if they haven't, if they're a brand new hire, they're going to go through BLET. BLET is what she's referring to as urban law enforcement.
Yeah, and I know,
Yeah.
and that's what I was saying. I'm like, they're ex-law enforcement, so if they didn't do it then, they definitely had to do it before they hop out with the ICE badge on.
With a badge and a
So
gun.
yeah. So I'm sorry, but like they keep trying to push this rhetoric as if they're untrained and all this good stuff.
That's what they're
But that's
trying
not
to do,
true. That's not true whatsoever. Remember, there are a lot of vets. There's a lot of ex-law enforcement. I mean, and then probably small groups from security teams. But I'm sorry, these are not untrained people.
I want to reiterate that and be very specific every time we say that, so that there is no doubt in people's minds, because what she's doing is, you're right, she's pushing more rhetoric that she knows is false. She's lying, and the only way to show a lie is to tell the truth.
Including urban policing, this particular Border Patrol agent had 8 years with some specific skill sets there with both firearms and less lethal munitions. Also, let's take a look at the training and the environments that Border Patrol agents operate in. We operate in places like San Diego, California, Tucson, Arizona, New Orleans. All those have Border Patrol sectors. Detroit, Michigan. We've got Border Patrol sectors in Buffalo. So this myth, and I saw this just last night on CNN, this myth that Border Patrol agents don't work in urban areas is just that. It's a myth. We're well adept at urban areas, conducting that Title VIII immigration enforcement wherever we go. It doesn't matter if it's a desert or an urban environment. We're very well adept at doing that.
Is the agent or agents, is it your understanding that more than one agent fired a weapon at Alex Pretty?
Again, that's going to be part of the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on how many shots or who shot or that type of thing, because I don't know.
Are the agents who were involved still on the job?
Yes, these Border Patrol agents are going to more than likely be on administrative duty, but they will remain Border Patrol agents. Yes.
What does that mean? So they'll be off the streets for a bit?
Not in Minneapolis, they will, but only in Minneapolis here. They'll be at a different location.
Okay. And before I let you go, I just want to button up
Sid's in the chat.
one point that you were making about what Alex Pretty was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right to film what law enforcement is doing?
I believe that all citizens of the United States have those First and Fourth Amendment rights, as long as they do so peacefully and don't delay, obstruct, or assault anyone in doing that. And that's the issue here, because he was not peacefully doing anything.
All right. And just for the record, and we've seen this video multiple times from multiple angles, there is no evidence that he was doing anything other than being peaceful until the altercation began. Again, I look forward to seeing the other evidence.
So she's conflating the fact that he's not
to the bottom of this, and do want to get all of the.
Go ahead.
She's conflating the fact that he's not throwing fists and pulling the gun out with that he's not obstructing. Obstruction is not peaceful protest. It is not violence as defined as what violence is, but it is not peaceful protest. There are limits to the First Amendment. There are limits to the Second Amendment. There are limits to the Fifth Amendment. Now, should this, why do I have to explain civics and economics to everybody?
I mean, hey, man, I ain't trying to hear it. But hold on, guys. Let's see,
come on, man.
Oh, shoot, Josh. I think Josh said he's having trouble setting Rumble rants on Rumble. Shoot, I'm not really sure what that is about. You might just have to maybe, I don't know, might be a card or connect a different card. But first, though, I got to get over to my man Sid. He says, why not call out the blatant lies we see from the administration about this shooting? I mean, we did. Hold on.
We have.
We did.
We just did.
Like,
we did.
Bro, I promise you, we're not here agreeing that, he came up trying to, shoot ICE officers. That's BS. We all saw the video.
No.
He did not walk up with any type of gun. Actually, man, dog, we're about to do it for you again, because Sid, goddamn it. I mean, if you're coming up here to pretty much say, yo, this is completely out of line, this shouldn't happen, bro, we agree with you. because check this out, bro. We're gonna see it. We're gonna get into how Alex Jones got into it as well. I went into it as well.
Maybe we should let sit up here because, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on here.
Oh, that whistle. Yeah. Oh, was he facing them?
Mm-hmm.
Can you run that back one more time, Seth?
No problem.
I thought he was behind them.
Crazy. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, shoot. I think something happened on one of my.
As soon as he takes,
Go ahead.
as soon as he takes the gun out of his holster, the cop that shoots him unholsters his weapon. So I, be it to believe, you know, this is speculation, but I'm trying to paint a picture here. He sees a gun get out of its holster of the guy that is on the ground, and that's what makes him pull out his gun. That's an instinct to do that. So based off of what your eyes can lie to you, especially in a situation like that. But yeah, no, that's not a good shoot at all, because he should have had the wherewithal to realize that was somebody else's hand that pulled that gun out.
Yeah.
And not shoot the guy that had the gun.
Literally. Well, hold on now. Let me go ahead and bring my man Sid up real quick. Yo, Sid, what's going on?
Yo, what's up? Can you guys hear me? I'm about to walk my dog, so I'm
go.
Kind of out.
What up?
What's up, guys? Sorry, I just got here. I didn't know it. If you guys have called it out
that's
or
what
not,
we've been doing this entire time. This is not let's defend ICE moment. This is not let's defend the Border Patrol. This is a bad shoot. This is a I'm not going to go as far to say this is murder, because he was acting in his capacity, but this is a bad shoot, and the administration is just trying to cover it up.
Well, it very well could be murder, though. Do you agree with that?
Murder would require that he wanted to kill him for no other reason than he just wanted to kill him. If he perceives a threat and shoots on that threat, that's not murder. It's maybe negligent homicide, maybe.
Okay. Well, have you guys seen the video that, I can't watch right now, but is it the video where it shows very clearly the other officer taking his gun out of
Yes, we just watched that one, and the other one where the cop is literally, you see the other angle where he has the gun in his hands, and everybody's trying to say, oh, that's not the gun. That's absolutely the SIG P320 with the Romeo on it, the Romeo 0 on top of it.
And you can hear in some, after he's shot, even asking, where's the gun? And the guy says he has it. Why weren't they alerting? Why wasn't everyone in the know that this guy took out the gun? And why did they fire so many shots when this guy was prone on the ground? You know, he's dead, laying there, and they're still firing shots at him.
Bro, so you can't see the hands. Let me answer that.
Like, I got the gun. Oh, go ahead.
So once you've initiated deadly force, everybody else is going to start initiating deadly force. Why? Because they can't see his hands. You just have a situation where someone just yells "gun," and everybody starts shooting.
But it wasn't everybody shooting.
That's why you can't see their hands. And as soon as they stop shooting, they don't keep shooting again because he's dead.
Well, everybody wasn't shooting.
No, there was like 2 or 3 people shooting. All it takes is 2 or 3 people to shoot 2 or 3 times, and that sounds like an execution. And that's why we're saying we should wait for. What's up?
There's reports about them counting the bullet holes when the medics showed up, like not rendering aid immediately. There's video of that one officer clapping while the shots are going off. I mean, this does look malicious to a lot of people.
I ain't heard about all that.
Because I don't know how any reasonable officer would have any fear for their life in this situation. And I mean, some of them were fucking pistol whipping him in the head while he was going down. Where's that in the training? Where's that in the use of force training?
Hold on, now pistol whipping. All right, hold on. Now we got like
no one
was
because he was slapping him in the head. He was not pistol whipping. They did not have their guns drawn until they shot.
Look like
I think the guy in front of him. Okay, maybe they're punching him.
That guy had a glove on. He did not have a pistol in his hand.
What made that use of force, or the use of force where Alex Preddy stepped in initially, where they pushed that woman down? What makes that justified? I mean, we're talking about the use of force in the instance of shooting, but we have to look at a totality of circumstances, right? That's what the case law tells us. And so, what justifies any of these other use of force?
Hold on one set, Sid. If you want to look at the totality of the situation, they were violating the law. I'm not trying to throw them under the bus for that, but that's the totality of the situation.
Were they? What were they doing?
Absolutely.
I mean, it didn't seem like the recording is not violating the law.
If ICE tells you to move back and you don't move back, you are obstructing. It doesn't matter what you think the law is. Their word
okay, but if they just tell you to move back and then instantly shove you, I mean, it wasn't like she just stood there. They said move back and shoved her, like pretty much while they were saying it.
No, they didn't. They were literally walking down the street saying move back. When they got to her, they said move back again.
This guy was directing traffic. He was moving out of the way. Like, I don't know. I don't think
is he a stoplight? Is he a stoplight?
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, before we can go too deep into this, let's go ahead and look at Alex Jones' video. I'm gonna play it halfway through, and I'm gonna bring you guys in for this because he has a crazy take on it as well.
Under what authority does?
Oh, and shout out to my man Josh. He says it's different on Rumble, not double tap. Yeah, on Rumble, it's like the horizontal line.
You gotta actually click it.
Yeah, you actually gotta click that like button. Oh, if you're on the vertical, go ahead and just double tap that screen for me.
Smash that like button. Obliterate it. Yeah, that.
Here's the guy with the gun right here. All right, let's go.
As soon as the guy that you're about to show us pulls the gun out, that's when the cop pulls his gun out.
No communication, bro.
Yeah, no, that's goddamn.
Yeah, I know this guy probably tripping like, yo, you're shooting him?
That's why he froze and looked back.
Yeah. I'd have been froze too. It's like, bro, the guy just took the gun. We shooting him?
Yeah. This is a team failure. Yep. This is not any one person's fault. I mean, I blame the guy that took the gun and said, I got it. Weapon secured.
Bro just walked away like everything was good and
he just walked away and let him
be 100% clear.
All right.
With all the pressure ICE is under and all of the violence and agitation against them, I'm surprised there hasn't been bigger mistakes or violence yet. And if I see any real evidence of ICE doing something wrong, I will call it out. But this Alex Preddy, who died during the huge demonstrations in Minneapolis, Minnesota today, if you watch different angles of the camera, they are tackling him. They're on top of him. They took a gun off of him later, a handgun. But you see when the gun goes off, it's not clear what happened, but you see the ICE officers jump and run back. And then they pull their guns and start shooting him. So did he use his gun? Did he go for somebody else's gun? Did a gun go off? We don't know.
Wait a second. It is a P320 now.
But I
say that again.
Dude,
it is a P320. Did it just fucking go off?
What the fuck happened to this guy, man? This Alex Jones guy used to warn us about like military on the streets, about FEMA camps, about the overreach of the government, telling us we all needed to all have our guns all the time. And the minute the state, oversteps and unjustly kills somebody, he's right there to suck the administration off. Right there to.
No, he's not. He's literally saying this was an unjustified shoot.
He's suspending, like, all disbelief there because, like, did he shoot? I mean, are you watching the video, Alex? What do you mean, did he shoot? Like, we all see it. He did not shoot. Is there any sense where
But
you
did
can
a
watch
gun
this
go
video and think,
off? Is what he
Alex,
said. He said, "Did a gun go off?"
did a gun go off? We've seen the video
I
slowed
don't.
down. The first gun going off that we hear is the ICE agent shooting it.
You don't know that. You can't see the muzzle flash. You don't see
I
recoil
mean,
on
you
that
can
gun.
hear gunshots, man. You can hear
Right,
them.
but was it the P320 that he just pulled out of his hand that has a history of going off when there's a struggle?
I don't know.
That's why they're saying investigate it,
But you know
because
what?
that could.
They could have waited to come out, this entire administration, and not said this was a guy that came there to do maximum
Yes,
damage and he
that's
was obviously a
bullshit. Yeah.
terrorist.
Yeah, you're right about that, but that is bullshit. That none of that is helpful. They want to talk about turning the temperature down, and they're going to say shit like that. That is not the
And
case.
that leads me to believe that this gun didn't just misfire and then that scared all these guys. Because if that's what happened, they could have waited the 3 hours, got an interview from all these agents, heard from the one, when I grabbed his gun, it misfired. It's the P320 6 hour. So they do that. And that could have been the statement. But the fact that they're not saying that one, and that what they are saying too, just really leads me to believe that's not what happened.
Luke, do you want some more clarification? It is absolutely wrong of them to do that. I'm not going to defend it. Now, what I am going to say is, how would you respond to that as a leftist? How do you expect the crowds that are rioting, that are already throwing rocks at them, to respond if they actually admitted fault?
That wouldn't be admitting fault. I think people would be a lot more comfortable with that being the story than hearing from the administration, like, basically, you're a terrorist if you're exercising your First and Second Amendment rights
Bullshit.
in public.
Yeah. That's what they're doing. That's why I'm agreeing with you. That is bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be like you're disagreeing or anything. I'm just saying my take on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like none of this should have happened. The cops could have fucking escalated force differently. The guy could have just, not decided to go protest that day, but that's his right to do so.
Yeah.
He could have decided that he didn't want to interfere with law enforcement because that is established that he did. Like, all of a whole 100 million things could have changed, and a butterfly could have flapped its wings in Japan and changed this entire situation. But this is what we have to deal with because of rhetoric like the Trump administration is putting out right now. But it hasn't been historically the Trump administration putting it out. It's been Jacob Fry and fucking Tampon Tim saying they're the Gestapo and the ICE and that you need to do everything you can to stop them.
Well, they said that you need to record, and thank God people are recording, because
now
all we have is people.
Sid, now they're saying that after they already said do everything you can to stop them. Now they're saying
I've seen
that.
Tim Wall saying it for weeks, and I've also seen a lot of videos of him getting cut short to make it look like the worst thing possible is being said, which I'm seeing a lot of from the right, by the way, with multiple Democrat officials where they cut the video short.
There is no way you can cut a video that's going to outframe the proportion of saying they look like the Gestapo. There's no way to manipulate that. He said that.
They do look like the Gestapo. They do, but bro. They're in hoodies and masks and.
So how many people did the Gestapo release? How many people did the Gestapo release?
They're saying, real quick, they're saying that they have the authority to go in without a judicial warrant into homes. There's VANCE is saying they have absolute immunity, which he walked back. I mean, these guys do resemble the Gestapo. To answer your question, I don't know how many they released.
And how many people were allowed to protest the Gestapo?
Just because it's not. Do you agree that you can compare things that aren't exactly literally the same? Like,
if you want to be a sensationalist, yes, you can.
But no, you can compare things that aren't one-to-one things, dude.
If you want to stoke fear, you can. There's other words to use them as, maybe a police force enforcing law.
But this is not what the police force looks like to anybody, dude. The police force in America doesn't look like people that are unwilling to identify themselves. No badges. You can't sue them. You have no recourse against them.
You can't sue the government anyway, Sid. You know that.
They wear masks. You can sue the government, but you can't.
Only if the government agrees to be sued.
Yeah, I know. But you can't. I mean, you can't do anything with ICE. You can't even tell who they are. They could be a fucking
federal agent.
They could be people impersonating ICE, and since ICE is unwilling to identify, how do you know?
Because, oh my God, really? Are you going to try to split hairs on the matter? Maybe the badge on their vest that says ICE. Maybe the cars that
that's
cost
impossible
hundreds
to do.
of thousands of dollars. Maybe
some of them are in plain clothes, dude. Oh, a car like an SUV with tinted windows with a light bar.
And when there's 20 of them, I don't think a gang has just decided to become federal law enforcement impersonators that have the blessing of the federal government. I don't think that's what's happened here, Sid. So stop being sensationalist and look at it objectively.
There's no... Dude, have you guys seen that report of that Slate journalist she's a leftist, she's on Antifa Watch, and she tried to get a job with ICE.
She's a liar. She's a liar. No, they've already refuted that, and they said she's a liar.
Okay, well, she provided proof. They didn't.
You can't.
She provided the emails and correspondence she had with them.
Oh yeah, how did she do that? Did she go on OpenAI and create an email document?
No, dude. She gave her email.
She's bullshitting. She did not get a final job offer.
Dude,
she did not get a final job. Sid, you know how I know she's lying?
Hey, Monty.
You know how I know she's lying? Because I went through the same process at the same time she did.
This administration is suing people for bad polls. If she's lying, they could sue her ass right now. Isn't it weird to you that they're not?
Maybe they have bigger things to fucking worry about, like every leftist on the fucking planet going off at the same time.
Okay, but Trump is...
Right.
Sorry, Zach.
All right.
Real quick,
I know.
Can I say one
time on that one?
Can I make my one last point?
I'll let Sid get the last word. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. To you saying maybe they have better things to do right now. I mean, Trump is suing pollsters for polls that he didn't like. I don't necessarily think that it's because they have better things to do. Unless you're talking about like the ballroom.
Not the federal government.
I'm talking about Trump is the executive branch.
No. Trump as a private citizen is suing pollsters, not the federal government. But you're right. You're right. He is wasting his time on that.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to our guy Alex Jones and let's hear how he lands the plane on this.
Doesn't want to kill people and have prosecutors trying to put them in jail. They don't want to have a woman try to run over with a car and have this happen. Prosecutors been trying to analyze the video. We'll show it slow down here. But ICE doesn't want to kill people and have prosecutors trying to put them in jail.
Exactly.
All right. Here it is. So the pistol reportedly found on the man shot by ICE appears to be a custom work SIG P320
nice
AXG carried with an aluminum grip module, G10 grip. Damn, I mean, bro, the way to give us all the specs, like you're trying to sell it to us or something.
I went on SIG's website. That is like a $1,800 gun. $1,800
pistol.
Yeah. The Romeo Zero on top of it's like $800 or $600.
But okay, yeah, this is complete misinformation. Whoever wrote this post, I mean, they're a piece of shit. There was like around a $2,000 gun. Unusual to see an illegal alien with such an expensive weapon. It's like, what? This is why you don't listen to. This is why you don't listen to everything you see on X, because people will say the most craziest things.
So, no one's claimed him to be an illegal alien. He's a nurse at the VA.
Yeah,
he's an ICU nurse at the VA. That's what.
But yeah, you can tell this came out like the moment that it happened. Like the moment that it happened.
Good God, people are stupid.
Man.
They don't want to have a woman.
It's a nice gun, though.
Card have this happen.
It is.
And we have the Democrats and the Podesta plan that I've harped on for a year plus, saying that when they try to send out ICE to their regular duty, they're going to tell the public it's illegal. Same stuff Obama did, Trump did, all of it. That this time they're going to say it's illegal and have an uprising. And
y'all there,
people that died. Dead protesters, as they told Axios 6 months ago, as the pretext to launch this uprising. So the system, the Democrat Party, the Soros funding is using this to create a crisis. And so people are saying they killed this guy in cold blood. It's not clear what happened. You see a magazine, clip pop out on the ground that fits his handgun, and you see them apparently struggling for something. Was it his gun went off? Was it one of their guns went off? They're surprised. They run, and then they pull their guns and start shooting him. And that's what.
Seth, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
So I've heard a lot from people on the right talking about how, it's all this rhetoric about how ICE is the Gestapo that is causing all this chaos.
It has been said.
Think there is any blame to be put on ICE or the tactics they use at all for the way people feel? Or are people just like mindless automatons that only react to what people tell them to feel, and they have no independent feelings outside of what politicians say about ICE? Because what are the...
Well, to be honest, though, it's
We're constantly listening to everything Democrats are saying.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I blame the Democratic leaders.
First of all,
Monty,
they weren't operating in any other way different than how they've ever operated under Trump until they started getting doxxed, until the left made it a problem.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool,
I was going to say, they weren't
Sorry,
operating
Monty,
this way.
That was for Seth, Monty.
No, I don't think Monty can hear me, actually. But yeah, what I was pretty much saying was that honestly, yeah, I kind of do blame the Democrat base. Well, not all of them, but I blame the Jacob Fry. I blame the Minneapolis mayor. He could do all the crowd control in the world, but he refuses to do. Instead, he's inspiring these protesters to get in the way of ICE, which is putting their life in danger. So, and I mean, look at Dana Bash, what she just said. Oh, it's just a human thing to do to get in the way of law enforcement. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous to say. And they're low-key putting people's lives in danger because you're telling them that this is okay to do. When Jacob Fry don't want to go release the police to do crowd control, he's telling them that, all right, it's okay to do this stuff to ICE. And let's be real, ICE is not trained for crowd control, but they're doing crowd control.
No,
You might.
Two groups are not working together because of different policies, right? The sanctuary policy.
No,
Can you hear me?
No, they're not working together because the mayors are telling them not to work together. Because remember, not working with ICE, they're helping ICE carry out their operations by doing crowd control.
No, it's not. It's not the mayor. It's the state policy.
No, it's not.
No, it's the mayor telling them not to get involved. It's not state policy, bro. They can do crowd control. That's actually the basic job of law enforcement outside of ICE. So to do crowd control for ICE is their job, and
can you
not doing his job? But go ahead.
Sid is on the side of a highway. Is it?
Could you?
So you
can you guys hear me?
Something? Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're.
Yeah, I
could you show me? Could you guys tell me?
Damn it!
Sid, call us back when you get home.
I think he wants me to look something up though, but
one second.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I
can guess where.
Can you hear me now better?
Yeah.
I'm asking you to show me where all these claims that you're saying these people said are.
That ICE is
because I haven't seen this. I haven't seen. No. That Jacob Fry is saying that people need to get in the way and that
no. I didn't say
work
Jacob
together.
Fry. I said like him not allowing.
Oh my God, Sid,
to
stop
perform
talking.
Crowd control. That's pretty much saying you can obstruct law enforcement when you're not providing crowd control.
Actions speak louder than
when you're
words,
not doing anything to keep these protesters from getting in the way of ICE. Yeah, you're provoking the obstruction. Like he don't have to say it. He's doing.
And can you show me where they're not doing anything?
The fact that this happened.
If they were doing
all I've seen is frustration from
in there.
Well, all I've seen is frustration from the chief of police about ICE and saying that they're getting flooded with calls about ICE's actions.
No, but what's all about their actions and they're not providing.
ICE's actions are not illegal, Sid.
What?
ICE's actions are not illegal. No, they're not.
No.
None of them are.
No, they have an authority to do what they are doing. It's been established several
Everything they
times.
do.
Yeah, bro, I'm not going to speak in generalities, but they are not doing so much crime that there should be thousands of calls of ICE. That's people that feel entitled, that have gotten the affirmation that ICE shouldn't be there and have been manipulated into thinking that are calling the police to protect themselves from ICE. Just go in your house.
Here,
Remember when
I'll
when Tim Walz
I'll
shot
give.
people with
I
tear
know.
gas for not staying in?
Hold on.
I'll give my take on this. The question I asked you, Sat. I think that the vast majority of people are angry because they're seeing how ICE has been behaving. I think it's way more likely that they're seeing in front of them in the case.
Sid, call us back when you get home.
Nah, because I know
it is
wherever you're
impossible
going
to have a conversation when you can only hear 3 words.
Nah, it's the city going through the nice area, through the nice part of the neighborhood. We get very little reception. But all right.
He's in
All right, hold
Montana.
on.
That's the entire state.
I'm stopped. I stopped my car. I stopped my car. Can you hear me?
Oh, wait, you're driving on the live stream?
That's
that could get set in trouble.
No, I stopped it.
You've been on the phone this entire time.
All right, guys. Come on.
I had to do that to him. He did it to me.
All right, but let's try to be serious here. Now,
I was saying is, did you guys hear what I said? I do think it's ICE that is making people more riled up than these politicians, and it's way more likely that people are seeing what ICE is doing than they're watching a fucking Tim Walz press conference. Come on.
I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I'm gonna respond to this one though, because I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. It's Tim Walz and Jacob Fry that are actually letting this go on. The reason why Renee Good is dead, the reason why this male nurse is dead, is because these guys refuse to do their job to protect their constituents, which is providing crowd control. If there's crowd control being provided, ICE wouldn't have to do it, and this would have never happened because
there wouldn't be as many ICE
backed off by police officers and not taken down by ICE. Like when people say ICE is not able to do crowd control, you're right, because that's what the police was supposed to do. We want to know why this hasn't happened in red states, because the local police helps ICE. This is why it's not happening in red states. Not because Donald Trump loved red states or ICE loved red states more. It's because in blue states, it is being promoted to obstruct ICE. But
well, no, they're not. They're also not surging 3,000 ICE officers to patrol the streets of
because they're not being obstruction. There's no obstruction. There's no obstruction. That's
There's no obstruction. They don't need 3,000 officers because they can do the same job with 500. They can't do their job because people like you that are defending this.
But go ahead. Let's see.
They can't do their job.
No, when you.
I mean, according to the administration, they've got like 12,000 people out over there. What do you mean?
In spite of it, not because of it.
In spite of it,
them obstructing. In spite, because they surged 3,000,
no,
they can continue doing their job.
What happened to states' rights here, dude?
The state doesn't have the right to harbor illegal immigrants.
It's the federal, bro. We're talking about immigration. I'm sorry, but that don't really. It's kind of out the door.
He's trying to mock Trump because Roe v. Wade got sent back to the states, and he said he wanted states to have the right to do it. So now it means that states can become their own countries in Sid's world,
or have their own immigration law.
They don't. It's the United States of America. That is a federal concept, that we share borders with 2 countries and we maintain those borders. And we go and get people that violate our immigration and customs laws. That's what ICE is.
But all right, Sid, we gotta let Sid finish. Sid, you got anything else to say though, brother?
No, I'll wait.
Are you pulled over on the side of the road to talk to us? I appreciate that. You're a nice person.
It's not them executing him, but that's what's going to happen when you have all these armed people and stuff coming out and saying kill ICE, win confrontations. And it's because the local police and the governments are not turning over these illegals, rapists, murderers, arsonists, you name it. Even when they're in jail, they have to go out and get them. That's why this is new. That's why this is happening. So they've created the atmosphere and then said their own battle plans. They would do this. That's how I predicted it all. So here are the videos. Here are the facts. Not a bunch of emotion.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. And now I honestly get the frustration.
That's not distracting at all. That doesn't impede at all.
I get my man's frustration though. It's like, again. But here's the thing: I would tell that man straight to his face, like, yeah, again. As long as your mayor does not believe in giving you guys protection or doing crowd protection or patrolling, I'm sorry, but this is going to continue to happen. If you guys keep thinking that it's okay to obstruct ICE, this is going to continue to happen. And I mean, it's kind of,
don't read that super chat.
And I hate to say that, like, I really do, but. Yes, this is the leader's fault. If they keep pushing this rhetoric that you can go out there and get in the way of ICE and expect nothing to happen, this will continue to happen. Oh, and shout out Brittany. She says, reminder for everyone that Sid wants children to turn into orphans when he doesn't agree with their parents. Don't let him fool you into thinking he actually gives a fuck about human life / rights. I mean, he's definitely walking himself into that.
Bro.
I mean, I get it. I get why she ain't living that comment down. I get that one.
She was a little mad about that.
But all right.
Wait, what? I want kids turned into orphans?
Well, you know, from your outburst last level, you and Monty's last little back.
Well, I don't want that. I thought it was about Charlie Kirk, and I was like, I never defended the Charlie Kirk thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
She just recently heard that short and hasn't kind of cooled down. Yeah.
Why'd you make that a short, bro? I look like a fucking psycho.
You do look like a psychopath.
I was really pissed off. I'm sorry about that again. Monty.
No, it's okay.
Bro, y'all both pissed.
I was a little heated, but I didn't say that much. I mean, Sid doesn't have kids, I don't think, so it wouldn't make sense even if I did say it, but I wouldn't say that. But let's get back on topic because she just stirred the fuck out of that pot, and I'm going to try to let that cool down. Like you said, you see videos of ICE throwing rocks and all this fun stuff and getting in the way and doing all this shit, trying to do anything they can to slow the operation down, as if they cause enough turmoil and enough shit, they'll just stop enforcing the law. That's not how it works. And then you have people that say, oh, go exercise your First Amendment rights on top of what they're seeing. So we're saying that this is completely fine to do. And then you say continue protesting peacefully. So you're affirming that this is what you consider to be peaceful. So they are saying the quiet part out loud. And it doesn't do anything. And they could put the police in there, or even better, they could just release the criminals to ICE when they pick them up.
ICE's approval has plummeted. People are not happy with the way ICE is enforcing.
Disinformation campaign was successful. Big whoop.
No, dude, it's not disinformation campaign. People are on board with this aggressive enforcement. I know you are, but majority of the country now is saying that ICE has gone too far. And it's because we see videos where someone's recording and says like, hey, why are you taking down my information? And then they say, because we got a nice little database that we're going to put you in, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. And these are like Americans, and they're seeing people that look like them, that look like people they know, now get shot. Whether you think it's a good shoot or not, I know you don't think the second one is. I know you think the first one was. But a lot of people, most of the country, doesn't think so. And it's not because they heard Tim Walz. It's because they watched the video.
No, it's because they watched clipped up versions of the video. And they have never actually looked up the laws that they're talking about, that they get quoted and then misquoted. You can manipulate the masses to believe whatever you want them to believe with good enough propaganda. Like, that's not...
Yeah, like everyone was manipulated into thinking that we needed this level of immigration enforcement, and now they're seeing it and they don't like it. They don't like the militarization of the police force. They don't like all this
They
Palantir
wouldn't
facial
be
recognition.
militarized,
They
Sid.
don't
They
like all
wouldn't
this.
be. They wouldn't be militarized if they didn't get attacked. That's the plain and simple. They would not. There would not be as many as there are if they
Dude,
weren't people rioting. There would not be as many as they are if the fucking local governments actually complied with state law or federal law. Like none of this would happen.
that's
And the only
strange.
reason any of this is happening is because the Democrats lost an election and want to throw a hissy fit.
No, dude, that's
That's the
strange
only reason any of
credulity.
this happens.
That's strange credulity because ICE has existed since 2003, and they've
And they
never.
weren't rioting then when they were doing the same thing.
They weren't doing the same thing.
They
Are you really
were.
telling me you've seen videos like we've seen from ICE this year? Since 2003,
Again,
we've seen people
sensationalism
doing like
works.
internal.
Sensationalism works.
We haven't seen this like internal enforcement where people are rolling up to Home Depots, rolling up to schools, rolling up to courts,
Because
rolling up
it
to
wasn't
churches.
reported on. It absolutely happened, Sid. It absolutely. That's why the joke is go to Home Depot. You'll find any ice. What are you talking about, my guy? That's a long-standing joke. It's been happening
Dude,
that way.
that's not a long-standing joke. Go to Home Depot. What's the joke? That there's day laborers?
Yes, and the ICE is usually there to pick them up. That's been happening. That's been happening for as long as I've known. I've seen ICE out Homeland Security.
Why was there an internal memo by Tim Miller that said to go to 7-Elevens, that said to go to Home Depots specifically? This is what happens when you have mass immigration. They go for the soft targets. They don't go for the worst of the worst. And that's why they go to people that are actually going to court, that are dropping their kids off at school, that are trying to find jobs. That's why they're going for them, because they're easier to...
Should they be here or not? Should they be
That's a
here
different
or not?
question. But
no, it's not
a different question.
That is the question. That is the question. You're trying to differentiate it, and it doesn't work that way.
I do think a lot of people...
Are they legal or not?
If someone's only crime...
Are they legal
if somebody's
or
only...
not? Are they legal or not? It's
okay,
a simple question.
Monty, hold on. Let me.
Is the question... Well, can I clarify? Is the question, should they be here or not, or are they legal or not?
Well, if they're legal, they should be here. If they're not legal, they shouldn't. So that answers that question. So that's why I asked: are they legal or not?
I don't fully agree with that. I think that a lot of
you don't get to disagree with the
people
law.
should get amnesty.
You don't
Obviously,
get to
not
disagree
everybody.
With the law. You don't get to disagree with the law.
Well, to be clear, Monty, you asked me if they should be here or not. You asked me if they should be here or not, or if they should, or if they're legal.
I had to reiterate the question. I realize you're a bleeding heart liberal, so I had to reiterate: legal or not?
But okay, some legal immigrants have their status stripped of them. They have been detained. I mean, citizens have been detained for days. What are you talking about? That's not something that usually happens.
All righty. But all right, guys. All right. Now, Monty, you good? No, who knows? Make sure everything's all good on this side.
Uh-oh.
No, all right. Yeah. Oh, Sid, you good? Because you kind of went silent there for a second.
I'm good.
Man. All right.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know about Monty, though.
I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't know where I cut off.
No, Sid, but I was hearing your points out, and I do know where this is coming from. Like, I do know where the hysteria is coming from, bro. For the past, since the ICE crackdowns have started, they have been villainized. I mean, let's be real. Before all this wild stuff started happening, before citizens were accidentally detained and all this good stuff, before Kilmar Garcia, like they were already propping this up, and it's only gotten worse. So I'm sorry, but all this, there's this this disapproval of ICE. I'm sorry, but I'm not hearing it because when you release all these clips that's out of context, showing them putting people to the ground who are obstructing or apprehending illegals, but then you only show one part of the video. Now everybody's thinking it's a U.S. citizen. Like, what did they do with the 5-year-old boy? The 5-year-old boy that was detained. How did they spin that?
If you're gonna do this on one side, you must do it on both sides. And if you're gonna, I don't think that you should deny the fact that ICE, Border Patrol, and Homeland Security is constantly rage baiting. One, they're dehumanizing immigrants all the time. They make them sound like everyone that they're getting are like rapists, pedophile, murderers, even though I think it's like 47% of the people that they have deported have
Chrissy Gnomes. I mean,
any sort of criminal
I know
record.
it's hard to believe, but Chrissy Gnomes talking about 70, and I'm like, whoa. Oh
yeah, and that is a lie. Their own data refutes it. That's what she says in public, and then they're like they put out these videos that make all these immigrants look this way, all these leftists look this way. They're like laughing in people's face. They're having these huge, like they get more money than the fucking Marines. And you want me to sit here and shed tears for them? When a Democrat expresses their own opinion about it, which is it valid to have the opinion that ICE is unjustified?
I would say this. I honestly, I don't see it. That's what I would hit you with. Is like, are they unjustified in what? Carrying out immigration law? No, they're not. I mean, honestly, they are justified. I'm sorry, my bad, misspoke. But yes, they are justified in carrying out immigration law. Were they justified in this shooting? No, they're not. But when it comes to handling immigration law, this is what the left is getting in the way of. This is what, sadly, the Democratic leaders in Minnesota don't want. They don't want ICE in there, not because for the safety of the people, it's because they just don't want the illegals to be deported. And here's the thing: they care more about these illegals than the safety of their own people. And I get what you're saying. Oh, well, not all of them are criminals, but all of them have done something illegal under our law, even if they didn't go out there and commit a murder or do anything extra.
Dude, there are people that were totally on board with ICE's mission before they saw them become militarized, before they saw all these contracts with these facial recognition, like AI. You know, people feel like it's becoming a police state for good reason, because ICE is the most funded police force, and they're going around gleefully bragging about creating a database with American citizens in them where we're considered domestic terrorists if we record them.
But here's the thing, though, like Sid, it's kind of crazy how y'all don't see how y'all are like making y'all own problems worse. If y'all problem is ICE, all this obstructing, stopping them from doing what they need to do, protesting and trying to impede on it, I'm sorry, but it's only going to make it worse, and they're only going to bring in more ICE agents. Think about it. After Nate Good got shot, 1,000 more came. I'm not sure when you guys are going to get the message, but how you guys are going about it is making it worse. If you guys get led into a police state, it's due to your own actions, because you thought it was okay to get in the way of law enforcement and immigration law. I'm sorry, but like as much as I feel bad for you guys are getting in the way of the implementation of immigration law. This is why it gets so bad. It's like, and this is why I kept saying this is why it's not bad in red states like it is in blue states, because your leaders are telling you that it is okay to do this. In red states, they're not saying this, and law enforcement works with them. In blue states, law enforcement is told not to work with ICE, and guess what? You guys, well, not you guys, but Jacob Fry and Tim Walz promote the obstruction of ICE, or they to shut down organizations like ICE Watchers, but they promote them. So I'm sorry, but you guys are making this situation worse on yourselves.
They call everything obstructing. You're allowed to record ICE. You're allowed to say, hey, ICE is here. You're allowed to say, to run down your neighborhood and say, ICE is here. ICE is here. You know what? You're allowed to say, ICE can't come into your business without a fucking warrant.
But you're not allowed to follow their vehicles while yelling out, ICE is here, ICE is here. That's impeding an investigation. That's an instruction.
Okay.
So I get what you're saying. You got to admit, though, there's lines that are being crossed here. Like, bro, I'm in agreement with you on that, but they're not doing that, bro.
ICE has crossed a line for so many people, and you can say it's all propaganda, and you can say it's all bullshit, but you guys are losing this fight. You guys are losing the messaging. People are getting tired of ICE. People are supporting the protests more than they support ICE, bro.
I think that might just be in
Look at the polling. Bro. Look at the poll. Well, look at the
where?
From
CNN? CNN?
From any pollster, the aggregates. Look at Trump is underwater on his best issue, which he's never been underwater on before, immigration. According to every single poll, he is underwater. He's in the negatives. People don't like how he's doing this immigration enforcement.
No, it doesn't. I'm be honest with you though, and this is why I like to say, bro, who cares about their feelings? This is about the implementation of our immigration laws, which is being carried out.
You should care
because of the mess that the Democrats created. So it's like you guys are looking.
These feelings are going to vote, man. You should care because the feelings are going to vote.
Bro, here's the thing though. If we got the right results, then I mean, F the feelings. If we get all these guys out and it's a better America, F their feelings. And I'm
Dude,
gonna be honest
I
with you,
think that
dog.
you could do
Like
this
I
in a
said, you're
way
not
better
making
way
the
where people.
situation better by not holding your own accountable. I mean, is it okay to sit there and obstruct police? I haven't heard you say that.
Dude,
Is it?
Minneapolis? No, I don't think that's okay.
Okay.
But
So then you know,
Minneapolis was
then
totally
you sit down
fine.
here and agree that most of these protesters aren't really protesting. They're trying to get in the way, ICE officers. They're vandalizing FBI vehicles and unmarked vehicles. You got to sit here and admit that, yeah, bro, some of these protests are out of line and this is making it worse. It's not all ICE. But,
dude, totally fine before they surge these agents. And how are you going to say, like, did you see the letter that Pam Bondi sent to Tim Walz?
No, I did not.
It basically said, if you hand over your voter data and election data to the federal government, we'll get ICE out. So is this about law enforcement, or is this about creating a sense of or is this about creating a sense of fear and chaos, and then using that to get sensitive voter and election data from the states who have all plenary authority over their elections, by the way, and then they say they'll get ICE out? So what is it? Does ICE need to be there in Minnesota, where there's not even the highest population of illegal immigrants, but not even by not even close?
Verify that claim though, since that's the argument you're making.
Why don't you go ahead? I mean, look it up, man.
I got you, because I ain't heard of that one. Pam Bondi's letter to Tim Walz is what you're talking about, right?
Yes, Pam Bondi letter, Tim Walz, voter and election, rolls.
All right. I'm
going to mute myself for a minute.
All right. In the meantime, though, I'm definitely going to go look that up, because, I mean, honestly, if you're right, then I'm going to be real with you, I would be actually outraged, because it's just like, okay, so you don't really care about the ICE enforcement, and you're making it seem like this is a punishment more than a cleanup operation. If that's the case, and yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that. But if that's not the case, you might have been misinformed, but I'm going to go look for it. Let's see. Actually, oh, wow, pulled up right here. Pam Bondi letter to Tim Walz. New York Times. Let's see here. They got it right on New York Times, too. In the meantime, though, I'll go ahead and read this. Enjoy the video. Really?
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead.
All right, now I went ahead and did a little bit of research on what my man Sid was saying. So let's see here. I know she talked about it a bit on Fox News, and then we're going to go ahead and read through the letter. And Tove, I got you. Tove, I got you. She says, may I come up? I got you. And shout out Brittany. She said, oh, Monty's phone died. All right, we'll see Monty back right now, actually.
Yeah.
But
so right. Can I, you guys have said a whole lot of things. And my original point is all of the semantics that Sid's trying to pull and say, and all the opinions that he has are just that, opinions. It really, only one thing matters. Are these people here legally or illegally? Did Trump get elected to remove the illegal immigrants? Yes or no? Was that not his main campaign focus? Yes or no? And is what ICE is doing legal or illegal under the Constitution? If all of those things are yes, if all of those things are yes, your opinions on the matter and whatever poll you want to show us do not matter. You don't get
Now,
to have your opinion on the matter of law and
no,
order
Monty,
is
though.
at the ballot box.
Before you go off, we do got to verify this Pam Bondi letter. Now I'm gonna go show a video, and I'm gonna go ahead and read through the letter that she actually sent them.
I thought you just read through it.
Rape, homicide, manslaughter. That's who they're trying to protect in Minnesota. I do not understand these people. We sent Governor Walz a very strong letter today. We had been working on this letter. We got it out saying that he better support President Trump. He better support the men and women in law enforcement, because if he doesn't, we are. And that's what we're doing.
All right, so they actually released the letter right here. After ICE agents shot Alex Pretty, Pam Bondi, who is the head of DOJ and has nothing to do with ICE, sent a letter to Tim Walz that basically says, this is your fault. If you want to stop, cooperate with ICE, give us your welfare records and give us all your voter data. Ooh, and welfare records is going to hurt. But all right, here, Office of Attorney General in Washington. This was sent yesterday.
Great.
Yeah, Governor Walz, the state of Minnesota has refused to enforce the law, and the consequences are heartbreaking. Americans are watching politicians ignore federal immigration law, criminals attack federal law enforcement, and rioters storm church services. I write to urge a change. In December 2025, the Department of Homeland Security launched Operation Metro Surge to protect Americans from the dangers presented by unchecked illegal immigration, including violent crimes, drug trafficking. Since the beginning of this operation, law enforcement has put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous criminals, including members of notorious violent gangs, criminal illegal alien convicted of homicide, drug trafficking, sexual assaults against a child, rape with a weapon, and other horrific crimes are now off the streets because of Operation Metro Surge. Unfortunately, you and other Minnesota officials have refused to support the men and women risking their lives to protect Americans and uphold the rule of law. Because Minnesota, Minneapolis, and St. Paul have chosen to ignore federal immigration law by enacting sanctuary laws and policies, the federal agents led by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBS, have operated alone. And politicians in your state are not just refusing to help these agents, but they are putting federal agents in danger. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry said, ICE, get the F out of Minneapolis. We don't want you. Whoop.
It doesn't matter what you want.
Yeah,
I don't want to follow the speed limit. Does that mean I get to do 100 miles an hour?
All right, but hold on here. He says, you refer to our law enforcement as Trump's modern day Gestapo. Minneapolis City Council members Aisha, whatever her last name is, stated that the city must be ready to act as the last line of defense of targeted communities. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has previously compared ICE enforcement to being under attack by Nazis. The result of your state's policies and politicians' anti-law enforcement rhetoric are a national tragedy. Violence against ICE officers and agents has increased approximately 1,300%. Vehicular attacks against ICE officers have increased 3,200%. Perhaps most disappointing, the lawlessness caused by these policies have bent into scared spaces of worship. Damn. Yeah, my bad. Led into sacred. Sorry, small wording. There we go. Sacred places of worship. Okay.
You there, Seth?
Yeah, I'm here. Wait, you hear me? Yeah, y'all hear me?
God damn it. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, Monty once again. But let's see here. Partitioners. Let's see where it meant by. All right, here it is. But pretty much, yeah, the people in the church that Dom Lemon pulled up on. I didn't know that was that in Minnesota? I did not know that. Yeah, they were met by anti-ICE mobs last weekend, and several dozen individuals stormed city churches. Damn. In Minneapolis to interrupt worship service and scream in their faces of frightening Christians and their families. The violence against our officers and the violations of religious liberties cannot be allowed to continue. The lawlessness in the street is matched by an unprecedented financial fraud occurring on your watch and out of control fraud in your state also implicates election security. Ooh. Okay. It is a tragedy that Americans have lost faith in Minnesota's ability to keep its taxpayers' funds secure and its citizens safe. You and your office must restore the rule of law, support ICE officers, bring an end to the chaos in Minnesota. Fortunately, these are all common sense solutions to these problems, but I hope we accomplish together. First, share all of Minnesota's records on Medicaid and food and nutrition services programs, including the Supplement Nutrition Assistant Program data, with the federal government. Allow the federal government to effectively investigate fraud, will save Minnesota taxpayers money, and ensure that Minnesota's welfare funds are being used to help those in need, not enrich fraudsters. God damn. Second, repeal the sanctuary policies that have led to so many crimes and violence in your state. Removing criminal illegal aliens from Minnesota neighborhoods will save lives, and state and local officials should support this goal. Let's see here. All detention facilities in your state should cooperate fully with ICE, honoring immigration detainers, and permit ICE to interview detainees in custody to determine immigration status. I urge you to reach an agreement with ICE that allows them to remove illegal aliens in custody of Minneapolis prisons. Damn, really? And jails to avoid pushing these interactions into your street. Well, my bad. Yeah, these interactions into your street. Third, allow civil rights divisions of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal laws as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law. I'm confident that these simple steps will help bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve the lives of Americans. The time has come for state and local officials in your state to change course. As the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, I am committed to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping every American safe. Minnesota can and should be partnered with this administration. Do not obstruct federal immigration enforcement. Do not allow rioters to take over the streets and houses of worship. Do not hinder federal officers from investigating financial fraud and violations of election laws. And whether state and local politicians stand in the way or not, we will work every day to protect Americans and make Minnesota safe again. I request you to join us in this effort. Sincerely, Pam Bondi, Attorney General. I mean, Sid, it sounds like a little more than what you said. I'm gonna be honest with you. But all right, I'm pretty sure all y'all heard.
What does voter data have anything to do with it?
I mean, hey,
because she's an attorney general investigating election integrity. It's a whole letter.
No, dude. The federal government doesn't need access to voter rolls and voter data.
To verify that is filing.
No.
Did you hear what he said?
Hold on. I heard what she said. Yeah. It does not. States do not have to comply with that. States control their own elections, and every state
they do not. If they vote in a federal election, there are federal election laws that they must follow.
They do not have to hand over any of this. Trump tried to do that in his first term. Nobody complied with it, and all the states won. And the states that are refusing to comply with it right now are winning in court because it's not the federal government's purview.
Cool. What about the rest of the letter? Did she say, oh, give us the voter rolls and we'll get rid of ICE? Or did she say, with or without your support, we will still fucking maintain our operations? So why are you lying? Why are you lying? Did you not read the letter?
It literally said, oh, we need to calm the tension.
Did you read the letter or not?
I did, and I just
Or did you get the bullet points from Reddit?
No, I don't have Reddit. Thank you, sir. But
wherever you consume your garbage news from, because you lied.
I read the letter,
Admit
man.
you were wrong. Admit you were wrong.
No.
Let it answer. Let him answer fully. All right, go ahead.
It's very clear what it is. The letter starts out by saying, "Oh, it's crazy that all this chaos and lawlessness has been unleashed in Minneapolis."
Why are you summarizing it? We just heard the letter. We just heard the letter.
No,
you don't have to summarize it.
No, let him go. Let him go.
You read the whole thing.
You gotta let him finish, Monty.
Maybe we could do something about that. Here's what you need to do. You need to hand over all your welfare data, all your voter rolls, and roll back all your democratically
and now
regarding deal.
All right. Something going on S.E.T's side again.
So Sid lied. Sid completely
Wait, you guys can't hear me?
misrepresented the truth.
I can hear you
No,
guys.
we hear you now. You were going in and out for a second there.
Get better service.
Saying that you need to do all these three things, and then we will
still
we'll
enforce
stop
the
this
law.
immigration crackdown. We'll pull back a little bit. We will pull back.
If they can arrest the illegal aliens out of the fucking jails, they don't need 1,500 or 3,000
They
people.
can arrest.
No, they can't.
What do you mean? Why do they need that right now? Are they raiding the jails?
Policies.
Are they raiding the jails? That's not true. Do you even know what sanctuary policies are, Monty?
Hold on. I mean, did you read the letter? Bro, she's even saying they're not even letting them inside the jails to get the illegals. I mean, this is crazy, actually. If you actually read the whole letter,
Yeah, because those are inmates.
He's just hyphenating.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Those are inmates in a state jail or
Not a
state
federal one.
custody.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
And there's a sanctuary policy for undocumented immigrants.
Now, hold on. Now, from the way Pam Bondi's positioning the argument is like, no, they know these guys are illegal, even though they're in state custody. They're supposed to be detainers, and then ICE supposed to be able to pick these guys up, but apparently that's not being allowed. They're not working with ICE even through
the
jail system. They're not working with them through the crowd. Like they're not giving them no local police to help them out. They're not letting them get these guys out of the jails to deport them. I mean, and they give all the inflammatory rhetoric against them. I mean, like, bruh, and this is being written out all in Pam Bondi's letter. And I get what you're saying, because you're right. But let's be real though. She started off with the immigration topic, then she switched to, but let's also hop on voting fraud and all that, and fraud going on in your state as well. So pretty much,
because she's the Attorney General of the United States, not just the Director of ICE.
So she hit 3 birds with one stone.
She's not the Director of ICE, Monty.
No.
She has nothing to do with ICE.
You're focusing on immigration.
Well,
she's the Attorney General of the United States. Maybe fix your phone and you hear everything I said.
Why would she be saying that we will cut back on this ICE operation? What does that have to do with the voter rolls and the welfare data?
Bro,
did it say that in there? Hold on now. I read that pretty thoroughly. It did not say that in there. They would withdraw ICE.
Where did it say that they're going to cut back on the ICE operations if they hand over their voter rolls? That's what you claimed
implied.
Before we read
it says there's a bunch of ICE.
That's what you claimed it said before we read it, and now we're proving you wrong.
We cannot be
interrupting. Want to restart the letter
for every 3 sentences? We got to let a guy, my man Sid, finish a couple sentences, Monty, before you just interject.
But he's refusing to answer the question. I'm not letting.
I know,
move away from it.
But you're still.
He's moving the goalpost. That's how you win an argument if you're a leftist. I'm not letting him win.
No,
he's not going to move the goalpost.
Monty, you gotta let him finish. Like, even if he's moving the goalposts, cool. If he's talking, let him hang himself. But if you interrupt him every 3 seconds, I mean, it's hard to pin him down on anything.
He still hasn't answered the question I asked at the very beginning. When is he going to admit that he lied?
Oh, well, hold on now. Before I know, he could have just been misinformed.
I didn't lie.
Like,
no,
I read that
he said
wrong,
he read the letter.
He said
he read the letter. That's not misinformed. He saw the same letter we saw. So at what point is he going to admit that he lied? Because nowhere in that letter does it say that we're gonna pull back ICE if you give us your voter rolls.
Well,
it doesn't say that.
I would frame it like this. Like, why we came to a different interpretation of that letter.
It doesn't matter. That's how he presented it, to make an inflammatory comment about how it's not about the rule of law. It's just bullying the states. That was his claim. I'm holding my hat on that.
It is bullying the state. What does any of this have to do with voter data? What does any of it have to do with voter data?
Fraud is against the law, Sid.
It reads like a fucking mafia letter. It's like, oh, it's a shame your fucking city's burning down because we surged federal agents in here.
No, it's not because
pretty cool if someone could do something about that.
The federal agents aren't lighting the city down.
Yeah, dude. Yes, they are. They're the ones dispersing all the fucking... Dude, the Minneapolis was completely fine. One of the best places to live in the country, and before ICE came there.
What happened in 2020 when the whole city burnt down over George Floyd? I thought they were fine.
The whole city burnt down.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
The police department, several government buildings.
There was massive protests in 2020. What's your point?
Riots. Call them what they are. They are riots. When you're throwing bricks at fire trucks, that's a riot.
There was both. There was both riots and protests.
But you don't talk about the riots. But you want to say it's this perfect utopia.
Okay, now who's moving the goalposts? We're talking about 2020 now.
You said it was a
All right,
perfect
guys,
place.
so
It was perfectly fine until ICE got there. It was not perfectly fine.
Dude.
That's my
point.
point.
Was 5 years. That was 6 years ago, man.
And they've had fraud and fucking everything else since. So they're not
everywhere has
fine.
fraud. Everywhere has fraud. Trump loves pardoning fraudsters. Okay. By the way, so you should look at how many fraudsters.
Now
people
you're
convicted
moving
of
the
fraud
goalposts with whataboutism.
Yeah, well, you guys don't care about fraud. Trump pardons fraudsters constantly. He's pardoned like 20 of them.
Pam Bondi sure seems to care about it. That's why she's going after it.
No, only if it's a political enemy.
I mean, you're rich to talk about political enemies after the Democratic Party tried to put the president in jail. So shut up.
He committed tons of crimes.
No, he didn't.
He's a criminal. He's a thug.
No, he didn't.
He's a gangster.
He's a gangster. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he is kind of gangster. He is kind of gangster, but you know,
he learned a lot from the mob. He learned a lot from the mob bosses he let rent out Trump Tower.
Okay,
True.
Sid. So again, when are you going to admit that you lied and intentionally tried to misrepresent what the letter said? So you didn't lie.
This is absurd. So when the Attorney General is talking about this in the context of ICE being in the city.
We're not talking about in the context of ICE. This is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, in charge of all laws.
Yeah, and that's the context she.
And he's lost signal again.
Well, all right, guys.
That's the context she imbued in her own letter.
Laws. She is the Attorney General. That's the bottom line. And you lied. You lied. At very
not in the context of all
maliciously
laws.
Misrepresented the situation.
I did not.
All right, now I do got
turn over the voter rolls and we'll get rid of ICE. Is what you said. She said. You misrepresented her, or you lied.
All right, Monty.
That is the subtext. That is the subtext of the letter.
No, it's not. It's cooperate with the investigations. Stop threatening federal agents. Stop fucking impeding ICE, and there won't be so many people in your state. That's what she said.
And what will we give you? And what will we give you in return?
Safer state or safer streets.
Hello?
I don't even think. Honestly, I didn't even think
safer
she said
streets.
They were gonna pull out ICE. I didn't.
She said, "With or without your cooperation, we will continue making the American public safe."
Yeah, I'm just like, she never even said
whether you do this or not,
ICE.
we're going to have ICE.
You're going to cooperate with ICE. You're going to give over your voter registration records, and you're also going to give over your records for the SNAP program as well, welfare programs. I mean, the Congress,
which they are entitled to. They are entitled to because those are federal programs. So you can argue about the voter rules. Cool.
No, they're entitled to everything else. This is clearly an off ramp. This is clearly an off ramp because they don't like the way this is going. They don't like where their polls are going.
Oh, so you mean they don't want to be shooting people in the streets? Which is it, Sid? Are they the Gestapo, or do they want an off ramp?
Trump doesn't. Trump doesn't like the way this is going. He doesn't like that he's losing on the issue he's never lost on, which is immigration. Of course, Trump is not happy with that right now.
So public perception is that means anything in the course of what a law is? What the fuck?
In the course of politics? Yeah, dude, in the course of politics?
The law is not politics, Sid. The law is the law.
Dude.
Just because
we can enforce the law, we can enforce the law without surging agents to blue states,
not when every time they walk around the corner, they're getting rocks thrown at them. No, you can't.
Dude, they're getting rocks thrown at them because of the way they're trying to enforce the law.
Wait. Oh, wait,
hold on. So it's okay to throw rocks at them for enforcing the law?
I didn't say that. You know that you can describe.
But you said they're doing it because of the way they're doing it. It doesn't really matter the way.
It doesn't matter, Sid. You don't get to be the
arbitrator. Yeah, it does, dude.
Well, as long as I'm not executing people like willy-nilly to get the law done, I'm be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay, like, if you got pulled over, if someone's trying to enforce traffic law on you, and here's two ways they could do it. They could turn their lights on and wait for you to pull over, and you pull over. Or they could turn their lights on, you pull over, they ram into your fucking car, they get out, they drag you out of the car, they put you on the ground, they start punching you in the face, and someone comes around and says, they were just enforcing the law. Why did you fight back?
But that's not what's happening, Sid. Who are they ramming into? The only people that are getting rammed into are them.
I've seen so many fucking hit and run videos by ICE just ramming cars, dragging people out. There's videos where they're saying they're arresting people, and then they're dropping them off minutes later in a different parking lot, bruised and beaten, and no charges. But these people allegedly obstructed. Where's the obstruction charge? Why did they arrest them, beat them up, and then put them in another parking lot?
Show me
With no charges.
one video.
What's that?
Show me one video of that happening, and I will concede the entire argument to you. Show me one video of someone getting picked up in one spot and dropped off in another with no charges, and he's just blindfolded and beaten and then dropped off at Sears. Show me one video of that, and I will shut the fuck up. You can't. You can't. Because it doesn't exist. You're making shit up again.
Monty, will you give me a second to do that?
Go ahead.
I'll have to disconnect from the chat for a minute to go find it.
All right, now.
But I'll be back.
All right. Now, if I go ahead and give my 2 cents on that, to be quite honest with you, you can also find videos of what about videos of protesters trapping ICE in and, like I said, throwing rocks,
barricading their cars.
Or FBI cars as well. I mean, bro, they're not treating any federal agent right over there.
No.
So like I said, when do you sit there and actually blame these protesters that are actually getting out of hand? Yeah, we believe in protesting, but we don't believe in instruction and we don't believe in vandalism. But that's what's happening. But apparently, instead of actually calling that out, it seems like the libs just want to say, oh, but look, ICE. And I'm like, yeah, but they're actually trying to, uphold the law. And
if there weren't people
getting in the way of that, people are getting hurt because you're getting in the way of that. But it's all the blame is on ICE, though. And remember, you have leaders who could actually give crowd control to protect these citizens from a fate like Renee Good or our guy Alex. So, when does any of this ever come down?
When does personal responsibility take over?
Real with you, Monty. This is what I say I hate about the Democratic Party. You don't hold y'all own accountable. Your guys can do so much to make this go away. You guys can do so much to turn this down, but you don't. You just pour.
Because they don't want it. They lost an election and they're mad, Set. That's what this boils down to. They don't like that the orange man is in charge, and they're going to do anything they can to stop anything they can from happening. It doesn't matter what Trump's doing if we want to be 180 degrees in the opposite, and our crazy people will fucking support it.
But all right, though. Now I'm gonna go ahead and play the video, and in the meantime, also bring Toby.
Can you mute Sid so the traffic can fucking?
For a little bit,
because he's looking for a video right now.
We're joined now by the city's police chief, Brian O'Hara. Chief, welcome to Face the Nation.
Good morning, Margaret.
What have you been able to learn about the shooting? Because we did just hear the claims by Secretary Noem and Mr. Bovino and their version of what happened. Do the videos and evidence back up their descriptions?
So unfortunately, we don't have any official information from federal law enforcement about what has happened. Even when our officers initially responded to the scene, our watch commander was not given even the most basic information that is typical in a law enforcement involved shooting, just to ensure that there is potentially no other victims. Since then, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension responded to the scene at my request. They were blocked from the scene yesterday, but they have since returned to the scene and are now canvassing for additional witnesses and evidence that may be there.
So do I understand you saying that Minnesota has just begun its investigation today?
There were attempts yesterday to begin the investigation. I do not know what, if anything, was conducted yesterday. I do know that while they were at the scene more than once, they were not permitted to enter before the scene then was contaminated.
And for our viewers, Minnesota is a little bit different. There is this Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. That's the state agency that investigates use of force incidents. They are separate from your police force. But from what you have seen in the public space and heard from federal officials, is there any evidence that you know of that Preddy was assaulting the federal officers as the Border Patrol chief claims?
Well, I've seen the videos just as thousands of people around the country have, and the videos speak for themselves. I think it's deeply concerning, the things that are being said. This is an individual that was a city resident. It appears that he was present, exercising his First Amendment rights to record law enforcement activity. and also exercising his Second Amendment rights to lawfully be armed in a public space in the city. So I think very obviously there are serious questions that are being raised. And I think the greater issue is, even if there is an investigation that ultimately proves that at the time of the shooting it was legally justified, I don't think that even matters at this point, because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at this point? You mean the situation on the ground is already, the impression is left?
People have had enough. This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks. The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone. And now this is the second American citizen that's been killed. It's the third shooting within 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
People have been speaking out, saying that this was going to happen again. And I think everyone is kind of waiting for folks on both sides to come together and just figure this thing out. This is not sustainable. This police department has only 600 police officers. We are stretched incredibly thin. This is taking an enormous toll trying to manage all of this chaos on top of having to be the police department for a major city. It's too much.
Are you calling on ICE to leave?
We understand that for as long as there has been ICE, there has been immigration enforcement in Minnesota. The problem is not that enforcement is happening. It's clearly the manner in which these things are happening. Well, these tactics are very obviously not safe, and it is generating a lot of outrage and fear in the community.
Let me ask you about what we know, because DHS claims that Preddy had a weapon on him. You said that you implied Preddy was carrying at the time of the incident when you said he was a legal firearm owner with a license to carry. Do you know if the weapon remained concealed, or was it ever brandished?
I have seen different experts and people analyzing the video that have made statements about that. I cannot speculate, but I don't have any evidence that I've seen that suggests that the weapon was brandished.
Okay, because we checked, the Minnesota gun permit rules allow for concealed carry, and there are no restrictions on carrying in a protest.
Yes.
But the Homeland Security Secretary said that he had 2 cartridges on him in addition to the gun.
I mean, all right, first thing that irritated me is how we have over 600 police officers and you ain't used not name one of them to help out in this situation.
Wait, pause. So I want to give the police chief some credit, because I think he's trying to be objective. He's a leftist, but he's trying to be objective. So I will entertain this. 600 police officers does not mean you have 600 police officers on duty. Usually most police departments run 4 shifts. So an A shift, B shift, C shift, and D shift. 12 hours for day and 12 hours for night, which means you typically work 150 of this, a quarter of your police department at one time. So they have 150 police officers for a city that I don't know the size of Minneapolis, but I'd venture to say it's over 150,000. You have 150 police officers for 150,000 people. Now, you cannot use all 150 officers, because that's what it would take to quell a riot every single day. You can't do it. No. What you can do is you can augment police officers to close down roads so that ICE can, do these things. You can arrest people that do you can do all these things. But here's the thing. The belligerent leftists out on the streets are not going to follow the commands of police officers, because they don't. They never have. Until a police department becomes like the Minneapolis Police Department or the Portland Police Department, where you have the chief of police up there crying or kneeling at the casket of George Floyd, they're going to be violent against them too. They do not care about law and order. So it's not about, if the police were just doing their job, yeah, it would help. But they would beat on them too. They would be they're helping the Gestapo. They're helping the Nazis. They're not hiding Anne Frank. They're letting Anne Frank go. So the goalpost would just move again. So I can see it in the way he's saying it. It's like it doesn't. We could we absolutely could do that. Things we're not allowed to because, that's our policy. So what I want to see is I want to see rhetoric that says we will arrest you if you vandalize the feds. We will arrest you if you do X, Y, and Z. Until we get to that point, it's all lip service. All he's doing is saying we can't do anything about it, and he's right. He is right. Objectively, he's right. Because why do they have 600 people in a city of 150,000? I don't know what Minneapolis's city. I'm venturing to guess. Why do they have 600? Is it maybe because 5 years ago they defunded the police department and fired a whole bunch of people?
True.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, Minneapolis ain't no small city. Go ahead, Toast.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Toledo is much smaller than Minneapolis, and a few years ago, even though about 4 years ago they ended up cutting the department by half, that still left us with almost 3,000 officers between all of the departments.
Yeah.
So Toledo is much smaller than Minneapolis.
And they're crying after they shot themselves in the foot, and they're refusing. Literally, this whole issue. When you pick up an illegal immigrant, respect the ICE detainer on them. It would take 3 people in a van to shackle him and take him out of prison and put him on a deportation plane. And that's what they don't want. And the reason that they don't want it is not because they don't want to follow law and order. I mean, leftists love not following law and order. But the reason they don't want to do that is because they do not want the Trump administration to be successful on their campaign promise of removing people. So they've pushed it that far. Now, okay, fine. You won't give us to them. We're gonna go in the community and get them. Oh, we're gonna organize massive riots and pay for protests to happen all around you. So it's going to be complete chaos until someone dies. And then when someone dies, we're going to label you as murderers. Oh, that didn't work. All of this is a Democratic ploy to make sure that this current administration is not successful in anything, or that there's something that they can point to that says they did wrong. So like low information voters like Sid say, Sid, turn your mic off. So people will say, oh, look, the approval ratings are down. No shit, the approval ratings are down because people don't want to live in complete fucking pandemonium and chaos all the time.
So I sent you 3 videos in Discord of excessive force, and the first one is one I was talking about where the guys were violently detained and then one of them was dropped off in a different parking lot, in a Walmart parking lot.
All right, I'm about to go ahead and access that now. Now, Sid, I do want to get your thoughts on that, though. If you,
I didn't catch a lot of what Monty said, but he said I'm a low information voter that is like, oh, the polls are down. But my point there is that you guys should pay attention to that kind of stuff because people don't like this and they're going to vote you out of office because of it. That's my point. You know what? Don't pay attention to it. Don't care about it. That's all the better for me.
Didn't the polls also say he'd never get elected?
No, they did not. The polls in 2024.
Pretty sure they did.
The polls in 2024 had it as a toss-up. They had it as a toss-up. Everything.
So they didn't have it as he was going to wipe every swing state off the map? Huh.
Some did. Some didn't.
Almost like they tried to manipulate voters. Almost like they tried to dissuade Republicans from even showing up. Almost like that's voter manipulation.
Don't pay attention to it. Don't pay attention to the polls.
I mean, it doesn't. But that's your entire goal here is to point at the polls and say, "Oh, people don't support Trump. Why do you? Because they don't want chaos in their streets. Why is chaos happening in their streets? Not because ICE is following the law, but because people aren't following the law. So
I don't care. To most people that live there,
most people are idiots, Sid, and you know that.
They're okay. Tell the people they're idiots.
They are.
That's your
idiots.
strategy.
If that's
Go
what
ahead.
You gather out of that. If that's what you gather out of that, you're an idiot.
Biden tried the same thing, man. Good luck. That's a great message.
I mean, he got a point there. He got a good point. I'll be real with you. Sid actually made a good point. He did, like Biden did try to tell the wrong idiots for worrying about the economy.
Biden didn't even know his name. He couldn't even sign his own name.
But all right, guys.
And Trump was calling Greenland Iceland. So
no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Right,
you
guys.
need that video too?
But hold on now. We're going to go ahead and go through Sid's videos because he did send 3 of them. So we're going to go ahead and look at all 3 of them because he brought proof. So, and shout out to Raxter for following me on Rumble. Appreciate that. So, guys, yeah, make sure you head over and follow me on Rumble. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right to it. And this is 2 Target employees who are U.S. citizens injured during a Richfield arrest, most likely by ICE.
There are so many videos of ICE agents detaining people across the state, and one of them has sparked an intense backlash that we've been reporting on, reportedly showing agents detaining 2 employees at a Target store in Richfield. Ian talked to the man who took the video and has the latest on where those workers are tonight.
You doing all right?
Huh? I'm not doing all right.
Chaotic moments at the Richfield Target last week.
You good? What's that? You good?
As Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and federal agents stopped in.
Hey, you guys Americans?
Huh? None of your business.
The encounter captured on cell phones by bystanders as back and forth turns to 2 Target employees being tackled and detained.
You or what?
Big boy, I ain't gonna lie, that's a big guy.
As one video ends,
Christian, do you have somebody you want us to call? My mom.
others begin as one of the men shouts that he's a citizen.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Get out of your ice.
And then they put him in the car.
Mike Trench was on his way to Target for groceries when he saw those federal agents, deciding to pull out his phone and record.
It was abhorrent. It was terrible. The manager was super upset.
Nothing illegal has been done here.
Screaming. She was as loud as she could be.
For the record.
She got right
except for the running.
up to him when they were putting him in the car and just said, I have their documents.
2 employees were detained. State Representative Michael Howard says he's spoken to them and they've both since been released.
I can tell you that they are U.S. citizens. They were injured during this violent arrest.
Homeland Security said on X that one person was arrested for, quote, assaulting federal law enforcement officers.
Yep.
Howard disagrees with that.
That's what he did.
Pause it real quick. If they assaulted an officer, where's the fucking charge, Monty?
Why would they charge him? It's just going to get dropped in court.
Because that's a chargeable offense, dude. Assaulting an officer?
Sid, did they get released or not?
Yes. Why didn't they charge them if they assaulted an officer?
Because
you have
no fucking charge. But bro, there's not enough space in the jail for the amount of people that are assaulting law enforcement officers right now.
Oh my god. What do you mean? They don't even have to be kept in jail to have a charge against them.
And did he get charged?
No.
So he didn't get charged. Cool.
Neither of these people got charged.
But he did. I mean, I just saw the video.
They charged the fucker that threw a sandwich. They charged the fucker that threw a sandwich at a CBP officer, but they don't charge this guy?
You do realize they have the prerogative to do that or not to do that, right? They don't have to.
Why wouldn't they? Why didn't they charge them?
That doesn't mean that's an irrelevant point that you're trying to make. You're trying to hang credibility on it. Bro, there's plenty of crimes.
If I went and assaulted a cop right now, do you think I'd get charged?
Yeah, because it's an isolated incident, and you're not a part of this fucking.
This is an isolated incident too, dude. This is not in Minneapolis. This is in a small town in Minnesota.
God. I'm not talking about Minneapolis, Sid. I'm talking about fucking the attacks on ICE agents. They're going to fucking go after more egregious ones than this. That doesn't mean that this is not that.
And where in the video did he assault him that they just played? Where?
When he pulls his arm back when he tries to grab him. That's assault right there. He hit the officer.
He pulls his arm back when the guy tries to. Why is the guy grabbing him?
Because he's detaining him, which is his legal right to do so.
Why is he detaining him?
I don't know. I'm not him.
Why?
Do you know? Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why?
Probable cause? Well,
yes.
For me, it just looks like the guy is recording him.
Are you a police officer?
And maybe saying mean names.
Are you a police officer? Do you get to determine probable cause?
Neither of these guys.
The ICE officers are not police officers.
No, dude. They're federal agents.
That's a police officer, you dumbass. Why does it say
police on their
chest? And you know
what? They don't act like police officers because when they shot that man, they fucking fled like criminals and left the cops to clean it up.
What are you talking about, you fucking moron?
Damn.
You are literally making yourself sound stupider by the moment.
What I'm talking about is the ICE fled after they shot that guy.
Yes, that's what they do. They leave the scene because they're not allowed to be on the scene. They're going for interrogations, you dumb fuck.
And Minneapolis police had to go to court to get them not to delete evidence.
Who fucking cares? Why are you so... Now
I care. They have to preserve evidence. They have to preserve evidence. Yeah, they don't act like cops.
How are they deleting evidence?
How are they? They were detaining witnesses. They were confiscating their phones.
All right, guys. All right.
Like,
time out.
Nah, this is fucking dumb. He's bringing the most stupid fucking flat argument I've ever heard him ever bring.
I mean, hold on, guys, because I think I'm gonna have to like give you guys like a little debate session on this one.
I have to go anyway. I'm gonna let Sid. I'm gonna let Sid have this one. I literally have to go anyway.
All right,
so I'll have to go in a minute too, but. Notice how there's no argument in response. It's just calling me a name and screaming.
Because it is clearly obvious to anybody that has eyeballs that he resisted arrest, that he assaulted the police officer.
He's floundering right now. He's floundering.
I'm not
and he's
floundering.
Screaming.
I'm trying to explain it to you. This is why you don't get a response, because you fucking keep interrupting. I'm not floundering. I'm fucking laying it out before I leave. He resisted arrest. He ran. He fled and eluded another felony. And then he hit the officer when he fucking tried to grab him. Those are 3 charges.
So
because they're not charged. Just because they're not charged. Just because they're not charged. Let me answer the question. Does not mean that that you didn't do it.
Okay, buddy.
And all righty, now shout out to Laughable Panda. We can agree that the system is flawed. However, the problem is the screening process, not the institution. Then again, even if they screen better, we would still have people rioting in the streets. I mean, true.
Exactly.
Let's be real. It isn't really ICE. It's the reaction of the protesters. It's the reaction of these people, which is
maybe don't go and protest lawful order. Maybe don't go and protest a federal agency. Maybe, just maybe, mind your own fucking business and stay home and stop trying to fucking stir the pot. Stay home.
I thought you were saying it was their First Amendment right to protest.
It doesn't fucking matter. Do you want to die? Because you're gonna fucking die if you get in the way. Look at it that way. You're gonna die.
Your First Amendment right.
Yep, for your First Amendment right, Sid.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think you should. If they're killing you for your First Amendment right,
they're not killing.
That's
him for
really
his
what you're
First Amendment
saying.
Right? They're killing him for getting in the way and then brandishing a weapon and trying to shoot somebody.
He didn't brandish the weapon, dude. Are you going back now? Are you going back on what you said earlier?
I misspoke. Shut the fuck up and calm down, you fucking baby.
All right,
dude,
guys,
you're the only one calling names, man.
And all righty. Now, shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. Let me go ahead and get his super chat in there. He says U.S. shares border with 3 countries, not 2. We do.
What's the third country?
Yeah, me too. I'm wondering, like, who's third?
I apologize for that. I was not expecting the dogs to go off the way they did, and I was not able to get my mute quick enough.
You're fine. You're fine.
But all right, guys.
What is the third country that we share a border with? The U.S.
Hold on now. We're gonna bring this back around with you two, because I want to actually have a structured debate between you two, because I think that would be actually a whole lot better than this back and forth that we're getting. You know,
it's not going to be better, because all he's going to do is just throw.
We're going to do it by the structured way. Give 3-minute replies, 3-minute response, no interruptions, so everybody can get the idea out there and everybody knows where people stand.
Yeah,
I mean, he already said where he stands. He thinks that I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be able to enforce laws because they don't like it. That's his point. That's what it boils down to. They shouldn't be able to do it because Sid doesn't like it. Bro, that's what the argument always comes back to. Is, oh, they're not really that bad. They just broke a law just to get here. Oh my God, poor them.
Here's something I want to point out. Monty started yelling and screaming and name calling the minute I came back with videos that he said if I provided, he would give me the argument on.
You didn't provide what you said you would provide.
We haven't even watched half of the first one. I sent 3.
Exactly, and I've already disproven what you said. You said he was just picked up, poor guy, beat the fuck, and then dropped off. You didn't see the scuffle where they were fighting with him in the street?
Dude, there was no scuffle. They just grabbed him. for no apparent reason. By the way, he's walking backwards and recording them and calling them names.
Video has no
and then
context.
ICE had to
get it, Sid.
ICE had to release a memo that said, "Hey, people are allowed to call you mean names. It's not a crime." I don't know if you saw that one.
True.
But why do they have to tell the officers that in the first place? Because they react like this, and then they have no. It strains credulity. They have no charges to bring, but Monty's claiming this guy committed 3 felonies on video, and they're unwilling to charge him with 1. Yet they release him, beaten, injured in a different parking lot minutes later.
Where's the video of him being beaten and injured? By the way.
Well, interesting that ICE didn't record themselves doing that. But he was injured when he was released in the Walmart parking lot.
Oh, got you. So you have no proof.
What?
Got you.
The
so
proof is that he was injured.
Oh no! How did he not fall down the stairs? How do you know he didn't get beat up?
What stairs? The stairs of the SUV? His own claims. He says he was injured in the arrest.
Was he fighting back?
Yeah. You can see the video, guys.
You don't get injured if you're not fighting.
You're going to get injured.
You can see the video. And why aren't they charging this guy then? You guys have no answer for that. You have no
I've
answered it twice. I've answered it twice.
I have a
bigger
decent
things to
answer. I
worry
mean, they
about.
could have gave him a warning on the nice side.
Yeah.
It's called discretion. They have the discretion not to charge people. It's not a mandatory, he commits the crime, he's going to get charged. It's called discretion.
If you're assaulting an officer, you are going to get charged. Anyone listening to this, don't think that
as a kid, I wasn't charged with assaulting an officer.
Don't think that you can go out and
and I have not been charged.
You can't just go out and assault someone.
Don't think you can just go out, anyone listening to this, that you can assault an officer like they are claiming, like the ICE is claiming, and not get charged with it.
You see it for your own eyes. You see it with your own eyes. They're not claiming it. It's what happened.
No, you don't see it. I don't see where he assaulted the officer at all.
I don't know where you didn't
I don't see it. I have eyes, and he did not assault the officer.
Yes,
I mean, where?
Do you know what the definition of assault is, Sid?
Where did he assault the officer,
the definition of assault. Go ahead.
No, where did he assault? Why don't you tell me? Why don't you just tell me where he's?
Run the video back. Let's run the video back because I have to fucking leave, and I'm tired of fucking you moving the goalpost on the conversation every time you get proven wrong.
You don't know what that means. What is the goal?
Run the video back, please, Set.
Yo, Monty, I'm gonna need you to clarify where I moved the goalpost from where to where.
Every single time I say, "Oh, it wasn't this," then you move on to another topic, or you fucking say you change. Shut up! Do you want me to fucking answer or not? Shut up! I need to go, and you're fucking being ridiculous. You move the goalpost.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. You're the only one that's lied here tonight. Is you, bud? You've lied about everything you said, including this.
Dude, you're lying about the assault, and you're lying that.
Can you the video that Sid set in set? Mm-hmm. That's not the video Sid set in. That's the video of the shooting.
I thought you meant the video of when you said did he push him or not? Oh, okay, you meant Sid's video. Whoops.
Yes, when he's fighting with the officers.
We're about to see a violent assault from this guy.
Did I say violent? An assault does not have to be violent.
Right. Chaotic.
Assault is violent.
No, it's not. It's putting the fear of violence into somebody. That's the definition of assault.
Putting the fear of violence into somebody. Okay, tell me where that happens.
Can you play the video?
I'm playing right now.
Two target employees being tackled and detained.
You or what?
Look,
and now he's running, and now he's hit him.
Where did he hit him?
When he swung around to face him, he hit him.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
He threw a left hook at the officer.
As one video ends.
Christian, do you have somebody you want us to call?
Maybe it was
What?
He threw a left hook.
Okay, hold on. I kind of see what Monty's talking about, actually. Like, if you see how he kind of like jerked his body really fast, like he was throwing something, look, boom, right there. Like he did it kind of quick.
That doesn't look like a punch.
It's a whip around.
It doesn't look like a punch to you because you've been proven wrong and you called me a liar. So I want my apology now, please.
That is actually
3 out of 4 people believe what I just said.
I mean, we can't say
that's actually an instinctual thing to do. Sorry.
So they detained him, they arrested him, and they didn't charge him. But it's so clear to everybody that that's a punch.
And all right, guys. Go ahead, Tova. Go ahead.
And I say probably because they couldn't. To them, they weren't 100% sure. It might have grazed them because technically, it's actually instinctual. If you're trying to get away from someone and they grab you by the arm, you're going to swing around out of instinct and try and get them to release you, regardless of who the person is. So probably because of the fact that it was an instinctual situation or an instinctual act, that's probably why they didn't charge him, because it's an understandable reaction, which they will do.
It doesn't matter. You can instinctually fire your gun at an officer.
I mean, actually,
no, it doesn't.
No. I've literally seen people.
You can instinctually
try to instinctually move their car while an officer is coming at their car, and an officer didn't, hit them with the whole evading police. They said, "Oh, well, my bad, I overreacted, and it was an instinct. I was scared," and they was able to get off with that. I mean, let's be real. There are some cops that are reasonable with you.
There are many
these guys
that are very
charge somebody that threw a sandwich, and they're not going to charge somebody that allegedly punched them.
I'm weak. Well, different cops. Different cops. Different cops. Remember discretion.
But it's not about it's not the cops that decide. It's not the cops. It's the agency.
Yes, actually.
No, it is the cops.
And
it is the cops. Remember, this is one of the reasons why I used to say. Oh, I'm sorry, Tub. Go ahead. Nobody interrupt Tub.
It is up to the police officers what they're going to tell the DA about the incident and what they put in their report.
The DA wouldn't be the one charging it. It would be the federal government.
What they put in the report is up to the officers.
The federal
government will go by.
The federal government that is going around saying, if you lay a finger on our officer, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Constantly, that is Pam Bondi saying that. Constantly, that's Trump saying that.
Bro, we hear what you're saying, but you gotta understand though, a lot of officers do run off discretion. Like you're right. One officer did get hit with a sandwich, and they brought down the law on that guy. And you're saying, well, why didn't this guy who got punched didn't get the same treatment? Because different officer, different group of guys. They were probably a little bit more understanding.
It wasn't the officer. It wasn't the officer that brought those charges. It was Janine Pirro. And in this case, it could be the federal attorney in Minneapolis that they have there, or Pam Bondi.
Different people.
Yeah, but on their discretion, they can choose who to go after. Now, I may not agree with it, but let's be real, it does work.
Okay, do you agree that the rhetoric from this administration is if you lay a finger on one of our agents, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law? Yes or no?
Yeah.
They did say that, but not all the time. But here's the thing, though. This is up to an individual officer, though. So an individual officer.
If you punch an officer.
But we're going off the attitude of the Trump administration. You're right. You're right. But we're going at the discretion of that officer. Every officer.
The agency would charge, especially since there's video of it.
For the officer to write it up, to write the citation, to write out the report for the agency.
But if they're saying
that's it,
they arrested him.
Sorry, Panda was asking. She wants to know how they can get up.
Oh, shit, I got you guys. Hold on here.
Well, they said that they arrested this guy because he assaulted an officer. So they arrested him because he assaulted an officer, but they didn't charge him. Why? Why even arrest him then?
Probably to talk. To find out who he is.
Yeah. Remember,
there's plenty of reasons for them to arrest someone. That doesn't mean they're going to keep them.
If any of this is convincing, all this narrative crafting and stuff, if this is convincing to anybody, I just don't even know what to say.
Bro, I'm be real with you. We're not even trying to narrative craft. Like, the thing is, though, there is, like, just like you said, there's holes in what we're saying. There's holes and also in what you're saying as well. Nothing can be
not really
definitive proof.
Yes,
what I've said is that the policy of this administration has been: you lay a finger on one of our agents, we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. Then they claim that they arrested and detained this guy because he assaulted an officer.
What an individual officer does, I mean,
but it's not. It's not about that. The agency itself would be the one that prosecuted it, not the officer. It's not him
has to write
in his private capacity.
Step one is with the officer. But we all got to admit
they did write it up.
If the officer don't report it, then what does the agency go on? Nothing.
How are they claiming it's assault if the officer didn't write it up?
No, they didn't claim it was assault. Remember, that was
yes, they did.
Video?
No, it says it in the video. They say that they arrested him for assaulting an officer.
Okay, then let's be real though. When he turned around and it looked like he threw that punch, we didn't see it. The officer's body was blocking it. For all you know, it may have been a push, it may have been a punch, it may have just been a turn of the arm. But we didn't really see what. All we see was his arm, him turn fast, and that was it. We don't know if he punched him, pushed him, whatever.
If they arrest you for assaulting an officer,
video, you can't say, "Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, I know he didn't punch him." No, there's definitely some doubt in there.
I have major doubt because they didn't charge him. They had him detained and under arrest, and they could have charged him.
Yeah, but let's say they were being real
and that would
about
send
it.
a
Like,
message.
look, you're an American citizen. I get you might have overreacted. Just don't do this again. We'll just let you go on this one. Like, bro, no, they don't gotta be savages all the time. Like, bro, there are officers that actually that will let you off, especially if it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, like in this situation, there's a misunderstanding. They thought he was illegal.
How is it not that big of a deal?
Away.
They freaking they perp walk him into the car. They fucking are injuring him while they're putting him in the car. For what?
For reasonable suspicion of possibly being an illegal. He gave himself, I'm sorry, but he kind of put himself under the reasonable suspicion light with how he was coming at them.
By being brown?
No, well, I'm being
what illegal what illegal immigrants are putting themselves in the faces of officers, of immigration officers, recording them?
I mean, when you're working at Home Depot or like, Target or whatever, I'm gonna be honest with you, you never really know how crazy people are to do that to themselves. Or they might know somebody who's an illegal and they might be able to, like, I'm gonna be real with you, interrogate him. They're allowed to detain him for up to 72 hours to find out whatever this guy knows. So when they put him in the car, that's called detaining. And they could have rolled around that man in the car for 72 hours and it'd have been legal.
Yep.
It's just the way detaining works. And like I said, not all officers got to go what the Trump administration say, even though that's what we want them to do.
Dude,
do you guys want to watch the rest of this video and the other videos? They're all very short.
Once before.
Of course.
I'll give you I've heard your take on this one. I disagree. We disagree on this.
Got you. But all right,
I think it's excessive force and unnecessary. So.
All right, then we'll shoot. I'll actually we'll play all three.
Shoot.
So we do got. I do got to give you that. Yeah.
I do have one thing I do want to point out. Up until the mid 90s, it was normal for officers get a call, go and they would end up duking it out with the person, shake hands, and everybody went their separate ways. That was completely legal for many, many years, up until the mid 90s.
It's not legal. It's just not observing the law as written.
But all right, guys, let me go ahead and get out to Laughable Panda. She said the First Amendment is freedom of speech. The Second Amendment is to bear arms. You have the right to say what you want. Just be careful because the other person can also have a gun. I mean, that's true. But all right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and play out his videos real quick because they're really short.
Own and record.
It was abhorrent. It was terrible. The manager was super upset. She was screaming. She was as loud as she could be. She got right up to him when they were putting him in the car and just said, I have their documents.
2 employees.
Oh, and one more super chat because shout out to the Rumble rant said by Laughable Panda. Appreciate it, sis. And then shout out Brittany coming in again. Said it's too dumb to understand how dumb he is. Well, damn. Oh, Laughable Panda came. Well, that was well.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Panda? But all right,
I'm going pretty good.
I love to hear. I'm gonna go ahead and play these 3 videos and I'm gonna get y'all thoughts on it.
Were detained. State Representative Michael Howard says he's spoken to them and they've both since been released.
I can tell you that they are U.S. citizens. They were injured during this violent arrest.
Homeland Security said on X that one person was arrested for, quote, assaulting federal law enforcement officers. Howard disagrees with that.
Border Control's account saying that they assaulted agents is what I would say is folks can believe their own eyes. Plenty of video that showed these workers violently being arrested. Greg Bovino himself is the one that asked these workers, are you U.S. citizens?
Howard says he understands some online saying these actions come after verbal insults were thrown at agents, but says that doesn't warrant treatment like this.
Because someone said a naughty word, that allows them to brutalize United States citizens for expressing their constitutional right. That false equivalency is... the gap is unbelievable. In both instances are just a sort of terrifying and egregious situation.
Now, I have reached out to Target for a comment on this, and Jana, I know you have as well, but we've been told that there is no statement coming from the company on ICE activity. Jana?
Yeah, Ian, just a simple no comment. And so that the young men are out of custody, no charges, nothing?
Yeah, I asked Howard just, what the current situation is with them, because he's the one who's kind of been working with them and speaking with them. He says they're both out of custody right now. Obviously, we heard the situations with them, one with the dropped off at that Walmart, the other one detained for a long time as well, but both are out right now.
All right. And one of the things that we have covered, and maybe you got to this and there's so much going on, but, people are asking questions about can DHS go into these stores or ICE or Border Patrol? And the answer is a little bit complicated, but it's yes.
Yeah. I know you and I have talked a little bit about this, but yes, I mean, it's sort of this quasi-public private space as well.
All right. Thanks so much, Ian. We appreciate it.
All right. Now let's go. Whoops.
Good afternoon.
To the next video that Sid went and posted here.
We are also hearing.
Can I just say something
from another person
about?
Yeah, go ahead, Parabolic.
Hey, first off, good afternoon. Second off, I hope my mic's okay. It's a different mic, so I don't know if it is or not.
You're good.
And then third, so the one thing I will say about that last video, them trying to detain him, right? The only thing we can even say off of the video, just the video, again, we don't know every single fact. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do, but off the video only, it looks like they're trying to detain him on a hunch. And you can briefly detain people on hunches. The Terry stop law applies here. However, I will denote that it did seem like the police seemed to, we'll just call them the police, seem to try to escalate the situation as the gentleman was trying to back away. They were just trying to film and back away. So as the ICE officers continued to pursue them without having said anything about, are you American citizens beforehand, right? While these guys are filming, I think that everything past that is what I would refer to. Well, I think there's a legal precedent. I don't know if I'm using it in the same legal precedent, but fruit of the poisonous tree, right? They're just detaining him because he was saying bad things, and they didn't have any actual justification to detain him.
Okay. All right. I see how you came to that. And hold on, shout out Brittany for sending a laughing disco for 250. And on my honest analysis of the video too, it does seem like he was like egging them on. He said, bro, asked him, yo, are you illegal? Are you even here illegally? Are you you got your papers and all that good stuff? He continued to ignore them. And he was just like, all right, cool. Go grab them, guys. And he grabbed them, and they went and grabbed them. It did seem like it was about as simple as that. Now, when the ICE officer was walking towards him and that kid turned around, I'm not going to sit there and say that he punched him. But according to the ICE officer, when he made that sudden jerk around, he assaulted him. So
I wouldn't necessarily say he punched him. I would say that he maybe did try to push him. Based off that that video, it does kind of look like he tried to push him away. Like, get off me, man. Right?
Yeah.
That definitely is what it looks like it happened. I don't know if his second hand made contact. Obviously, his first hand was already in contact with the officer's hand and arm. So there's probably some contact going on there already. But again, I go back to before that even happens, this guy is just exercising his legal right to, film in public, be a, citizen journalist. People do this all the time, regardless if they make money for it or not. And the ICE officers, because of his words to them, started to concoct in their head, and this is just my own understanding of what I saw in here. That I can't actually speak to what their actual mindset is, just what my belief is. They started concocting, oh, well, let's get him because he looks different, and that is profiling, and that's wrong.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court gave them the okay to do so. Now, I mean, if the Supreme Court says that that's mean it's okay, well, no, not really. But I'll be honest with you, when it comes to catching these guys, we are going to have to do a little bit of profiling because sadly, most of the people that were let in here were brown and black.
Yeah, also, Monty said something earlier about, oh, are you going to argue with the law? People argue with the law all the time. That's how laws get changed. I know he's not here to defend himself, but that's just real. You can't say, oh, you're not going to argue the law, are you? Yes, all the time.
I do have something to say to that. So
like, if you look at the video, it does look like in the second clip of the video that he's trying to run away. And it does, like, I know that a lot of standard procedure when when a suspect is fleeing for at least police is to try to tackle them or to, you know, catch them however you can. And like, even doing that, like, it can look like it's excessive force even before hands are thrown, because it's just, hey, they're getting tackled. It's a full body weight being pressed on them.
I'm not even
And
arguing
so,
excessive force, by the way. Just so we're clear.
no, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, because that's what Sid was arguing, was that it's excessive force. I don't see any hands being thrown. All I see is them tackling him and putting cuffs on him. Can we play that clip again so I can see that?
Let's see here. No problem. Talking about the young Hispanic guy.
And while we're talking about that, I just want to reiterate the fact that my point is, I'm not even going to look at anything past them trying to detain him off of a hunch that they gathered while he was doing something that was obviously, we'll say, aggravating towards them, right? So, like, again, once you get past that point, I don't think we can get past that point, basically. Like, legally, I don't think we can get past that point.
All right.
That's why they didn't actually, like, in my view, that is why they didn't actually charge him, because they knew that looking back on any video evidence of this, they were going to be like, oh, we were starting to detain him after he was recording us, after he was around our area. We weren't there for him. We weren't there to, like, investigate him in any way, right? He was just recording, and then we started to try to, quote unquote, investigate him. And I think that everything past that is through the poisonous tree, and we can't even look at it.
And I think it says a lot about what ICE's actions are by what they release in private. When they have to start circulating memos that say, hey, it's not illegal for people to say mean things to you, and that's not justification to just arrest them, that does show that instances possibly like this, because it came out after this, and other instances like it, that what they did here was wrong and wasn't justifiable. And that goes into my argument that that's probably why they didn't press charges, because they don't want this stuff going through court. They don't want to keep losing in court over stuff like this.
Well, I do believe that there
how's
is.
How's that U.S. Conviction rate looking now? It was like 90%, right? It was.
Now it's really low. Now it's very low.
Crazy. That is crazy.
They can't even get grand jury. They can't even get a grand jury to agree to press charges on some of these things.
Bro, not anymore.
I think it's of the people behind the district attorneys and the attorney general. Do you think it's that, or do you think it's just
there are a lot of
random
active judges right now?
The judges don't decide; it's the grand jury.
The judges who are lawfully
on the
found
indictment, yeah,
to be impartial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And it's not the judges that decide on indictments; it's the grand jury.
Yeah.
And famously, people said, "Oh, grand jury will indict a ham sandwich." I guess not, because Jeanine Pirro can't get her drunk ass through a grand jury. So.
All right, though. But let's go ahead and go to the next video, though, and let's see what else my man Sid went and sent over.
We are also hearing from another person who was detained by ICE. She says that she was on her way to a doctor's appointment. Maybe you have seen this video. Some of the pictures of her arrest are online by now, really seen by millions of people. Aliyah Rahman is the woman that you'll see being pulled from the car here. The arrest happened on January 13th. You can see her kind of pulling ahead. The agents, trying to get her out of the car. Rahman says she was not there protesting. She says she was on her way to a doctor's appointment. In the clip, which you can't hear the audio, you can hear her saying in the clip she's disabled, she's autistic, and that she's trying to get to her appointment.
Now, I remember this because this girl has like a mental issue where it, like, and she was on CNN actually admitting to this. She has a mental issue where, oh well, people give her orders, she hear different voices in her mind, she hear different things, and this is like part of her disability. So this was honestly like a communication error due to her disability and ICE officers, because she said, well, I felt like I was getting conflicting what was it, conflicting orders, when
Conflicting
no, you
orders,
was getting
yeah.
the same orders, but sadly though she was too busy. Well, I mean, one, she was scared and she overreacted and she started hearing things that, well, she wasn't hearing, and instead of actually listening to the ICE officers, she wasn't listening to them, and that's what got her pulled out of her car. Her disability and the fact that ICE officers couldn't communicate effectively to her because of her disability. And remember, she said this on CNN. It's not just me just
And
saying
ICE
disability.
officers, regardless of that, have been known to give conflicting orders. They did give conflicting orders to Renee Good. Some of them said, "Get out of here." Some of them said to drive away earlier, "Get out of here," and then they started saying, "Get out of your car."
No. They told her to get out of here the first time. She didn't listen. Then they came to her car. That's what they always do. I remember they did a whole news segment on there about how they handle obstructions. They go to their car. They say, look, you can get up out of here, and if you don't, then something's going to happen. They gave that.
They go to their car. They stand in front of them.
There was no second warning.
Did you fully look at?
They came for her.
What is it? Barnes versus Reyes.
Yeah,
Did you fully
I
look
remember
at that?
I remember I brought that up.
So remember, so you I think first off, number one, you got that completely backwards. You said it's the officer's view on it, and I said no, it's the totality of the evidence. Now again, in layman's terms,
whoa. I said that. No, I say no. Yeah, no. Even they said it's the totality of the evidence, means the full scene of it within the officer's view. Everything from the officer's view to the camera view and all of that. That's the totality of evidence. When I was reading it out, they also included in that case that they have to go from what the officer was seeing as well. That is part of the totality of evidence.
No. That's one of the things that they have to do. That is not.
So I had to look. I had to look something up. I had to look this up. So, give me a second. I just went kaput. Okay, so I was looking up like laws against using excessive profane language. Like, just there are 5 cases where it is not okay. Like, actually can get you jail time or fines if you are just, using a whole lot of cuss words or stuff. There's the disorderly conduct. Like, if you're doing something that, like doing something along with that, they can charge you with disorderly conduct. There's threats. If you are pushing them or hitting them in any way, then they can arrest you for that. Then there's something called the fighting words doctrine, which is language that is intended to provoke an immediate violent reaction from the listener. It is not protected by the First Amendment. And then there are some locations that have stricter rules where you can get jail time for using profane language in those areas. So I was just looking at this.
U.S. law, but can I just say something? Go back on number 1 right quick. Just read that back to me, and I do have something to say to that.
Number 1?
Yeah, the first thing that she said, the first.
Disorderly conduct. When you have. So disorderly conduct when you're swearing excessively, like where he was repeatedly saying "fuck you, fuck you, fuck you."
Yes.
Okay.
So notation number 1. Did you know that a police officer cannot be the complainant? It has to be a citizen that is not a of the U.S. government, right? Like that I can't be an entity of the U.S. government. So it has to be a citizen that reports them for disorderly conduct, and then the police officer then has to arrest. It's not that, I'm screaming at the officer and the officer's now, that's disorderly conduct and now I can arrest you. That's not how that works. It has to
unless
be
it's accompanied with physical action.
Yes, and so with physical action, but that's not the words. The words are actually not even a part of that at that point. It's just the physical action, right? So like the words never even meant anything at that point, right? It's only the physical action that even matters for that. And again, disorderly conduct can be reported by a citizen, and if the officer is within earshot and the citizen reports it, then the officer can then arrest. That is 100% the case. You got that down pat, right? But again, an officer cannot be the complainant
for disorderly conduct.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
got you. Just for that law, that makes sense. All right, that makes sense. All right.
You can see the agents kind of smashing out the window, pulling her out of that vehicle. They cut away her seatbelt and then end up kind of carrying her.
One more thing
away
about
by
the
her
fighting
arms and
words.
legs. Now, in a statement, Aaliyah Rahman says that while in custody, she repeatedly asked for a doctor, but was taken to a detention center. And according to her, she didn't get medical help until she went unconscious in her cell. She says she was treated for injuries from assault as well. So she's alleging assault here. She says she feels, quote, lucky to be alive. DHS, so anytime we show anything like this, we always want to try to get, the whole story here. So DHS, we did reach out to them, and they did address this particular arrest in a statement online, sharing another video of Rahman's arrest and saying, quote, as officers carried out their law enforcement duties, a significant crowd surrounded them and began.
And this a significant crowd surrounded them. Like I said, this is what needs to stop. Like, you can't sit there and try to crowd like a bunch of police officers while they're trying to do their job. That is basically obstruction. But once again, it's not being stopped by, the Minnesota leadership. It's not being stopped by Tim Walz or Jacob Fry. But, it's all ICE fault, though, somehow.
Leading law enforcement operations, a federal crime. One agitator.
It's not all ICE's fault, but you say none of it is ICE's fault.
Oh, well, I'm gonna be real with you. And Renee Goodwin, not really. But in this one, I ain't gonna lie, ICE does share a good amount of blame here. So for this one, yeah, they do actually have something.
One last thing on ICE. On the fighting word, Chip Clint's, I'm going to butcher this word, Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire makes it to where now it is direct in-person, face-to-face confrontation is fighting words. So over the internet cannot be fighting words.
That's true.
That's just straight up case law.
Away from the scene, and she was arrested for obstruction. Another agitator assaulted an officer by jumping on his back. 6 of these agitators were taken into custody for assaulting law enforcement.
I do think that there may be some sort of precedent for if you're over the internet but have the ability to get to someone within a reasonable amount of time, that might actually still be considered fighting words. Like if you're in the same city or something like that, I think that still can be considered fighting words. But I think it's within a reasonable amount of time.
All right, there was another video that my man Sid sent in from New York Post.
Back up!
What the?
What the hell? What are you doing?
I mean, detaining somebody? And this lady too?
Yeah, but why does the man have
now.
to mace that dude who was already on the ground, both hands behind their back? Genuinely. Can you please give me a logical reason why someone needed to be maced after they are fully detained?
To be quite honest with you, there is really no good reason besides F that guy.
So I did just look up.
And Sid's problem.
I did just look up the fighting words doctrine. It says here that it generally requires the speech to be delivered face to face, not through a note, not through the internet.
Yeah, so like you said, it can't be done over the internet. Yeah, it can't be seen
and again,
as
the general thing is because it can be if you do it over the internet, but you are within the ability to come fight them, then I think it's still considered fighting words.
What do women really want?
I don't care what they want. I only care what they respond to. See, my focus is a little bit different.
What the hell was going on with that?
What was that?
I don't even know. Shoot, it wasn't even showing me the short that I was playing, so it was a slight glitch on the page. But
all it said was, what do women want? I don't even know what I want. What? I'm sorry. Half the time, I don't know what I want to eat, but like, otherwise, I know what I want. I'll sit there and I'll stare at the fridge like, yeah, all
Yeah, I
this
do the
food
same
looks
thing.
good. I want to eat it all.
Can I take a shot at what you want? Happiness, security,
who don't?
Peace. Same thing everybody wants. There's no
Yeah,
difference in what men and women want. It's just like how some people go about things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're talking about relationship wise, I do think that they want two different things, but Motor, that's a whole nother conversation. We'll focus on relationship and dating another time. But all right, though. Now, let's see here. I do want to get over here to CNN. What do I say? Well, actually, though, now that I've gotten through all of Sid's videos, you know, I could sit here and say that, yeah, not all these are clear-cut examples of ICE being overly aggressive. That last one, though, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Yeah, him spraying him on the ground while he was already on the, while him spraying him on the ground when he was basically detained and can't do anything, that was unnecessary. So, I mean, I'm not supporting that. But the other two,
yeah. So the last one I think is excessive violence. The one that we saw before that was I don't really I genuinely don't know what that was there.
Bad
I might have to,
communication.
yeah, I have to look at that further, especially if there is like mental illness involved in there, because they're like we at some point in time we have to like understand that like the people who are trained need to be the ones who are the ones taking the responsibility of things, right? Like, so like you understand that like if a manager is over like a McDonald's, that manager's job to make sure all these different foods and stuff come out. Like, you're not going to get mad at the cashier because they didn't have fries, right? But you can get mad at the manager because that's their job, is to make sure that they have fries, right? So like people in responsible positions need to be held to responsibility. And that's been my position this whole time, right? Like the ICE officers did not actually follow proper procedure in the Renee Good situation. They should have pulled up behind her vehicle instead of in front of her, to be able to then get out into a death zone, right? That is always considered a death zone. By that point, they've already done two things that's absolutely like, by policy, they should have already been fired. Right? Like, can we at least agree on that they pulled in front of a vehicle and then stepped out into a fucking death zone? Sorry.
Whoa. No, actually, no, we cannot, because when Renee Good moved her car backwards, she put that ICE officer in that space.
No. Before that.
Wait, when he circled the car?
Whenever he got in front of the vehicle.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. No, the only reason he was in front of that vehicle is because Renee Good pulled out and put him in front of that vehicle.
No, I am arguing before that. No, before that ever happens, whenever the police officers, the quote unquote police officers, ignore all training and pull in front of her vehicle instead of behind her vehicle, like all training requires. Then they get
hold on. You talking about the Renee Good shooting?
Yes.
Yeah, but bro, nobody was in front. No officer pulled in front of her. If anything, an officer pulled to the side of her.
Did. Yeah,
no, they didn't. How the hell she drive? Bro,
how
they was in front of her, then she wouldn't be able to drive forward.
You're gonna tell me they didn't pull around 3/4 around her vehicle instead of just getting
from the back? Yes,
end of the vehicle. Yes, that is textbook policy. That is against policy. You don't do that.
Whoa. But hold on, dog. But guess what else is against the law? You can't park your car. You can't park your car sideways in the middle of the street, honking the horn obsessively. That's why they came behind her vehicle and then pulled off to the side of her. And they was in their ICE van. I mean, in their ICE cars or whatever. Like, bro, you're allowed to do that.
You are putting the people who aren't trained over the people who are trained. You're like, oh, we're gonna hold them to this super high standard, even though they're not trained in any sort of methods. But these ICE officers who are trained supposedly in all these different methods completely ignore their training, and then you're like, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. He walked directly.
No, he didn't ignore his training.
No. So hold on. All right, right quick. Not the officer who got hit, but the other officer, the first one to come over to Renee Good's like driver's side window, the one that was like videoing her beforehand, right? He walked in front of her vehicle, which is textbook against policy, because you don't do that, because you put yourself in harm's way. And then his other buddy then did the exact same thing, walking in front of the passenger side light and then getting in front of the vehicle. They both did things that were textbook against policy. They should have been off of any case before they ever got
Wrong.
to shooting her.
You're wrong. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong, my friend. Like, if you want to talk about the first time he went around that vehicle, I'm be real with you, that's a stationary vehicle, and he was just recording. She was just recording her. Like, let's just be honest. He was allowed to go around that vehicle and record. Now, here's the thing, though. When he moved across, now when those officers came up and told her to get out the car, and she didn't listen, then they put their hand inside the car trying to get her out, and she pulled out while the officer's hand was still in the car. That's what put the ICE officer in front of the car.
Are you listening to a single thing I'm saying?
Bro, are you? I'm trying, bro. I don't even think you were talking about the same footage at a certain point.
Their SUV pulling 3/4 of the way in front of Renee Good's SUV, and then the first officer steps out, walks in front of Renee Good's freaking vehicle. Then the second officer steps out, walks in front of Renee Good's vehicle, and then the shooting happens.
Hold on, there was no second officer in front of Renee Good's vehicle.
Play the video.
Like, bro, when I tell you, I literally have all the footage here. Like, bro, we could go ahead and go through it. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. Like, this is 3 minutes before the shooting. Right? Let's go over to what Renee Good is doing. I mean, is that okay to be right in the middle of the road, honking a horn obsessively, blocking off an entire lane? Okay, great. I know we got that down. Fantastic. But we're going to look for the second ICE officer that you were talking about. Because there is none. There's only that one officer, Jonathan Ross. This is 3 minutes leading up before the shooting. Now, let me go to the part where Jonathan Ross actually drive behind her car, so we can actually get to see what's really going on here. That's still Renee Good honking the horn in the middle of the road.
Here comes the Deathmobile.
That's disturbing the peace.
They're walking up to go talk to her.
Oh, again, I'm not saying anything.
And here it is. No, nobody now. Renee Good still.
Okay, yeah, and I got you 100%. You ready? So do you see where she is, where the vehicle is?
Yeah.
Everything past this tree on your right side, that officer should never go past.
That's, bro, come on now. That's not how it works.
That is how that works. That's how the policy works, my guy. This is
so
you're
telling me an officer can't drive behind you?
They were not behind her.
They were behind her when they came, bro. All right, look, because I'm gonna go ahead and this is it. This is the vehicle right here. This is
they should stop right there. No, pause.
No, I got you.
Stop right there.
Right here.
That's where they should
right
stop.
there. So this
they should not move any further forward. That past that is death. That is death for any. That officer could have been rammed into right then. That's death, dude. That is death.
Bro, they're allowed to move behind a car. Like, bro, they moved behind a car to get on her side. A stationary car in the middle of the road. Bro, hold on, bro. Basically, we're saying that, like, really nobody can get past her because it's all a death trap. Because, I mean, not even the citizens could that could have been a death trap for them as well?
I'm telling you that the officers.
So hold on, you're basically saying that she was basically out there to be a death trap for police officers or the law or ICE enforcement, but not the neighbors. No, because you gotta hold that same standard to the people as well. I mean, those people who are passing past her are also in danger as well.
Citizens, they are citizens. They are regular.
So that means she's out there to what? Actually, she's out there to only be a danger for law enforcement.
I do not hold citizens to the same standard as law enforcement. No, I will never do that.
I mean, bro, I'm not holding them to the same standard. I'm saying that the same risk is there.
I hold a higher standard to law enforcement. This is why I'm talking about.
No, this is not a standard. This is an assessment of risk. No, because both the officers and the citizens passing her were at the same risk level then, being in front and the back of the car, because that wasn't the only people that went around her. I mean, bro, let's be honest here. He's allowed to do that. They are trained, bro. They're ex-law enforcement and vets. They're been trained.
The random citizens going around her?
No, bro. I'm talking about the ICE officers that arrested her. The random citizens that arrested her. No, the random citizens that passed by her. If you're saying that, oh, it's dangerous for the ICE officer to cross them, then I mean, why the hell is it okay for the citizens to?
The citizens are not trained in deadly
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Then
yes,
the citizens should stay still too, since this is such a dangerous thing to pass by your logic.
Yes,
if officers can't even pass it, then why should citizens pass by her if this is the same in danger of being rammed?
The citizens aren't trained, and these, like I'm going to call it like it is, these asshats have been trained. At least supposedly, but they ignore that training. They get in front of the vehicle, continue playing it. The dude walks in front of her vehicle, and then the other dude stations himself in the frontwards position of her vehicle.
Other dude. There is no other dude. There literally is no other dude. It was just Jonathan Roth. Like, look,
right
it's him right there. That's him. That's Jonathan Roth. He came out the vehicle that went right behind her. That's now parked on the side of her.
Continue the video.
Now parked on the side of her, and he's going around the vehicle.
Continue the video.
There's the girlfriend right there getting in his face.
Yep.
She's moving the car, telling other people to go over. So I'm just being real with you. So I mean, he's in danger too? I mean,
yes, he is. He is 100% in danger.
Fair.
But he is not trained to not be in danger.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing though. So the people who are trained to be in danger, they're the ones that got to handle the danger. So it only makes sense that the ICE officer would have to go out there and handle it.
Which means they need to be the safest. Therefore, putting themselves into a
but here's the thing though.
Can I cut in here?
When they came from the side and tried to take her out the car, I mean, like, well, what did you want her to do? Just ram her out of there?
Can I cut in here?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So from an early age, I have been told that I should not go in front. If the vehicle's on, especially if it's like doing wacky stuff like what she's doing, don't go in front of or behind the vehicle because you don't know what this crazy person's going to be doing. And so I'm sorry, I don't know your name. By his logic, nobody should be around the vehicle, because if somebody like me who is taught from an early age, from like when I'm talking early age, I'm talking about 5, 6, 7 years old. Don't go in front of this truck. Don't go behind this truck because they're parked weird and you don't know what they're gonna do.
Yes. All right. And now shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. Says they are
So that
fighting
guy's not
against
walking
federal
around.
agents.
No, hold on. Pause and rewind. So that dude didn't just walk directly in front of our vehicle.
No.
It's every morning.
Whoa. Directly in front of her vehicle? Like, hold on. Did you mean directly
in front of her vehicle?
No, bro.
That is
him doing this, surveillancing the vehicle? Surveillancing the vehicle?
That is directly against police policy.
Nah, I think it says against police possible to get in front of an evading vehicle.
An angle you can observe the front.
Like, no, an evading vehicle, a moving vehicle, not a stationary. I mean, they can move around a stationary vehicle.
No.
Yeah, they
if
can.
The vehicle is on, which it is. You are trained to not be in front of that vehicle in any way.
But let's be honest though, because remember when she was told to get it. Look, the first time he's in front of the vehicle, he's allowed to do that. He's allowed to. He has to gather information. Now, the second time he was put in front of the vehicle, that was because she moved back and put him in front of the vehicle.
Just answer the question: is that dude in front of her vehicle right now?
Right now, of course, yes.
Yes. Okay. So and then but
here's the thing though, you're misquoting the rule book here.
1 second. No, 1 second. Just 1 second. Let me get the follow up in here. And so then he walks over to her side of her vehicle, right? That's officer number one in front of her vehicle. Now, then Jonathan Ross then does the same, but doesn't get fully
No, this
across.
is Jonathan Ross. This is Jonathan Ross. There is no second guy.
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
Jonathan. Bro, Jonathan Ross was the only person that circled her vehicle. Only person. They like, unless you're talking about the other 3 ICE officers that tried to tell her to get out the vehicle and walked up. That like, unless you're talking about them, the only person that was around that vehicle at that time is Jonathan Ross. There is no other ICE officer.
There was. It may have been a different angle, but there was 100% 2 different ICE officers who walked in front of her vehicle.
3 different ICE officers, bro. There was only one. There's only one ICE officer.
I said 2, not 3. But
oh, my bad. There's only one, not even 2, just one. It's only this guy right here, Jonathan Ross. That's it. Only him. And you're gonna see, he was the only person. You can see the other ICE officers on the other side telling her to get out.
Okay.
Handed in the car, wife tells her to drive. She pulls back on the car. Think about it. She goes in reverse and puts him in front of the vehicle. And let's not forget,
someone behind her car.
After he's already put himself in front of the
she was
vehicle
given orders to
once,
get out the vehicle.
So let's
times.
just take a second officer out of it. How about that? We'll just
All
say that Jonathan Ross himself walked in front of her vehicle on multiple occasions. Correct?
Well, one occasion, yes. One occasion, and then the one where she put him in the line of fire, yeah. Or line of the vehicle.
Is he past the B line?
Is he like when it was stationary? I mean, yeah, sure.
Right here.
Yeah.
Right here is that he passed the B line.
Past the B line? Yeah,
Yes,
bro. I'm already giving you that. He
passed
walked
the B-line.
around that car when it was
Therefore, he doesn't need to be
stationary.
there. Therefore, he doesn't need to be there.
Actually, he kind of does. He needs to surveil it. He needs to actually mark them down and all that because they're planning to arrest her because they gave her a warning. She ignored said warning, and that's why he went around and recorded the vehicle, license plate, and all that. Like you're taking out what he was doing during that entire moment.
I am telling you that even if it was just him who went around the vehicle multiple times, he is obviously doing something that is against the policy of every known police agency. You do not go in front of a vehicle for any reason if it is in operation. If the vehicle is on, you do not go in front of it. The only reason that you would put your quote unquote vehicle in danger is if you are attempting a box maneuver. And even then, that is very dangerous and almost never used except for in instances where the car is already stationary. And you need multiple vehicles, not one.
Now, let me go ahead and read this out for you. All right. So officers may also pull in front or besides a vehicle for an investigative detention. They can also order drivers out of the car for safety during the stop. So here's the full layout too. Police can legally turn around, stop a car if they have a reasonable suspicion of a traffic violation or criminal activity. Officers may also pull in front of or besides a vehicle for investigative detention. So, I mean, well, bro, you're wrong. They can, and actually, here's the thing: he did pull inside. He went to the back of her to not obstruct traffic and pull to the side of her, which he can do.
So
like,
you're telling me,
like, bro, it's right here. It's right here.
So you're telling me that the B-line policy is complete BS,
bro? You're talking about in terms of a moving car.
No, the B-line policy is during a traffic stop. The B-line policy is during a traffic stop. Just look it up.
Bro, officers may also pull in front or besides a vehicle for investigative detention. So, I mean,
that's great. Now look up B-line policy.
Bro, I'm sorry, but bro, this is my point right here. You said that they couldn't do it and they can, but I got you. But I got you.
A few words.
All right, B-line policy. Don't worry, I got you, brother. I'll be fair. Let's see here. B-line policy. Well, I mean, that didn't work out the way I did because I got a strategic UK wide network, but I got you. B-line policy, police. Whoops. Policy. All right, here it is. The thin blue line symbol in police. This represents the concept of a police officer line between. Oh wow. Okay, so
I got you.
Yeah, blue line policy.
No, it's
Zip it and back up.
All right.
Back up.
Oh,
I know,
so,
Loki. You
but hold on now. Let me go ahead and read my man Big Wave Dave super chat. He said they are fighting against federal agents trying to get criminals out of this country. Sid, her dumbass decided a criminal was more important than federal agents. Dumbass, and that's it. I mean, no, that's shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. And then shout out to my man Sid donating to get the panel's reaction to the New York Times analyst I sent in Discord. I already got it up for you. And shout out Big Wave Dave coming in again. He said, okay, so again, they were there to get rid of a criminal. This woman wanted to block federal agents from doing their job. When did that become okay? No one bitch when Obama did it. Now all of a sudden, this is a problem. Thanks to Dems making so. I mean, yeah. And Sid is incessantly. Wait, Todd ED. Not really too sure what that means, but I do also want to get that reaction to what Sid was talking about as I look up the beeline policy, because I mean, go lie, bro.
Yeah, so
like
it's called different things at different places. Mitigation zone awareness. Officers are trained to identify and avoid standing in the quote unquote danger zone directly behind or in front of the suspect vehicle. This area offers no protection from passing traffic or sudden vehicle movement. And I'm going to link it for you because I apparently can through here. So just give me 1 second.
But then we got this right here that says officer may also pull in front or beside a vehicle for investigative detention. So yeah, I mean, they can order drivers out of the vehicle, which they did order Renee Good out of the vehicle. She did ignore that, by the way.
No. Again, I'm not arguing quote unquote for Renee Good. This is
you're arguing on the how the ICE officers weren't following their training.
Yes, what they're actually doing and what they're not doing based off of actual policy. They could have just been so safe and arrested her later for doing the exact same thing. That is just facts. Because they obviously, if he walked around her vehicle, as we saw in the video, he already has their plates. The lady is still standing there, right? The other one that's apparently their partner. It's not like they can get very far away, right? Like, what is the actual reasoning besides I was generally in front of the vehicle because I passed by the front of it twice now. To actually be in that line of fire. Like, what's the reasoning for the shot? No, nothing. There's no
I know. Well, actually, there is a reasoning for the shot. You're kind of missing it because when she pulled out and turned in his direction, in his perception, it looks like the car was coming at him. So he made a hasty decision and decided to shoot.
Yeah, and again, that's what I'm saying is just absolutely abhorrent. Like, we need to hold the people who are trained to a much higher standard than we
all
hold
right. So, and here's also yes, law enforcement officers can legally walk around a vehicle during a lawful traffic stop, and this is not considered an unlawful search or under the Fourth Amendment. Officers may look through windows.
I was calling it the wrong thing. It's called the B pillar. Right, so officers are trained to use the B pillar, the vertical pillar behind the front door window, as a no-go point during traffic stops to maximize safety and tactical advantage. This technique is designed to prevent officers from walking into a quote-unquote kill zone or a quote-unquote fatal funnel and keep them behind the driver's peripheral vision. They have a no cross rule. Officers are taught to never walk past the B pillar of a suspect vehicle when approaching on the driver's side. They also have force position by stopping at or behind the B pillar. Officer forces the driver to turn around in their seat to see the officer rather than allowing the driver to look directly at them or easily turn to attack. But again, these are all policies that every single police academy adopts because they are safe practices, and these guys were not following safe practices. They were putting themselves in harm's danger, specifically Jonathan Ross.
I'm gonna have to look up the details on that because according to let But everybody else is saying, yeah, a police officer can legally walk around your vehicle during a lawful traffic stop. And let's say that was a traffic stop right there. They're saying, all right, cool, you can't go nowhere. We're going to wait till ICE pulls up, and she tried to ride off during a traffic stop. So if it's a lawful traffic stop, then yeah, he actually is allowed to go around that vehicle. And she tried to pull off during the lawful traffic stop after she was told to get out the vehicle. So I'm gonna be real with you. She kind of put herself in there.
Hey, can I jump in here real quick?
Go ahead.
So I'm guessing neither one of you have been pulled over by multiple police before, profiled or anything like that.
I have.
Yeah, so many times.
So it's happened to me more than once. My uncle lives out in the ghetto. I'm white as Casper. But anyways, each time that I've been pulled over I've been put into a gone into a parking lot. I've had officers behind me and on either side of me and in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
They have consistently crossed in front of the vehicle while they were investigating it. And yes, I've been pulled out of the car before. Everything they did with Renee is everything I went through the 3 times that it happened to me. And there was at least no less than 4 undercover officers around me, which are unmarked vehicles, which ICE also drives. And there was more than one ICE vehicle there. But yes, they will cross in front, they will cross in back, and they'll do it before they pull you out of the car. The car doesn't actually have to be fully stationary either, because they didn't give us time to put it in park. And it was a stick shift. So we had to ask them to put the car in park so it wouldn't roll into one of their cars.
And no, shout out to my man Big Wave Dave for the 2 baller alerts. About to give him the baller alert on the first one. He said they already stopped her they already stopped her though, Sid. Idiot. Like, hey, Dave, you're gonna talk to Dave, you're gonna get called idiots and a couple R words a couple times. It is what it is.
I love you, Dave.
But all right, now I do want to actually get into this video here because let's see here. Shout out to my man Sid. He went and sent this in.
I can share my screen. I got a couple of different web pages. One that is
you can share it in the private chat, and I'll be able to pull it right up, brother.
Got you. Hear me.
And actually,
whatever y'all got to share, I'm willing to share.
Yeah, got you.
Yeah. When I went through my armed security training, that was one thing that car stationary and we're investigating something, then yes, we walk in front of the vehicle if we're on the other side to get to the driver, because that's where the threat is.
You should always approach from the safest
approach carefully
location.
From the safest possible position, but get to the threat as fast as possible, which can sometimes end up being in front of the car and you make a wide turn around it.
And we're forgetting the main point here. If it's a lawful traffic stop, they can walk in front of that car. They can walk behind it, in front of it, all of that.
Again,
it's a lawful traffic stop. So if you can sit here and prove that Renee Good wasn't stopped lawfully, then you got it, Parabolic. You got it.
I'm not even saying that she wasn't stopped lawfully. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is these guys are not following safe policy procedures.
But they are.
They are putting themselves in active danger. They are pursuing
part
people
of the job.
who don't need pursuing. No, dude, that I swear to you that it literally says that in one of the articles.
Yes.
The police what is it? American police.
But we also have
it says, that's the danger is inherent, but we don't need to think about that. No. So routine is deadly, but those words, like many other words from the academy, are a faint echo somewhere in the back of our minds. It's especially concerning when it comes to traffic stops. Like that is it's not safe to do these things that these guys are doing. They are putting themselves in active danger. Therefore, whenever they do
it is not a traditional traffic stop.
When they have threat of force, they have already done things that have put themselves in the line of danger. And again, this is Barnes versus Reyes. right? They have done things that put themselves in the line of danger. Therefore, everything that happens after, like the lethal force, is not justified under Barnes versus Reyes. Right.
All right, guys.
That's what it says. It says the moment of shot is not the only thing we're looking at anymore. Right. We're not just looking at. We're looking at everything that happened up to that point. And what happened up to that point was they drove past a point where it was safe to be, and then they walked in front of the vehicle multiple times. And even if you want to say that he was on the side of the vehicle, he was still past this B pillar that they are trained to not go past on traffic stops. These are all things that are actually facts.
Okay. I mean, you are missing out a couple of things. Like, if it's a lawful stop, they can do so. If it's an unlawful thing, but if it's not a lawful stop, and like they don't even, and this guy don't even know that he's supposed to be stopped, or this is a lawful stop, and they get in front of that vehicle, then you're right. But so that means here's the problem though. If we cannot, if Renee Good's stop was not lawful, you're right. But if it was lawful, then you're wrong. The main thing your point hangs on right now is if it was a lawful stop or not.
No, it doesn't.
It does, because if it was a lawful stop, they could walk in front, behind, and on the side.
No. It can be a lawful stop, and then they can put themselves in active danger, and the shot cannot be justified.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
all those things
you're
can be
right
true.
about the shot, but remember though, if we're arguing about the whole him being in front of the vehicle, like remember, if it can only be seen as wrong if it wasn't a lawful traffic stop. That's the only time we can frame that as wrong.
That's not true.
That is true, because if it's a lawful stop, they're allowed to do so. Yes, law enforcement officers can legally walk around a vehicle during a lawful traffic stop. I mean, it is what it is. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to my man Sid's video, because I know Big Wave Dave going like show it then, but show the video then, because apparently, hey, my man Sid got some fire for us. He says, show it, Sid, you libtard. Well, let's watch Sid's video all the way through.
This is a cell phone video filmed by the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good in Minneapolis. The White House press secretary said this footage reaffirmed President Trump's previous claim, based on other videos, that Miss Good, quote, didn't try to run him over, she ran him over. Watched in isolation, the cell phone video might look like that's the case. But when analyzed alongside other angles of the shooting, synchronized by the Times, a much more complicated picture is revealed. More footage will likely emerge, but the currently available visual evidence still shows no indication Agent Jonathan Ross got run over. The footage does provide.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He sent in a Rumble rant. Appreciate the support. And you guys, you go ahead and support me on Rumble as well. Go ahead and fight the censorship on Rumble. But this all would have been a moot point if Trump just invoked the Insurrection Act sooner, because local cops can't do their jobs, and now Dems are killing themselves by putting themselves in bad situations with ICE. I mean, damn. But you ain't wrong, bro. Like, yeah, I know. Trust me. I remember when I put out that Trump threatening the Insurrection Act clip, a lot of the guys in the comments was going like, bro, stop playing around. Like, be about it. Do it before it gets worse. Because, I mean, what are we waiting for? More citizens to die? What are we waiting for? An ICE officer to die before we start invoking the Insurrection Act? I mean, they're already out here vandalizing unmarked vehicles and ripping out weapons out of law enforcement's vehicles. So, like, how far else does it need to go?
Some visibility into the positioning between the agent and Miss Good's SUV and the key moments of escalation. And it establishes, frame by frame, how Agent Ross put himself in a dangerous position near her vehicle in the first place.
Just right quick, I said Barnes versus Reyes is Barnes versus Felix. I wanted to correct myself just right quick.
Maroon SUV in the middle of the street and began honking and heckling. Administration officials say they were impeding and blocking immigration agents. Footage shows 11 vehicles maneuver around the SUV, including this Chevy Tahoe driven by Agent Ross. When he exits, he's already filming Miss Good's SUV, not with a body camera typical of most law enforcement, but using his cell phone in his hand. It's not clear why. The agent's footage shows his interactions with Miss Good.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
And her wife,
That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning.
There's verbal jabbing.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us?
We see the agent switching the phone from his right hand to his left as he heads toward the front seat of his Tahoe.
I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
During this time, on the other side of the SUV, 2 new agents arrive in a pickup. We see Miss Good motions them to go around her.
Okay. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Over the next 6 seconds,
Out of the car.
we see one agent reaching into the SUV, Miss Good starting to drive, then Agent Ross firing 3 shots. Now let's go back and analyze some of the key contested moments of the agent's cell phone video, alongside other footage to break down what happens during these critical 6 seconds. Here, the agent's cell phone footage shows he's moving directly in front of the SUV, as it's reversing and rotating towards him, initiating a 3-point turn apparently to leave. Law enforcement officers are trained to avoid doing this because it puts them in danger and often leads to the use of force against drivers. This
Crazy.
I mean, it also knows leads against force against drivers, ignoring lawful orders. You know, it also leads force against drivers, moving your vehicle into the direction of law enforcement. I mean, let's not pretend like she ain't walk herself into this.
Is squarely on Miss
I'm
Good.
not.
She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning
I'm telling
to the
you
right.
that he's guilty of
Away-
being an idiot.
All right. I'm hearing you.
From the agent. Cut to this high angle and zoom in. We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming. We can also see at the same time he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right.
So you're telling me he's
Agent
not walking
Ross is
towards
at
that
least
vehicle?
a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way. As the SUV rolls forward, the agent unholsters his firearm. We see in his cell phone video at this moment the camera drifting off to the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming. It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently. On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his gun at Miss Good. And here is his outstretched arm
as she's
leaning toward her vehicle.
And here's the wild part. I mean, bro pulled out his gun and you still chose to move? But okay.
Cool. Which is barely visible behind the Tahoe.
Decided to move
His
forward,
phone,
and you
which is
decided to
gripped in
play
his
them
left
instead of
hand,
move.
flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle. There's an audible thud when it hits. The camera rotates up towards the sky. Again, while it appears the agent's getting knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle, which shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight, his torso and legs away from the vehicle. In the cell phone footage, the agent's face flashes on screen, then it goes black. The other angle shows us why. We can see the agent's foot sliding, his hand bracing against the SUV, and his arm getting pressed into his chest. It is impossible to determine if this is happening because of the SUV's movement or the icy asphalt, or more likely, both. And what's very unclear because of the limited quality and availability of footage is whether the agent's upper body gets swiped by the vehicle as his left foot slides back. This moment is when Agent Ross fires. We see the other agent pull back from the SUV. Both of them stumble, apparently slipping on the ice. This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path.
He's obviously getting pushed. Hold up, bro. Don't they try to downplay it, bro? You literally heard his. You literally heard him get hit. You heard him
His
get hit.
angle is forward. He is pushing the phone into the car.
Bro, no, then we just seen the car, bro. Honest with you, then that kind of proves that he got hit. You can actually hear him get hit in like thing, but there would have been no tup. There would have been, you'd have heard nothing if he did not get hit or there was no contact made.
All right, so I got my mouse, right? Did you hear that? Was that me getting hit or me hitting the mouse to the?
That was your desk getting
table?
hit.
Exactly. That was the car getting hit by his phone, not him getting hit.
No, bro, bro, come on. Okay, so basically, then yeah, that mean he got hit. That mean yes, he got hit to the point where his hand hit the phone.
In the line of fire.
She wasn't even supposed to be moving. It was a lawful stop.
I agree. I agree with it. She was supposed to be moving. I agree with the fact that she was holding up traffic illegally. I agree with all that. But guess what? In all of that, he did so many things wrong that by the time he shoots, he is completely unjustified.
All right. I see where you're going with it. I may disagree, but I do see where you're going with it.
The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot and a third. None.
Oh, and sorry guys if I'm slow to read super chats. I gotta go in between like 4 different chats. But yo, Big Way Dave, don't worry, bro. I got you. I just seen your message.
Of the bullets have the effect of stopping the SUV, but they kill Renee Good. According to our analysis of audio from Agent Ross's cell phone video, this is his reaction.
Fucking bitch.
And then sends a 4,000-pound bullet into the traffic.
According to a White House spokesperson, Agent Ross, quote, suffered internal bleeding after he was struck by the car.
I mean, you know, or let her speed off into traffic through a light trying to evade ICE, and that could have got more. Actually, that could have got anybody hurt. So I mean, both ways. She could have got somebody hurt.
Away and she sees that they're obviously not chasing her in a vehicle.
Come on now, but they were going to chase her.
That they don't have to. They already have her plates. They have her girlfriend sitting right there.
Yeah, but they're most likely going to set something up for her. And think about it. She's already skirting off, like already overreacting.
In most cases, if you already have all the information that you need to be able to get a warrant for them, you just let them go because you can then get a warrant and then go to their house and pick them up from their house.
That's true, but if you're speeding off, evading law enforcement, and it's icy roads out, I mean, it would be pretty irresponsible not to go after you because, I mean, protecting, it would be more
irresponsible to go after them.
Nah, they kind of would be because she's actually an endanger to the public.
To create a chase on icy roads is more safe than to let someone go and then get them later.
Actually, hold on. Now, her speeding off like that on icy roads could be dangerous to the people alone.
Speeding off. Dude, her foot pressed the gas when she fucking got shot.
Bruh, right? I mean, her foot would have been on the gas if she didn't get shot.
Hold on. I will agree with you all day, every day that she was moving away. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But we have no estimate as to what her speed would have been had she not gotten shot. So we can't even assume what her speed was.
True. I get that one. All right, Big Wave Dave, how's it going?
Yo, what's up, brother?
Man, it's all good, man. Hey, long time no here.
It's been a little bit. Hey, Sid.
Oh no, Sid ain't here right now, but hold on now. We're actually almost at the end of this vehicle. Video.
Shame! Shame!
Later that evening, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that he had been treated at a local hospital and released.
Damn.
Shame that these federal agents are getting child predators out of this country. What a shame.
Nope, that's a good thing.
I mean, yeah, bro. But here's the problem, though. The Dems, they don't know honestly what they're protecting against. Like, here's the thing: they think they're protecting their illegal neighbors or their favorite handy guy that has low prices, but you're not. You're actually protecting criminals.
Here's the crazy part is everybody, and again, I have been critical of Obama on his detention policy, especially like the whole turning people away at the border, even though they have like legitimate asylum claims. That is horrible for me. Like, you guys can think what you want about that or whatever. I don't think any president, like maybe, I think back to like maybe I may be getting the president wrong, but I think it was either Truman or maybe Wilson had a good one. But like, no president has a really good immigration policy. I But the thing is, it's not the policies that people are quote unquote having a problem with. When Obama was doing it, of course, yeah, people didn't say anything, and I'll give you all that all day, every day. I'm sitting there screaming into an empty void. Hey guys, he's like turning away asylum seekers at the fucking border, guys.
Oh, but I'm sorry, but nobody protested though. Nobody came out and started trying to obstruct federal officers, and then they tried to do the kids in cages thing. It was Trump's fault. It was never Trump's fault. That was Obama.
And I disavow them for having not done that. This is my point. I don't think any of them have had a good policy.
Okay, no, look, I think they're all great for that. I think if you come in this country illegally, you broke the fucking law, and you should get the fuck out.
It is how these quote unquote policies are being enacted by these law enforcement.
Oh, by the way, you see it now by the way that, you know, the news is portraying it, right?
Hey man, when Obama was doing it, there wasn't so many people with their smartphones in hand.
Yeah. But guess what? I was
but
yelling,
nothing.
Yelling
he did it the same fucking way. You can piss the fuck off. You're a fucking little fucking libtard idiot. Like you think he didn't do it the same fucking way? No, he did it the same fucking way. They just weren't bitching about it. But now they're bitching about it because Orange Man bad. So you can piss the fuck off with that nonsense.
All right, Dave, hold on, let him respond.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Do remember whenever I said I didn't like Obama's immigration policy? Do you remember that?
I do, and I don't care.
And I said I was screaming into an empty void. No one would listen to me.
Cool.
Right?
Don't care.
Yes, I agree with you that people weren't doing it. I agree with you. That sucks because I was.
No, it doesn't suck. It was the right thing to fucking do because they didn't care back then. Now people care because Orange Man bad. Tell me the difference.
It wasn't the right thing to do back then because
how so? You don't want illegal immigrants out of this country. You just want open borders.
I don't have that liberal agenda that you think I have. I have the same agenda every single president, and I will criticize the presidents for the things they do bad, and I will praise them for the things they do good. Like, I don't know, Trump's freaking policy on getting rid of the predatory credit cards. Oh man, I love that. That's amazing.
All right.
But guess what?
I think the main confusion here, though, between you two is like, here's the thing, though, like parabolic, like
you can
Dave, like
say all the insults that you want, but I'm talking about policy.
But here's the difference between you two, though. Like, here's the main difference between you two. Like parabolic, you were against all forms of their immigration policies, Trump and Obama, and Dave, he's actually for the immigration. Because I think his main gripe with you is that, hold on, you don't see a case to get a lot of these guys up out of here, or a case that maybe we should, I don't know, pause the asylum seeking until it's, you know, it's done better.
Yeah.
Who are here on a stay or even asylum should definitely
So do
go
I.
to prison in or wherever it may be. I don't care where it is at that point. But if all they did was enter the country, whether it be legally or illegally through asylum or border crossing, whatever it is, I don't mind them coming into the country.
Well, then you're a fucking reject. Then you don't believe in fucking borders.
You can have that thought, Dave.
You don't believe in fucking borders at that point.
Your breakfast,
like
lunch,
we have
hold on now.
we have a border for a reason. Just like every other fucking country, we have borders. No other country is doing what has been happening in our country, but you all fucking rejects think like, oh yeah, just come on over. It's fine if you break our laws, just as long as you know you're here. Then we're okay with it.
By the way, to break this hateful rhetoric, said earlier. For Canada, Mexico are the only recognized like continental countries that like border us, but then you have to include maritime, which Russia is actually only, I think, what is it like? Is it 10 or 100 miles?
It's short when you're talking about Alaska.
So it's maritime law is what you have to acknowledge that both Russia.
So they border us all for our borders on the
our water borders, right?
We don't need the gymnastics.
We only acknowledge Britain and Russia, by the way. Weirdly enough, we don't even acknowledge Japan, which whatever, man. I don't care.
I get what you're saying now. But all right, though. All right. Let me go ahead and actually get over here to this video real quick because we actually just got
I'm
done
sorry.
reacting.
I have to ask. Do you think I'm wrong though? Like, if you're here illegally, like you broke the fucking law in the first place?
Oh no, bro. Me and you are in agreement with that, but we gotta understand Parabolic. He's more of the globalist mindset and all that good stuff, and he actually
Well, that's a fucking shitty
he has
thing to
more
be.
of compassion
You
for the
can't be
asylum
global.
seekers. Like, to be honest with you, me,
I have
think the
compassion
asylum
for every single person, and if I
Yeah, that's
saw
true.
my brother pushing down my mother, I would pick my mother up and be like, "Brother, what the fuck?"
So yeah, I mean, honestly, you gotta understand, Parabolic, he does come from a compassionate place. So, and I know that kind of goes outside of our like logical minds when it comes to the implication of immigration law.
Who I was married to.
Yeah, I know, and then we get it, but here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Here's the main difference between it, though. He wants to have there be more understanding for the people who are actually coming through here instead of them being straight demonized.
No,
And
nobody's
for
demonized.
us, we're just
come
like,
through the right
look,
way.
bro, we're not even trying to demonize them. We just want them going if they're here illegally. And he feels like, no, then you're trying to demonize.
I wanted to be clear. I don't think neither you nor Dave have demonized any specific person. Now, have you believed the narrative on certain things? Yeah. So like with the Abrego Garcia case, you did see the unsealed court filings, right?
Actually, wait, the new one, because he was
the
supposed to go to
unsealed
court
court
a
filings
minute
that
ago.
they
Are you talking about the Maryland man?
Yeah, I think he's accepting to be deported.
So check this out. There was a unsealed court document that had noted that there was an investigation starting to happen into Abrego Garcia after he was sent to El Salvador, and the challenge had happened, right, to bring him back. Like there was so there was only ever an investigative there's only an investigation after the fact, not.
Para. So the question I have for you, right? Was he here illegally?
So initially, yes, but then a judge ordered a
Stop right there. No. Stop right there. He's here illegally. Like, follow the laws or get the fuck out. That's all I'm saying.
So you do realize to ask for asylum, you have to cross the border, right?
Yes, but they're supposed to go to the next country over, not come right to America.
I let you make your statement. Now let me make mine. So you have to cross the border. And so if you cross the border without any paperwork,
cross multiple borders, bro?
What is that considered? Is that considered an illegal crossing? Yes, it is. And so therefore,
he crossed multiple borders, bro. Multiple borders
to then claim asylum.
Bro, you're getting that twisted. So he crossed multiple borders. It's not like he just crossed one and said, "Oh, I don't like my country. I'm going to come here because I'm being persecuted." No, he crossed multiple borders to come to our country, and that makes that illegal. You're supposed to go to the next country over, not just skip to where you want to fucking go.
And all he had to prove in the court of law, in which the judge apparently said that he did, that the country that he fled from and through were not safe enough for him to live in, right?
I'm sorry, what country did he come from? Do you know?
God fucking damn it. Not off the top of my head.
Go look that up and tell me how many borders he crossed.
Not just off the top of my head, but again, all he has to do is prove
no. Go look that up and tell me how many borders he crossed.
It doesn't matter how many borders he had.
It does matter because
it doesn't. Not in the U.S. law. Not in U.S. law. All he has to do is prove that he feels safe in America as opposed to his home country. Now, again,
so I could be some rando from fucking rando from Somalia and say, "Oh, I feel safer in this country. I'm just going to come to this one."
Rejected his stay of asylum, but then the judge ordered a stay.
You are doing gymnastics. You're doing gymnastics at this point.
No, I'm giving you.
I'm asking you for a simple explanation. You can't give that. You just say, "Oh no, this is our law."
It's a simple explanation for what?
A simple explanation. I asked you how many borders did he cross. You can't tell me that. So how about you go find that out, and then we can move on.
I'll for your. But listen to my explanation.
No, I don't care because you're saying like it's a legal person just has some right to be here.
Because I don't think it matters. You're the one who thinks it matters. Prove it.
I do. If you came here illegally,
prove the positive, Dave. Prove the positive.
Prove what positive? It's illegal.
You said it matters how many borders he crossed. I say it doesn't. You have to prove the positive.
Okay. So you don't want to prove your point. You just want me to prove my point.
Oh my God, I'm so close to calling you stupid.
All right. I got to run to the store and go shovel.
Oh, Dave, what? I'm back now. You said my name when you first joined. What's up, bro?
You suck, bro. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Go get another 6-pack, buddy.
Name call
I have real life stuff there. I gotta go shovel.
Like someone who doesn't actually want to debate, but someone who wants to argue. Have a great day, Dave.
All right. No, I told you your purpose. If you want to debate me, you got to come up with that thing that I asked you to come up with, and you can't do that.
Positive,
because
okay,
that's
so
how
a debate works. And look up how a debate works. You have to prove the positive.
You instantly put it back on me.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the conversation to our guys, Tim Walls. He actually did a press conference about this situation.
Set, I want to say goodbye.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
All right, Set. I'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, big dog. Hey, man, appreciate you for pulling up. Shout out Dave. Even though you came in here and caused a ruckus a bit, I still love you.
It's fine. Hey, I love you too.
For a second there, I thought you just shut it down.
I thought so too, but well, no, he did shut it down. Tove, love you too. I will see you guys later. I gotta go shovel snow.
Have fun.
But no, not gonna be fun at all. All right, see you guys.
Bye, honey.
And all right, man. Shout out to
Damn, he called me up here and then he left.
That is, I mean,
is that a coincidence?
I mean, hey, look.
The minute I join, he has to go.
For the smoke. The fires were already.
The minute I join, he has to go. But he can argue with Para over like minutia and weird shit the whole time. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I personally, I'm not up here to argue because I'm trying to keep my BP. I just had some things that I want to put out there, but that can be done a little bit later. So.
All right.
I gotta be careful.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and listen to Tim Walls, and I'm gonna go ahead and bring you guys in. Probably about like
I'm always down to
10 minutes in to get y'all thoughts on it.
To come in just to be a-holes.
Wait, Parabolic, you said something?
I said I don't mind debating. I just don't like a-holes who come in to be a-holes. He brought exactly zero information, told me to prove something that he actually has to prove as a positive, and then left. I don't really care about people like that. But now, Tove, if you want to debate something, I don't mind. Like, I'm relatively reasonable.
Yeah, Dave is a bit on the aggressive side.
Yeah. And I'm still learning how to debate, and I'm still kind of pre-eclamptic, so it's more I have information to share, so not so much debate, if that makes sense.
Very good.
Please do. I love new information.
But all right, let's go get over here to my man Tim Walls, and let's see what he got to say about this.
To care for veterans, someone who was a valued coworker, someone who relished and lived in this state in a big way, whether it was outdoor activities or being down there on the street as a First Amendment witness to what ICE is doing to this state. So once again, to Michael and Susan, when I talk to these parents, it's always in deep confidential conversation. In this one, though, Michael was very clear to me. He said, don't let them forget Alex's story. The world knows how he died. He died at the hands of ICE agents on the streets of Minneapolis. They want us to make sure we said how he lived. So to Michael and Susan, our deepest sympathies, but you have my commitment to continue to tell that story. So now we've got 2 Minnesotans dead. We didn't had time to start telling Renee's story of a poet and a mother and a bright spirit. And now we're telling Alex's story. So my question is, what's the plan, Donald Trump? What is the plan? What do we need to do to get these federal agents out of our state? You thought fear, violence, and chaos is what you wanted from us?
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. All you had to do was just, well, crowd control. Now it'd have been the plan. I mean, you could have avoided Renee's Good's death. You could have avoided this man's Alex's death. If you actually had all hands on deck, you actually used law enforcement and all your resources. Shoot, you could have brought in the National Guard and everything would have really been stopped. Go ahead.
Seth, how are you saying this is a bad shoot, but still blaming the governor and the mayor? Like,
because,
I don't know,
bro, I've been blaming them
because
since
both
Renee
things
Good.
can be true at the same time.
Yeah, like let's be
Both
honest
things can
here.
be true at the same time. There are multiple.
So if
there
this
are
was an
multiple
unjustified
private security
shoot,
companies that could have been called in to help out.
if this is an unjustified shoot, then why is it their fault? How would crowd control have helped an unjustified shoot?
Because he would have
Because
never
they would
been
have
in
cut
there.
them
He would
back.
never been in that vicinity at
No,
all.
they would have been there. Crowd control. When there's crowd control, there's still First Amendment protesters. Like there'd still be protesters.
Okay, they could protest behind the crowd.
swarm.
Easy. Behind
Yeah,
the crowd
they
control.
cannot swarm
This
ICE
is to help
agents.
you out a little bit. This has nothing to do with the conversation in any way. Your face is being blocked on the big view.
Oh, you're right. I see it.
So I just want to let you know.
You keep doing that to yourself, Seth.
Hey man, you know we here for you, my guy. We here for you.
Okay, appreciate that. But all right, but no, here's the thing. No, like Sid, two things. You're right. As Toe said, two things can be right at once. Let's be honest. If they'd have been more hands-on about this, Renee Good would still be here. So is Alex. But we're not. I'm also not going to sit here and pretend like the ICE officers couldn't have done better with the Alex situation.
Hey,
They have the National Guard mobilized, helping the law enforcement. They have them mobilized.
Good.
All right, now
was doing illegal.
Do they? Because this wouldn't have happened, bro. Actually, think about it. If they did, Ted Bonnie wouldn't have been writing that letter.
Did things that put themselves in harm's way. Both of those things can be true in the same time.
True.
Dude, it's a fucking waste of time to talk about what these guys could have done differently. These are civilian protesters, man.
But they're also responsible for their actions, man. They're a grown adult.
They are.
There was a crowd
They
control.
are too.
They'd have been put behind a line to where they can do all the screaming and crying they want to, and nobody would be
That's why
hurt.
our laws exist, right? That we prosecute people who break laws. We don't shoot them in the face while in the street. That's not how that execute them.
It is part of it. I mean, if you are obstructing and you definitely make an officer feel like his life is in danger, that's what's going to happen.
Hey man,
That shooting didn't even take the danger away, as we saw when she lead-footed the gas and drove off. Like, no reasonable officer would think shooting the Renee would make him safer in any circumstance.
Actually, here's the thing, though. Like I said, it's perception.
What is Newton's first law of motion?
Look,
what is Newton's first law of motion?
Look, it don't even matter right
For every
now.
action has a reaction.
All that guy got to say is that I feared for my life.
An object in motion tends to stay in motion.
No. Now he jumped in motion. When she put her in that vehicle, she put him in front of that vehicle. In his eyes, he felt like that the car was going to come right towards him, that she was going to run him over.
So
that was wrong.
What if he, in response to that, shot her wife? Would that be reasonable?
Hell no, because she wasn't like, bro.
No, because it wouldn't eliminate the threat.
She wasn't the threat.
Because it wouldn't eliminate the threat. That's
it's
why.
The perceived threat. The perceived threat, bro. You're thinking it's like, well, it wasn't a threat.
No. What I'm saying is, your response.
Can you understand how there would be a perceived threat in that moment?
We're talking about two different things. Can I say something? Yes, there could be a perceived threat in that moment, but the action you take has to reasonably subdue the threat. The action he took did not. What he could have done instead is move slightly out of the way. Like, so in the same way, where shooting her wife wouldn't have been a responsible or a reasonable response to the threat, shooting her was not a reasonable response to the threat because she lead-footed and was more dangerous after that.
Now, if we're going on that,
first law of motion, an object in motion tends to stay in motion. Yes, but your reaction to the threat needs to subdue the threat. It needs to reasonably subdue the threat. And there's
the perceived threat. The perceived threat is that he thought the car was going to come for him, so he shot. Even though that
Why would shooting stop? Why would shooting this? Why would shooting the driver stop the car coming at him? It wouldn't.
And actually, it would stop the acceleration from the car from getting even worse.
No, people led. She went faster after she got shot.
No, come on. I know she didn't.
Yeah, she did. She drove off.
Hey, how about this?
Bro, she went from stationary to moving. I mean, come on now.
Even if she
that's not fair.
Lead-foot it, right?
Just
Even if she did lead-foot it, or even if she was going to lead-foot it, she has now that she's dying, no ability to press the fucking brake.
Yeah.
All right. Like, I guess we're going to disagree on this one. But
so what would you do in that situation? Well, what would you do in that situation? You think a car is coming at you? You think that shooting them is going to make them stop coming at you?
Actually, it's going to disorient them in some type of way. Actually, instead of just if I have the true belief that they're literally going to come right after me, I'm going to have to go and defend myself and shoot them. To be quite honest with you,
if your option, what do you think would make you safer?
I'm also looking at my partner whose hand is inside the vehicle, looking like he's about to get dragged. So I'm looking at my perceived danger, his perceived danger, and I can see why he would make that move.
Again, Barnes versus Felix said that's
the totality of the situation, which are not honestly bringing up right.
We look at the perspective, but we also look at.
But don't you see how you're taking away his perspective to make your argument? Like, you're not even really even bringing that into there. You're actually removing his perspective and not even giving him a shot. No. Like, what happened to due process?
So you got a big problem here, Seth, because guess what? They're not even investigating any of this. They're not going to bring him to even claim self-defense.
I know, because it's a strong case for self-defense. To be real with you.
Well, if there's a strong case for self-defense, they can come and make it, because you know what? Most people that saw the video disagree that there's a strong case for self-defense.
I mean,
a lot of legal experts disagree that's the perception of reality, and it's real. Like, most people disagree.
People who see that as self-defense. No, that's why I say that's your perspective on it. I mean, bro, you mainly
if they have such a strong case,
you don't mainly hang around left and right wing.
Hey, when the state kills a citizen, we need to have an investigation. We need to look into this. We can't just push it under the rug and investigate the person that fucking died and have all these people in the FBI resigning because they're not looking into it.
But they
aren't.
Yes, they are.
No, they aren't. We have people in the FBI.
They're investigating it right now.
They're investigating themselves. Whoopee! Why can't the state have any involvement?
You're right. They're investigating yourselves. But if you don't count that as a real investigation, I can't hold that against you. But they are running an investigation.
And they're leaving the state out. Why?
That's true. That's true. Because state, you're actually leading into a good point, because the state is going to lean more towards murder.
Yep.
Right.
So what? If they have a good case, they could prove it's not.
Not necessarily.
Well, here's the thing, though. Hold on. Let's be real. No, we're not going to be satisfied, because if he goes to the state, we're going to feel like that's biased. We're going to go to the Fed. That's biased under Trump. The state's going to be biased under, the FI's agenda. So either way, we're going to be disappointed about whoever gets the case. And it's went to the federal. So the Dems are going to be disappointed. If this would have went to the state, then the conservatives would have been disappointed.
I mean, if it gets to the Supreme Courts, we have literally Barnes versus Felix says taking account of that context may benefit either party.
Monty wants in.
Oh yeah, I know I have to bring Monty in, because I already know what's going to happen after Monty gets in. It's going to be a firecracker.
So
and I'm going to be quiet during that.
Go ahead, Parabolic. I'm going to let you finish, and then I'm going to play the video, and I'm going to bring Monty in.
Yeah, prior events may show, for example, why a reasonable officer would have perceived otherwise ambiguous conduct of a suspect as threatening, or instead they may show why such an officer would have perceived the same conduct as innocuous. The history of the interaction, as well as other past circumstances known to the officer, thus may inform reasonableness of the use of force. Now, granted, does this also still put the moment of the shot in the utmost light? Yes, 100%. The officer's perspective will be a primary point of interest, because it's the officer's decision to shoot that is what is in question. This is the Barnes versus Felix case. right? And again, I am talking about them having pulled in front of the vehicle, then walked in front of the vehicle several times, at least twice, right? Is putting themselves in a harm's way of a operating vehicle. Therefore, everything that he does after that, he has already put himself in that dangerous context, so his shot is not justified. That's under
I don't
my
know, man. Like I said,
understanding
if it's a
of
lawful, or remember, if it's a lawful traffic stop, he can do that. But we don't know if it's a lawful traffic stop, if there was a lawful traffic stop invoked in that moment. Do we all know for sure?
Set, real quick.
All right.
I'm not running here. This is Tamonti. I'm not running. If you guys are still here in a little bit, I'll come back on, but I do got to go. But
all right,
I'll catch you guys later.
20 to 30 minutes, but I'm more than happy.
Weird. I'll catch you later.
All right, man. Peace out, man. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and play the press go back to the press conference from our man Tim Walls, and let's see what he got to say.
And not somebody that was. Hello?
Yeah, Monty.
Hello?
God damn it, Monty.
Okay. What?
All right, you're good? Okay, now you can hear me.
I'm here. I've been here.
Okay, cool. I thought you couldn't hear me for a second there. I was like, God damn it, his thing went off.
No, I'm trying to get my point across because you just let me in. I've been in here for like 10 minutes trying to say something.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, I just saw your message.
Barnes versus Felix is you're talking about the totality of the situation. Let's talk about the totality of the situation. ICE has had several vehicles ram them. ICE has had a person that is not following instructions, that is told to get out of a car, that decides that they're going to drive off while someone's hanging on. And Sid brought up the point that, oh, it didn't stop her car. Yeah, it stopped her from maneuvering her vehicle. Then the pole stopped her car. So the threat has been eliminated. So it was not eliminated in the moment, but her threat to other bystanders and driving a weapon down the street at protesters that were standing on the side. So you want to talk about totality of the situation? That's the totality of the situation. The officer shot. What?
You were roboting just for like half a second.
What'd you say?
You know, when you was explaining your totality,
I said you want to talk about the totality. Okay, Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the totality of the situation is everything I just laid out. They have had cars ram them. So that's in the back of their mind. This officer was drugged. That's in the back of his mind. This officer that was reaching inside the car, is about to be drugged. The car has moved in position to run him over. He draws his weapon. That's part of the totality of the situation. They give verbal commands to get out of the car. Instead of following verbal commands as you're legally required to do, or can face deadly force if you don't, she decides to play the other game. He has a better shot than she has aim with her vehicle. He shoots her. She dies. The threat is over. That's the totality of the situation.
Sad.
That is self-defense, clear as day, no matter how you want to twist it, no matter what facts you want to leave out specifically, because you left a lot of facts out about the whole totality of the situation argument. And you're trying to bring up Barnes versus Felix. That was but that's what, when you summarize things without all of the information, you're leaving out important information that change the entire situation.
And the other thing is,
you can
have
have
the
that
benefit
opinion,
of
absolutely.
hindsight.
But you're quoting Supreme Court doctrine as if this is some smoking gun, and you're misquoting it.
I'm not misquoting it. I literally have the ruling up on my screen.
Yes, but you're coming to a different understanding. Did you read the dissenting opinions? Did you read the concurrent opinions?
That was what I was reading from, was the affirmative opinion.
And with the totality of the situation.
Monty, you're cutting out.
Yeah, it's cutting out bad.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it because he usually gets
can't hear
angry
you,
when I start talking.
But all right, guys. All right, now I'm gonna go back to the Tim
Hello?
Walls video. Monty,
can I rebut what he said?
Yes.
Sure, go
All
ahead.
right, cool. Did
you not do that?
No, First off, remember, I did not interrupt you except for just tell you you're roboting. Second off, so the totality of circumstances for me, right, is whenever if they are dealing with people ramming into them, then the officer pulling behind the vehicle that, yes, it obviously looks to be in park, but a quick jerk can put it into reverse and slam directly into them. So by the time they get behind that vehicle and then move more in front of the vehicle with their vehicle, they have already done something to put themselves in danger, right?
If it's a lawful stop, then no.
I'm talking about the safety of the officers, not the lawfulness of the stop.
Well, I mean, I have the safetyness of the officer.
Is the officer safe whenever they pull directly behind a vehicle that is that has
bro? Nobody's safe if they pulled over directly behind the vehicle.
Yes, but exactly that's my point. So
okay,
so the police are then trained to not put themselves into that situation, right? That is again a part of the totality of the circumstances. Again, I'm not arguing that what Renee did as far as like trying to flee the police officers was a good thing. If a police officer tells me to get out of my vehicle, I am going to get out of my vehicle. If they tell me to put my hands on top of my head, I'm going to put my hands on top of my head. I will argue the justifiability and the lawfulness of the arrest later, right? That's my personal opinion on that. But not everybody's going to do that, and not everybody's as informed as I am. And as citizens, that's not necessarily our duty to be as informed as a police officer. A police officer is informed that driving behind a vehicle that is in operation is an unsafe thing to do. And by doing that, they're putting themselves in harm's way. Then walking around a vehicle that is, again, still in operation is putting themselves in harm's way. These are things that will be accounted for in the totality of circumstances. Again, totality of circumstances has no time limit. So therefore, the whoever would be presiding in this potential case, which obviously isn't happening right now, but whoever would be presiding in it would look at those actions and probably say that was unsafe to have done. That is my point, right? And I'm not saying what she did was justified in any way, right? Running from the cops, unjustified. Parking in the middle of the street where you're obviously impeding traffic on a very snowy day, so it's very unsafe, very unjustified, illegal. Definitely probably should go to jail for that, right? Or at the very least get a hefty fine. Not going to argue that she didn't do anything illegal. What my justification or unjustification of the whole shooting is that they did things to put themselves in harm's way that made the shooting be a thing. Like if they would have just followed the proper policy, the proper procedures where they stay behind the vehicle, stay behind that B pillar, they are not in harm's way and they do not have to shoot her. That's it. That's my whole argument. Again, I am saddened by the fact that this woman's life is lost. I am saddened by the man who was lost just was it yesterday? Was it yesterday? Yeah. I'm saddened by these things. Right. But I'm not arguing for the compassion of you guys. I'm arguing for the policy and legality. Right. I personally have don't worry about it. My heart goes out for the people who are lost and their families and everything about that. Anybody who gets shot, who is, he's murdered, Charlie Kirk, anybody like that. My heart goes out to them, their families. I don't wish for anybody to be murdered, right? But again, I'm talking about the things that the police officers could have done that would have made themselves more safe, that would have kept the loss of human life from happening. The policies that are instilled into police officers to do so that they are not put in harm's way. That's it.
All right. Now we're going to keep it going since my man Monty is in here. But all right, I like the way you laid that out. I'm not even going to lie to you, brother. I like the way you laid it out. All right, let's get right back to our man Tim Walls.
And you clearly underestimated the people of this state and nation. We are tired, but we're resolved. We're peaceful, but we'll never forget. We're angry, but we won't give up hope. And above all else, we are clearly unified.
Okay.
If it was the intention of Donald Trump to make an example of Minnesota, then I'm damn proud of the example that the world's seeing. We believe in law and order in this state. We believe in peace. And we believe that Donald Trump needs to pull these 3,000 untrained agents out of Minnesota before they kill another person. And we're up here telling another story.
And the rhetoric continues. Untrained, when these guys actually are trained. You saying 3,000 untrained officers? Like, bro, they're trained. The problem is that you don't want to pull back on the rhetoric and you don't want to provide crowd control. I mean, that's all you got to do, and you'll stop seeing your constituents get killed. That's it.
Like, hey, long tooth.
Well, I mean, and Trump could always pull out of ICE, but Lord knows he's not doing that.
B pillar tactics and policing, and you'll find it. It's just really easy. I misspoke earlier, and I said I forget what I actually said, but it's B pillar tactics.
B pillar tactics.
I think I said B line, which confused it with
B line policy, but B pillar.
So B pillar tactics. I think that would pull it up relatively easily. It's just basically you're trying to stay behind the driver so that you're not an immediate threat.
That is when in a traditional traffic stop, where you're not worried about an aggravated driver. When you're pulling them over
not worried about the aggravated driver. That's literally what it's for. It keeps you out of the driving area of the driver, and it also keeps you out of stabbing or potentially shooting of the driver. That's what those tactics are for. It's to keep the safety of the officer at the utmost so that they aren't putting themselves in harm's way.
Yeah, and like I said though, this only comes into effect, sadly, if it's an unlawful stop or this car was never stopped. If there's a lawful stop, they are actually allowed to walk around the vehicle, B pillar or not.
Yeah, and that was, I would say personally, with the way I was trained, would be considered a lawful stop once they established that she was not going to move. The fact that she was honking her horn and making a nuisance, that's when they were on edge. Then it's a lawful stop because they need to find out why she's causing such an issue on the roadway.
Yeah, I will agree with you. Like if that is how they quote unquote were detaining her all day, every day.
Yes.
I'm not.
I can guarantee.
Not disagreeing.
The fact that she was parked sideways in the middle of the road. So I'm not an officer. I'm trained in armed security and EP.
Yeah.
And there
are certain differences, policies.
There are
laws and stuff. But yes. I understand.
The basic training is pretty much the same, and while I can't just go chasing after someone who's speeding, if I'm taking care of someone in my vehicle and I have a suspicious vehicle following us, then backup is called, and then we go to a safe place where I can get the person out, and then they handle the situation. Or if I'm the backup, then we get around the suspicious vehicle and lead them to a safe place, and the cars it gets surrounded.
All right, this is leaning into Parabolic's point. He says ICE officers are trained to follow protocols during vehicle stops that include approaching from the side to avoid being directly in front of the vehicle, a tactic often referred to as using a tactical L or standing behind the B pillar, the pillar between the front and rear doors. However, reports indicate that this policy is not always strictly followed in practice. Of course, training guidelines, officers are instructed to never approach a vehicle from the front and maintain a 90-degree angle to a vehicle, often positioning themselves at or behind the B pillar to prevent injury and avoid crossfire. Deviations and safety concerns. Despite training, recent incidents have shown agents disregarding these guidelines, such as standing in front of a suspect's vehicle The tactical L approach. Agents are taught to use a tactical L approach to ensure that they are not directly in the path of a car, which is designated to reduce risk. The B pillar rule is part of a broader training designed to protect officers from being struck by vehicles or being in the line of direct fire. Oh, yes.
So one more thing I'd like to point out is, yes, those are, and again, like I said, our training is slightly different, but it's mostly the same. We do have discretion of situation. So if we have enough people that we feel it is safe, we go to the threat by the quickest way possible. So say I'm pulled over on the passenger side and I'm the one that's leading the situation. My fastest route to the threat, which is the driver, is going to be crossing a wide angle around the front of the vehicle to get to them. Now it would be up to my backup to make sure that I'm aware of, to keep an eye on the driver to make sure they're not turning the wheel, they're not getting ready to throw it in reverse or drive. But I'm going to tell you right now, if it was me in the same situation and I wasn't informed that they were getting ready to turn and I saw that, I'm going to be like, wait, what? Stop. And then try to jump out of the way. And if I don't have any place to jump, it's going to be my sidearm.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll go to your point about like whenever they're like moving and like I guess we'll go to the moment of threat, right? Whenever she's backing up, he's already pulling the pistol out. So he has time to move during that time that he is pulling the pistol out. Do you not agree? And he doesn't. He stands in the exact same spot. Do you not agree with that?
He stops and probably in shock because this person is now pulling back. And honestly, the moment that car gets put into motion, is the moment it becomes a threat. Doesn't matter if it's in reverse or going forward. The moment it moves out of a stationary position, it is considered a threat.
Got you. So you said a wide angle to the vehicle. Does it?
We give ourselves about 2 feet between. We're supposed to give ourselves 2 feet between us and the front of the vehicle.
No way you give yourselves 2 feet. That is death.
2 to 3 feet.
That is death.
But it's also a very quick walk. You're supposed to get there as fast as possible.
Maybe, but think about like things like Teslas that has no acceleration lag.
I understand. There's a lot of, and that's why it's been very discretionary, because there are cars that can go 0 to oh shit in less than 2 seconds.
But you did hear what people said about the whole B pillar stuff, right? Like, and that's
I did.
The house.gov, right? That directly links to house.gov. So that is an actual policy of the U.S. government for them to not do
it
that.
is.
So do you agree that they disregarded that policy in that time?
No.
Dude, you just listed what the B pillar policy is. And
I know what the B pillar policy says, but here's a problem though. But I remember what I told you. Argument hinges on. It hinges on if there was a lawful traffic stop invoking that time.
In the
B pillar policy, then you're right. But if so, then they are allowed to walk around and look at the car. They are allowed to do that.
Yep.
If there is, especially during a lawful traffic stop, like Parabolic, you're not trying to admit that. You're not trying to admit that. Yeah, if there's a lawful traffic stop, my point is moot. But if there is, if there isn't a lawful traffic stop, like you're right. But if there is, then your point is moot.
No, it has nothing to do with the lawful traffic stop.
It does has a lot to do with it.
No,
it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because if it's not a lawful traffic spot, then you're right. They're not allowed to walk around that vehicle because they have not told this guy to stay still.
Hold on, no. During lawful traffic stops, they are trained to not go past the B pillar. Is that not what you just read?
What? No, but there's a thing it left out. Well, but what part did it leave out though? What part did it leave out? During a lawful traffic stop. The B pillar is
move past the B pillar, and he was doing
no. You can move past the B pillar. You can walk around. A police officer can walk around and look at a car, especially during a traffic stop. This is like verifiable.
Then what did you just read?
We have to be able to identify the car if it does manage to get away from us.
So here's the thing. Like, this is my question to you, Parabolic. Do we know for sure if there was a lawful traffic stop invoked?
It doesn't. I'll say it. There was. I'll say there was. How about that? I'll give you the point that it was a lawful traffic stop, which I've been giving you this whole time.
Okay, then like the B pillar, then the B pillar would be a moot point because
no, not because that is during a lawful traffic stop. It is
during a lawful traffic stop, a police officer can walk around a car.
What did you
that goes
just
against
read?
your point of saying they can't even walk in front of it or behind it.
Set, what did you just read?
Let's see here. I just read that pretty much, yes, they pull off. I read the B pillar and pretty much the tactics, how they use to stay safe to get themselves out of the line of fire of a car.
Yeah. So what did they not do? Is use
well, he didn't do it in that moment.
This is
You're right. You're right. He did not stay. He did not go within. He did not stay out of the
federal.
He did not follow the B pillar. You're right.
Federal government mandates that they do this. He did not do that. Therefore, he put himself in harm's way, and therefore, via Barnes versus Felix, his shot was not lawful.
Yes, it was, because in the totality of the situation, like that, for some reason you're just leaving out his perspective and the whole totality of the situation. I'm sorry, but yeah, it is a good shot for self-defense. He has a good case for self-defense. Now, these guys with Alex, I don't know. I doubt it. But when it comes to Renee Good, yes, they had every reason to go around that car and the videotaper, because at that point, like I said, we don't know if there's a lawful order, a lawful stop invoked, but you said we're going to assume that there was. At that very point, that B pillar point is moot. Like,
no, it literally says during a lawful
if they can now walk around that car freely during a traffic stop.
No, that B pillar, pull it back up. Pull it back up, please. Please do me a favor and pull it back up.
Got you, my brother. I got you. Just not even like, does ICE have to follow the B pillar rule?
Got you. So, trained to approach vehicles from a 90-degree angle, positioning himself behind the B pillar. It has nothing to do with whether it's fucking lawful or not. This is what they're trained to do during any situations where they're approaching a fucking vehicle.
Yeah, but it even says here though, it's like, bro,
that they haven't been because they've been disregarding it. They've been disregarding it, which is different than it not being a rule.
Like, dog, what you're not understanding. Look, ICE officers are trained to approach vehicles right from a 90-degree angle, just like the ICE officers on the other side of her, right?
Positioning themselves behind the
B pillar and trying to get her outside the car, right? Now, and remember, at this point,
so that's crazy. Deviation and safety issues. Reports, including a 2026 incident in Minnesota, show that some ICE agents have disregarded these guidelines, standing in front of vehicles instead of at that side,
because they're following the guidelines of that. Yeah, you can walk around a vehicle and look at a car, especially during a lawful traffic stop.
You were literally seeing it in front of your face and you were disbelieving it. What
bro, what do you mean, dog? I'm not. I'm literally telling you that, bro, you'd have a point if there wasn't a lawful traffic stop invoked. I just can't sit here and ignore this. Like, I'm sorry, but you're asking me to ignore one thing to accept your argument, but that cannot be true. Like, we have to determine if there was a lawful traffic stop invoked in order to sit here and say, oh, all right, he shouldn't have been in front of the car. But there was. I mean, trust me, as soon as they told her to get out the car, there you go. There was your lawful traffic stop.
Not that I'm disregarding this. I do want to see what that source is, that court thing, June 18th. Because I do believe that that's what it's actually going off of.
Which one? The B pillar one?
The one where you're on right now.
Gotcha.
So there's a YouTube thing. And then, courts.
There's lawyers, rules, police cannot open a car door without jurisdiction. This also can. This is basically like another.
I do not believe Cure, but like that.
Yeah, I do not. That's a Reddit, basically.
At the very least, that middle one is a logical one, and I would like to. Is there any way you can link that?
Sure.
I want to read that because I want to see what their justification for actually going into a dangerous position during a traffic stop could ever come in to handy, right? Like, oh, I wanted to see that their front plate said Sora or something like that. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, sure, that could be identifier, but like, you can do that from the side at a 90-degree angle. Like, you never have to actually be in front of the vehicle.
No, they open a car to routinely traffic stop without reasonable suspicion. report when they open their car during a routine traffic stop without reasonable suspicion. The case. Okay, well, this is about, pretty much like, what was it? Somebody opening their door during a traffic stop without reasonable suspicion. So yes, I mean, this probably isn't
But
the
that has
best one
nothing to do
go
with going in front of the vehicle now, does it?
Yeah, don't. Let's see here. Because all we know right now is, do we want to go to the video
I
here?
gave you, and it even had the official, the house.gov was the thing it was referencing on the thing on the other thing, right? So the B pillar stuff, that was the house.gov. Like, if you can't believe the U.S. government policies on there, you're the one who has the quote unquote people in power. Like, if you can't believe what they have up there on their own website, then what do you want me to think? I don't know. Like, they literally said, do not go past the B pillar.
So they do got the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center also cites this as well. Then we got a Contact Law that also cites this as well. So, and of course, a couple of Reddit sites. So this isn't BS. This is exactly how it is. Like, this is exactly what officers are taught as well. So, and just because it goes yeah.
But again, I haven't seen anything that would overrule the U.S. government in the policies of a U.S. government agency, right? Like that's it. I'm not saying that what they're saying there is wrong. I'm not saying that because that could be completely justified and completely correct. I just know what I have read on the house.gov says that they are not supposed to do that. And once they have done that, they have basically violated Barnes versus Felix, and they're just, anything they do past that is not justifiable. That's my understanding of the law.
And my understanding of it is that, well, if you're in a lawful, if this was a lawful traffic stop, then yes, you are allowed to walk around the car. And it was more of a lawful traffic stop when she was ordered out the car by police and all that.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing.
I know you're not arguing that, but you're arguing the whole oh well, he was completely out of context, completely out of line, out of his training when you went in front of that car,
in front of the vehicle. Yeah, getting in front of the vehicle in any way is just stupid. I'm sorry, it's stupid. It's just stupid. You're dumb if you get in front of a vehicle that you are having a altercation with in any way. Like I said,
I would say it's unsafe. I'll admit that is extremely unsafe, but this is their job.
And that no. But see, that's the thing is in Barnes versus Felix, that's exactly what they're looking at, because in Barnes versus Felix, the officer reached his hand into the vehicle, much like apparently that second officer did when in this case of Renee Good, that if you want to argue who was arguing for the safety of his other officer in Barnes versus Felix, that's exactly what the other officer did. He reached his hand in the vehicle and the vehicle took off and he started shooting in the vehicle. Barnes versus Felix said that that is not how a shot should be, and that was unjustified, right? It's an unjustified shot in Barnes versus Felix because the officer could have any reasonable officer could have just pulled their arm out of the vehicle.
But this is way different from but the two different perspectives though. Hold on now.
I just want to finish.
Hold on. That's a way different case. I hear where you're going at, but we're talking about somebody who was put in front of a car here.
I'm about to link it for you. And the officer could have, a reasonable officer could have, instead of reaching for their firearm, they could have just moved back even further, right? And this is just
that's
my
a
thoughts
way
on the
different
matter.
situation,
and
bro.
Hold on.
You go ahead.
And my thoughts on the matter, or just never have gotten in front of the vehicle to begin with in any capacity, even if it was on a kind of forward-facing side, even if it wasn't directly in front of the vehicle, getting anywhere towards the front of the vehicle that can move is absolutely dangerous.
All right. Now we do understand that. Let's be real. That's just common sense. So with even humans outside of the law. But we're talking about police officers who are supposed to be protecting the public. And I'm be honest, like I said, what you're saying, sadly, does not still go against my point of if there's a lawful traffic stop, they can go ahead and do that. The point that you're bringing up about somebody rustling around in their car and they getting shot because an officer thought it was a gun, way different than somebody moving a car towards them. The officer think he's about to get ran over. Way different. And hold on, and the time frames of it is also way different as well. And at the speed that is happening, way
the
different.
shot wasn't because he was moving for the stuff in his compartment. The officer started reaching for him while the complainant had reached for stuff in his vehicle. Then the guy in the vehicle took off. A reasonable officer would have pulled their arm out. Instead, he shot. That is the totality of the circumstances in Barnes versus Felix. Exactly. It wasn't
so the guy reached inside the car, right? The guy reached inside the car and because trying to get the guy out, and he was ruffling around, but instead of just, letting the officer take him out, he just tried to run off, but the officer shot him before he ran off.
He shouldn't have done that. 100%. No one's going to argue that he should.
Of course.
Right.
But you're right, though. The officer could have used a different form of,
he could have just pulled his arm out. He already had the dude's license and his license plate number off of the recording.
This is what you're forgetting, though. In that moment, in that heat of the moment, this guy is watching a car potentially coming at him. And he's also watching his officer's hand inside of the vehicle that he could be potentially dragged. So even if let's say this, even if he wasn't shooting for himself, he could have been shooting for the officer's hand who was still in the vehicle, somewhat getting dragged along.
Again, you have to understand that in the context of the legality of Barnes versus Felix, both officers could reasonably have gotten out of the situation. The one officer with his hand in Renee Good's vehicle could have pulled it out, which he did, and he was not dragged with the vehicle, right? And the other officer could have gotten out of the way of the vehicle and not gotten completely forward thrusted into, which he did not get forward thrusted into. He got sideswiped at best.
All right. Well, man, I guess we have.
And again, this is understanding that they should have never been past that B pillar in the first place. If they would have just followed the policy and been past the B pillar, then she probably would have run off. They would have then captured her, and then some people in here, not me, I wouldn't have cared, but some people in here would be like, oh my God, they arrested Renee Good for just running away from the cops. Oh my God. And those people are unjustified as well, by the way, just so we're clear.
All right, got you. All right, then. All right, I'll let you have it. Like I said, we disagree on the whole B pillar thing. I do get what you're saying by them going in front of the car can put them in danger, and you're right. But when it comes to police, I'm gonna be real with you. There's so many policies that they have to abide by. There's so many different situations that they get put into. It is a bit unfair to sit there and say, "Oh, well, you got to go exactly by the book." I mean, bro. The way this world works, it's they're acting like crimes go exactly the same every single time. Sadly, it don't. And these guys get caught in the spur of the moment, but they get all the blame in the world for situations that we can't even imagine. But we're over here sitting here like we know, like we've been there before. I mean, most of y'all ain't never been in that type of situation before. I have actually. I have been shot before in a car trying to pull off away, not by police, just by people who were trying to rob me. And I understand how quick shit can happen. You guys do not understand how quick that shit could happen.
I do.
Y'all looking in slow motion with rosy glasses on, thinking like, "Oh, we had all." Not you, parabolic. I'm sorry, but a lot of people are watching this with rose-colored glasses, going like, "Oh my God, we had all this time in the world." You don't know.
Listen,
we can argue hindsight.
I want to say this for all of my quote-unquote fellow liberals in your chat, whoever it may be. I mean, you're on Rumble, so probably not a lot. But listen, guys, if the police do stop you and they do use excessive force, please do not resist. It may not keep you alive, because we have seen in certain circumstances it has not, but at the very least, if you do not resist, people will see that you didn't resist. People will see that they were unjustified. People will see that this guy who was murdered yesterday was not doing anything technically wrong. Right? People are going to understand that. So do not resist the police. Fight it in court later.
Yeah.
If you can.
Smart. I ain't gonna lie, but that's extremely smart what you're saying. So I appreciate you saying that. As a liberal, too, I truly appreciate you saying that. Because let me real, you're like the only liberal I heard say that. Only one that I heard literally say, like, yeah, you guys need to start playing safe around the police. As you see, they're not playing with us. And I'm just like, I'm looking at my fellow liberals too. Like, I want y'all to be safe. Like, I know y'all thinking I'm over here trying to defend ICE and all this good stuff, but I'm really looking out for y'all safety.
Someone
It doesn't
said
help though. They're
being profiled. I have been. I know
oh,
you
so have
have.
I.
You said it. You have, right? So like, it's the thing that I have been profiled my entire life. I know the situations that you can get into by just being profiled. Like I know these situations.
The fact that you say that, especially since there are many liberal influencers out there right now that are saying, go get a gun, go start shooting ICE. There's even people that are saying, that are encouraging their followers to. One lady said, you know, those ICE agents, they have children. Those children are pretty easy to find. Maybe we should go find them and disappear them too. Legitimately watch someone say that on a
Every
TikTok.
single one of those people are abhorrent. Every
Yes.
single one of them. I want that to be clear.
Considering,
like, remember, I'm
used to hearing that. I'm glad to hear you say what you did.
I want no loss of life. Like the whole Charlie Kirk thing. I think someone even accused me of saying something bad about it. Like, no, I don't want anybody to die, including Charlie Kirk. Right? No one should die at anyone else's hands. Like that's just, no one should have their innocence ripped away at anyone else's hands. Like there are two fundamental rules that I go by. It is don't lie and don't steal. Everything else falls into place. And you're like, oh, what about murder? Murder is stealing someone's life. Just factually.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and that's another thing is they like to misquote the "thou shalt not kill." It's "thou shalt not murder."
Yeah.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over back to our guy Tim Walls, because I mean we done paused this guy like at least 3 times to go off on a wholly different conversation. But I love it.
That man is so boring. I pause him.
Do we really have to listen to what Tim Walls?
There's a better way to speed this up, to be honest with you. We could definitely speed it up. Let's see here, though. Actually, there's one guy we still haven't heard from. Well, we still haven't finished listening to, and what was it? The Minneapolis police chief.
Oh, did you hear about the Chicago police chief? What he said?
Well, the Chicago police, you said he ain't helping ICE not one bit.
No, apparently he's changed his opinion in the last yeah, my mom just showed me a video of him saying, no, you need to leave ICE alone. We're going to back them. Do not box them in. Do not make them feel like you're a danger, because now we're going to have to back them.
Smart.
Yo,
yeah, I'll see if I can get it from my mom.
That Dragon Ball Super is going to do the Moro arc. You know, Rip Toriyama, our king. But I am so happy about that.
Whoa.
If you don't know who Akira Toriyama is famously the creator of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z and all those things. And also
that would be my husband's thing, not mine.
And if you're a gamer at all, he also did the artwork for Chrono Trigger back in the 90s.
Damn, I didn't know bro was that
again
good.
That would be my husband.
I'm playing a video game. Witcher 3.
I don't know if you just heard him, but he's like, yeah, I'm playing a video game right now, Witcher 3.
But all right, though, let's get over to the press conference of, you know, our favorite Border Patrol agent here, because hey, man, when ICE F up or Border Patrol F's up, this is the guy that we're looking at. All right, let's hear what you got to say, guys. I'll be right back.
Days, given the events over the past couple of days, and that topic is the topic of choices. Now, choosing or making a choice is one of the only true freedoms that any of us really have, is to make a choice. Whether that's the choice to be here today as the media, the choice to go to school, join the military, join law enforcement. Making a choice is a freedom that resides within us. Now, good choices are important in life, as we all know. And many actions that take place are due to our choices. The choice to, say, cross the border illegally, that is a choice that someone makes. To cross the border illegally, that's a choice. The choice not to utilize the CBP Home app, that's a choice. Not standing in line and doing it the right way, that is a choice. And there are always actions that result from our choices. When you choose to use your 5-year-old child as a shield to evade law enforcement, that is a choice that someone makes. And there are actions and consequences that result from that choice.
Or if you use that same child as a
Or
bargaining
when you're
chip for
a
that parent.
politician or a community leader, you make a lot of choices there. Some very important, wide-ranging, and in-depth choices. When, as a politician, if you choose collusion and corruption as a choice, then there are consequences and actions that take place because of that. That's one reason the U.S. Border Patrol and ICE are here in Minneapolis by the thousands, is because of those choices. When politicians, community leaders, and some journalists engage in that heated rhetoric we keep talking about, when they make the choice to vilify law enforcement, calling law enforcement names like Gestapo, or using the term kidnapping, that is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices. And then when you choose, when someone chooses to listen to a politician, a so-called journalist, a community leader,
annoying as the other guy, as Tim Walls.
that
So I'm gonna
spouted that
answer
type of
your
vilification
man's,
towards law
question.
enforcement or anything else, and
G
you choose
Gundam,
to listen to that,
Dragon
that
Ball,
is a
the whole
choice, and there are
series,
consequences and
and Yu
actions
Yu
there
Hakusho.
also. I think we saw that yesterday.
Not the whole like Gundam series, just G Gundam.
And those
The
actions and
super
choices
like
can
the super
obviously have
xenophobic one.
tragic consequences, bad outcomes, outcomes that law enforcement never wants to see. Law enforcement never wants to see a bad consequence due to a poor choice. Now, these choices have reverberations throughout society. Let's take a look at, go ahead and put that on the screen, please. Yesterday, Border Patrol agents were engaged in a targeted law enforcement effort to apprehend this individual here, Mr. Jose Huerta Chuma. Look at his criminal record: domestic assault, intentional infliction of bodily harm, disorderly conduct. He's also got some other records there as well. This individual remains at large today. This individual is still roaming the streets today. This is the individual on that targeted law enforcement efforts that Border Patrol agents were engaged in yesterday when they were disrupted, assaulted, and prevented from conducting that Title VIII mission by individuals intent on making the choice to riot, to create anarchy, and to be a violent mob. This individual walks the streets today because of those choices made by politicians and those perhaps weaker-minded constituents that chose to follow directions of those politicians. Sad state of affairs. Now, enforcing the law is not a choice. I choose to be a Border Patrol agent. Mr. Marcos Charles chooses to be an ICE agent, but enforcing the law, that's not a choice. That is a duty. As we all know, those laws were enacted by Congress, signed by the executive, and upheld most of the time by the judiciary. Those are the laws of our land. That is our duty to enforce those laws, whether that's a Title VIII immigration law, whether that's chasing a bank robber or a spy or whatever else. That is our duty, whether it's a state and local law enforcement agency, and they make choices also. Do they support federal law enforcement going after Mr. Jose Huerta Chuma, or do they not? We all make choices. Our Title VIII immigration mission continues. Next slide. Our Title VIII immigration mission continues unabated here in Minneapolis, despite yesterday's tragedy that was preventable by folks making better choices politicians, journalists, and would-be anarchists and rioters. This individual from Laos was apprehended within the past 24 hours. This operation continues unabated. This is evidence of that. We will continue to make these streets a safer place. It is our duty, because we choose to be Border Patrol agents and ICE agents, to take individuals like that off the streets so we can make Minneapolis and America a safer place. Thank you.
By the way, was in federal immigration
Hold on
custody.
questions until the end. Mr. Marcos Charles will talk and we'll take questions at the end. Ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know Commander Bovino spoke about yesterday's incident in the situation, but I also want to draw your attention to the continued uptick in violence we're seeing against federal law enforcement officials, not just here, but across the country. Yesterday, here in Minneapolis, a crowd of violent agitators tackled an ICE special agent when one of our special response teams went to assist.
All right, Toby, you're gonna have to let
literally
know that I have to
bit off
go.
part of that agent's finger.
Got real
The
life
officer
things
received
to do.
immediate medical attention on the scene and was
Now we're
transported
screw this
to the
guy.
emergency room
I'm
for
gonna give
treatment.
you guys a little poem
We do
before
want
I
to
go.
thank the people at
First,
the
they
hospital
came
for
for the
assistance,
socialists,
the staff who
and I did
treated
not
our
speak out because I was not a socialist.
The officer's
And they came
recovering,
for the trade
but
union,
is now
unionists,
permanently
and I
maimed
did not
and
speak
has
out
lost
because
part
I
of
was
his
not a
finger.
trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews.
I don't
and
think I
I
have
did
to
not
tell
speak
you
out
that
because I
this
was not
kind
a
of
Jew.
violence is unacceptable.
And they came for me.
But
and
I
there was
also
no
don't
one
think I
left
need to tell you
speak
that
for
this
him.
kind of violence
That is
is not
Pastor
coincidence.
Martin Nielmer.
When sanctuary politicians, activists,
he
and the
was
media
admittedly not a
work
very
hard
good guy
to create chaos
who
and
learned
fear
from his
instead
mistakes.
of
He was
using their
definitely a
platforms
supporter of the Nazi Party when
to
he
reassure
first
their
came along.
communities.
And then he
This
realized
is the
exactly
result.
what they were all about. And by the time he
The
realized
reality
it,
is,
it was too late.
and this is
That's
what
something
Commander
we can't
Bovino and
learn
I have
from.
been talking
I'm not
about all
saying
week.
that our administration
We're out
is
here to
Hitler or
arrest
whatever.
dangerous
Never gonna say
criminal
that.
illegal
But I think
aliens
there
so
are
they
things that we
can't
can learn from the
victimize
past.
innocent people in our
Remember
communities
that.
anymore.
Be
Since the
safe.
beginning of this
I love all of y'all.
operation, we've arrested
Hey,
No
have
one
a good
person
one,
more
hon.
than any other.
2,400
Let's
illegal
sit now.
aliens, removing criminals, gang members, and terrorists out of Minnesota communities, detaining them in ICE custody for removal from the country. Those are criminals who won't reoffend in our communities. Those are criminals who won't be creating more victims that could be one of your family members or loved ones. Some of these criminals that we arrested yesterday are on the scene, or, well, these are our agitators from yesterday. If anybody wants to take a picture of these people or haven't seen them yet. The first picture was the individual who decided to bite off one of our agents' fingers. Some of the criminals we arrested yesterday: 40-year-old criminal illegal alien from Honduras convicted of assault. A 51-year-old criminal illegal alien from Laos convicted of assault also. A 45-year-old criminal illegal alien from the Ukraine convicted of first-degree robbery. And a 46-year-old criminal illegal alien from Laos who is convicted of facilitating child sex crime. ICE officers and agents are out there every day arresting the worst of the worst, so law-abiding citizens in this country and in Minnesota can sleep easy at night. This work isn't about headlines, it's about public safety. We can now take some questions.
Previously in federal immigration.
And all righty, now I did come in right before the questions because yeah, I mean they can't, hey, at least they can no longer say it's only white, it's only Hispanic people. I mean, I heard 2 white people and a couple Asians.
Yep.
Not all.
Parabolic wanted me to let you know that he had to get going, so.
All right.
And
all
then
right.
he shared a poem.
Ain't that nice? Shout out my man Parabolic. Appreciate the support, brother, man. Appreciate it. One of my favorite liberals, to be honest. You know, him.
Yeah, he was
Sid.
actually, for the most part,
I know he's a real
calm.
cool guy. Yeah, real cool,
Yeah.
calm guy. It's like that's what I try to say. Is like, Chuck, you don't gotta try to screen over Parabolic. Parabolic, he not the screaming type. To be honest with you, really
Yeah.
calm. So shout out to him. But hey, I guess I know one lie they kind of took out. So they don't go after white people. I mean, they did just talk about a white guy from Ukraine, but they don't have to go. They don't go after brown and black. I mean, they talk about 2 guys from Laos.
Yep.
So, where?
So they're going after anybody, regardless of if they are considered, the worst of the worst. It don't matter what they look like; they're going after them. And and this is why I love where I live, because we do have, like I've told you before, we've got a very large immigrant community here, and if there's someone illegal, they will turn them in themselves. They are on top of that stuff. They do not put up with it at all.
Because one thing I always respect about Hispanic community is that, bro, they don't like anything that makes the whole community look bad. They're like, bro, if they're gonna crack it down on all of us, so we just start sitting here trying to protect these guys. Like, and there's a lot of communities that understand that. Now, there's some Hispanic communities in different states that don't, but and over here, no, they get it.
Yeah. It's just it's funny because I have like real world in-person visual of this, and then I've got other people saying, "Oh, it doesn't happen. That never happens. They aren't doing that." Literally right outside my door, half a mile down the road, huge, almost 230, I believe was the last count. 230 legal immigrants that are either on their work visa, have a green card, working to become citizens, or just became citizens.
Hey, man.
And their employer's the one that's helping them.
I mean, look, man, long as they're here legally, hey, it's all good. It's all good with me. It's just when you're here illegally and then you're over here illegally committing crimes is where I'm like, yeah, you got to go.
Yeah.
But all right,
And
let's go ahead and go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and the one I was talking to about how because he sought asylum, he went to the next country over, sought asylum there, and then requested to be moved to America, and that's how he came over here.
Well, that's interesting. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to these questions. And gaming, I dropped the StreamYard link in the Rumble chat. Hopefully, you'll be able to click it.
Custody in 2018 at a jail in Minnesota, and then was released under the Trump administration again in 2018. You talk about choice. That was also a choice to release this individual, the man that you were targeting, obviously to detain him. So if he was released in 2018 from federal immigration custody, why would that be the case? Why was that choice made?
Yeah, I don't know the particular case in 2018 that you're talking about, but this individual that we want to put that back up there, please. That individual is now an illegal alien. It's my mission to find this illegal alien before he harms another American citizen and does harm. That's what I'm after there. And yet we can go back and look and blame in history. Right now, my mission is to take this individual off the street. And the main point here being is this individual is in the process of being taken into custody. Agitators, rioters, and anarchists prevented us from taking this individual into custody because of a very, very chaotic scene. This individual should be in custody right now, not out on the streets preying on Americans. That is the story that is most poignant here.
Multiple videos from different angles of the shooting from yesterday, and at no point is he seen brandishing.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
We have seen multiple videos from the incident yesterday from different angles, and at no point do we see Alex Preddy brandishing a weapon. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said that he was brandishing a weapon, and in the video we see him on the ground with his hands on his head. We see an officer leaving, but it appears to be with the weapon after he extracted it from Preddy's waist area. Did the officers see the weapon? Did they see him brandishing the weapon at him?
Sure. Many videos out there, many different accounts that you may see, that I may see, that anybody here may see. That, folks, is why we have something called an investigation, to take what you're talking about, to take those videos, to take witness statements, to take officer statements, all those minute details that will paint a true picture, not a freeze frame, not a freeze frame concept, and paint a larger picture of what really happened. That is why we investigate, so we can get to the truth.
Does it keep stalling or is it just me? So I don't know if you're muted or if I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm muted. You're right. Thank you. I'm muted. But what I was pretty much trying to say was, it would be insane if they were just sitting there trying to say, oh, well, he was in brandishing or brandishing a gun or whatever, right? No, he wasn't. He was not actually. He did not walk up there swinging around the gun talking about, I'm trying to kill ICE. What happened was he seen ICE push an old lady, middle-aged lady down. He went over there, got in the way, which you can see it as obstruction, and he put his arm out, thus basically putting his hands on the ICE officer, which can be honestly said to be insulting an officer. And then that's where things got out of hand. Even when the gun was, and it seemed like everything was a scramble because they knew the guy was armed. Even when the gun was taken off of him, for some reason, and this is just my speculation on it, but for some strange reason, the officer didn't tell his partners that, hey, yo, the gun's off him, because the big guy in the video who took the gun off him went there, turned around, and just walked off with the gun without letting the rest of the ICE officers know that the gun is off him. Then all of a sudden, they all just start open firing on the man.
See, and what I heard was that the gun that was pulled off the gentleman was an accidental discharge. And I will say, if that is true, the type of gun he was carrying, the P326 SIG, is a gun I will never own because it is highly susceptible to accidental discharge. It's got trigger problems. So it's got a hairpin trigger. So if that's what happened, and he did not see that his partner had taken the firearm, and when his partner took the firearm, there was an accidental discharge, then I can understand why he thought he was in danger, because they said gun, 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 from what I understand.
True. And here's the thing, though, like, this whole thing's a mess. Like, it's just a mess. But you want to know what to stop this from being a mess? If they'd have just had local law enforcement out there performing crowd control, Tim Walz bringing the National Guard to perform crowd control. If that's all, bro, if that had happened, we wouldn't be here.
Well, like I said earlier, if it was serious, if it was really an issue of personnel, do you know how many armed security companies he could have called to beef up crowd control? Because that's what they do.
Yeah, we can hear you, Gaming. Yo, Gaming.
That's part of what they are trained to do.
All right. Gaming. I don't think Gaming can hear us.
So there's not speculation. Speculation after 24 hours, you've got a lot of speculation in there. That officer, let's think of what those agents were doing on that scene, making a split-second decision. You've had 24 hours to try and armchair quarterback things. That agent had a split second to make a decision.
Commander Rubino, between your agency and Commander Rubino.
It's not speculation.
Who's next?
Right here.
Commander, was Alex Preddy armed when he was shot?
Again, the investigation is going to uncover all those facts, things like how many shots were fired, where were the weapons located, all those facts are going to come out in the investigation. I wasn't there wrestling that assaultive subject that was assaulting Border Patrol agents. I wasn't there wrestling him myself. So I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to wait for that investigation to come. No, don't interrupt me. I'm going to wait till that investigation comes out until I make a decision there.
If there's an investigation going on and you have not concluded, isn't it possible this was a bad shooting? Or have you already concluded for yourself that this was justified?
Between your agents and Commander.
Whoa.
Wow.
All right, no, that was a gaming. I mean, bro, he got both the browsers playing, but you got to shut down one of the windows because it's kind of get leading into the stream. But
I've not given you a conclusion, but what I do know is this individual was on that scene several minutes before that shooting, interfering with a lawful, legal, ethical law enforcement operation to arrest Jose Huerta Chuma. And again, it's back to choices. We just talked about choices. When someone makes the choice to come into an active law enforcement scene, interfere, obstruct, delay, or assault law enforcement officers, and they bring a weapon to do that, that is a choice that individual made.
Here's the thing, though. We don't know if he brought that weapon to do that, but he did bring a weapon with him. I mean, we're not sure to do that, but he definitely brought a weapon with him.
So the only time, I would ever bring a weapon into an active law enforcement situation is if it's a single officer literally wrestling with someone that is trying to get their firearm and they have no backup. That would be the only time I would even consider stepping in to do anything with my firearm that has to do with law enforcement. And that's only because there's the risk of safety for not only that officer, but the public around.
True. But all right.
Commander Bovino, when it comes to the shooting, from what I understand, there were 2 agents who fired shots. We know one of the agents had 8 years experience, and we know he was a less lethal instructor and had this training. What did the other agent, what was his history? And are they both working right now, or are they on administrative leave?
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing, and the safety of our employees is very important to us. So we're going to keep those employees safe as far as the number of shots.
So that's why they bring in more of them, because it's like, well, the guys who get caught up in these terrible situations, they got to deal with doxing because now because of the investigation, their name becomes public information. And well, I mean, they don't want to get stalked all over in Minneapolis, so it's probably best to take those guys to another area, maybe to like a red state where they aren't coming after ICE.
I mean, shoot. Yeah, that's the smartest thing, because it'll also bring down the temperature around them, hopefully. And they'll be able to do a proper investigation without having to worry about people becoming biased by citizen rhetoric, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why they didn't want to let Minnesota handle the case of Renee Good. Like one of the main reasons.
Number of agents involved, that again is going to come out in the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on who did what, when they did it, how they did it, or what exactly occurred there. I'm going to wait for the investigation to let me know what happened.
Did have 8 years experience, so we are talking about one of the agents. Why not talk about the other who shot as well? Because
before those facts come out, we need to ensure that we're talking truthfully and accurately. And before I speculate, I'm going to talk truthfully and accurately.
Between your agency, Border Patrol, and Mr. Charles, your agency, ICE, we've now seen 2 separate people shot and killed by your officers within 17 days. Do either of you plan on taking any accountability for those actions?
2 suspects, or you're correct, 2 suspects have been shot, and suspects that assault, delay, obstruct, or threaten a law enforcement officer's life. It goes back to the choices that we just talked about.
Funny how they ask for accountability.
Make poor choices, poor decisions, come into a law enforcement situation, an active law enforcement situation conspire to come into that situation, whether that's based on ideology.
And here's a problem with this, like with the rhetoric of mainstream media right now, is that they're trying to make it seem like Renee Good and this Alex Pretty guy had they couldn't have done nothing. It was just inevitable. They're just gonna die that day no matter what they did.
Yeah.
That's the problem with it. It's like, can we not look at the fact that he literally walked up during a scene, during a law enforcement scene? Like, yes, he may have pushed this lady onto the ground, but I'm gonna be honest with you, he could have been getting her out the way. She might have been trying to get in his face and hit him. Yeah, we don't know. All we know is that the camera got turned on when bro walked up, got him in the way, and the ICE officer and these guys are getting physical.
So yeah, and honestly, it's kind of funny that mainstream media is asking about accountability when they're the reason why a lot of the current rhetoric is so bad.
Yep.
And they refuse to take accountability for what they've been saying.
I mean, it's like they was like with the whole Charlie Kirk situation. We was telling them to turn down the temperature. Yo, stop calling MAGA fascists and all this crazy stuff. Stop calling us Nazis. And this one that happened. But what do? They double down on it. I mean, the whole thing with Renee Good. Yo, maybe you guys should stop doing this whole Gestapo thing, or maybe Renee Good wouldn't have overreacted and got herself killed. But nope, y'all just double down on it. And here we are at Alex. I'm gonna repeat the same thing. Maybe you guys should, water down this rhetoric so I'll be real, your base stops getting killed. People in your base stop getting killed. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna double down, still make them as Nazis, Gestapo, still try to lie and say they're untrained. But no, these protesters are getting in the way. They're obstructing, and that's what's getting them hurt. This is why obstruction is illegal, because it can get you hurt. It's for your safety, it's for theirs and your safety.
Yeah, exactly.
We
are there
in the investigation.
Oh, go.
We just talked about.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, our main goal is the public safety, or whoever's around us. Our main goal is their safety, even above our own. Yes, we're supposed to do what's best to keep us safe, but in reality, we're doing what's best to keep those around us safe. Our safety actually comes last in reality.
And that's the facts.
That's what we base the split-second decisions on, and our law enforcement officers are safe. They managed to come home at the end of shift. And, again, I would implore upon any individuals, whether they're anarchists, rioters, or anyone else that thinks it wise to go into a law enforcement scene to disrupt, to delay, is to don't do that. Let's think about that in terms, say a bank robbery is in progress and the police are taking care of that, and then you decide to go in there and perhaps take action. That's not a good idea in any form or fashion. The same thing with Title VIII. Same thing with Title VIII enforcement. We are after,
honestly, and what he said kind of leads into Monty's point. Is like, bro, even if you want to go in there being a hero, like he said, because Monty said he's like, what he did in his mind, he was a hero. He seen the lady get pushed down. He went over there and said, hey, yo, bro, no, you're not about to do this, but you're doing this to an ICE off. You're doing this to law enforcement, a federal agent at that.
Yeah.
This is way different from doing it from some girl's abusive boyfriend. I mean, bro, you get kudos for that, but as soon as you do it to an ICE officer, police officer, yeah, you're putting your life in danger. And this isn't your regular abusive scene. This is a law enforcement scene.
That's kind of why I'm like, in his mind and probably in other people's minds, he was being the hero, the guy that's going to save this woman from the evil ICE.
Mm-hmm.
All he did was make the situation worse.
Now he's just another lost family member. And I'm just like, bro, this guy has family. And we're not sure if he has kids, but I know he got a mom, he got a dad. I mean, you never know. Like, let's be honest, never know, nieces and nephews. So we're not considering belittle this man's death, but it irritates me how people are dying from this stuff and the left is still not watered down their tone. They think that ICE is going to back off, but they're doubling down because they're serious about their mission. But here's the thing. The same people who are, like, honestly throwing oil on the fire, I'm be real with you, they're the ones sitting at home kicking it, not at the protests. So
and
that's
here's
really
the funny part.
Exactly.
And where are the people that they're protesting for? Where are they at?
Bruh. In hiding. Either in hiding or they. So
they're
it's just like,
or So it doesn't matter. And it breaks my heart because these people are literally out there protesting for these other people, and they're not even going out there to support them.
All right, though.
An individual with a very serious criminal record. We don't need any.
Yo, gaming. How's it going, brother?
It's going good, man. I've been dealing with some tech difficulties. I downloaded this one freaking thing to help me stream when I game, and it basically overrides everything. So it routes the audio from the PC. So like if I'm on live, it'll route the audio from like the live StreamYard through that software.
Oof. Well, like, wow. Well, shoot, I'm glad you got to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm getting ready to uninstall that software now. But yeah, it's terrible. But yeah, I just wanted to check on you and Tove and everybody else because I know Ohio got hit hard.
Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah, we got hit. But
I was actually surprised you were able to go on today, Set. I thought they said all of Columbus was all out of power.
I mean, hey, man, apparently, I don't know. We're working miracles over here on the south side of Columbus. So, because trust me, I seen all the snow outside too, and I was like, oh, shit. Because here's the thing, you know, it's crazy. It was supposed to come in at 9, right? And 9 o'clock last night, and I was doing all this preparation and all this good stuff, and nothing happened, literally. Like, it wasn't even snowing that hard or anything. Bro, I wake up this morning, like, we're talking about 10 inches of snow.
Yeah, we have like maybe 2 feet of road in front of our house.
I'm saying this. Well, I was saying everybody's inside until the cleaners come through, and trust me, the cleaners ain't come through yet, and they probably won't come through until the next day.
We have had some plows come through, but it's just not able to keep up with the wind.
But yo, gaming. So, what you thinking about this shooting?
I didn't hear much of what he said, but are we talking about like the dude being shot because he was brandishing a weapon to a police officer or something like that?
Yeah, that's what they said. Did you see the video?
No, I haven't. I've been seeing so many different videos of shootings and stuff. It's like
got you all mixed up in the head.
Right.
All right. Well, I know Alex Jones had a pretty good breakdown of it. We weren't really able to get through it, but here it is. I got you, bro. We're going to go ahead and catch you up real quick. This is shooting slow down. This guy here actually took the gun off the man. But for some reason, everybody just fired on his ass.
Like I said, it sounds.
Roll it back.
It does sound like it took. It went off.
Roll it back to the beginning. Is there a video? So would there be a video of like because you can't really see nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it looks like this guy might have took the first shot. You know, the way I think that's bro. After that, they just started loading. Different angle. Here's the guy who took the gun and was just walking off.
I want to be 100% clear. With all the pressure ICE is under and all of the violence and agitation against them, I'm surprised there hasn't been bigger mistakes or violence yet.
Wow.
And if I see any real evidence of ICE doing something wrong, I will call it out. But this Alex Preddy, who died during the huge demonstrations in Minneapolis, Minnesota today, if you watch different angles of the camera, they are tackling him. They're on top of him. They took a gun off of him later, a handgun. but you see when the gun goes off, it's not clear what happened, but you see the ICE officer jump and run back, and then they pull their guns and start shooting him. So did he use his gun? Did he go for somebody else's gun?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Did the gun go off?
That's what I was also saying as well, because they took his gun off him. I mean, was he trying to go after somebody else's gun? Did he get a hand on it? And they were just like, gun back up. Like, we don't know.
Yeah. And that's why I'm wondering if there was an accident, so if it was also an accidental discharge, because again,
that's what I was getting ready to say. Because it looks drastically different. It looks like, bro, we just need a different angle. Like, I need that video of what happened before the scuffle, because if that's all we have to work with, I'm sorry, but the ICE officers might be in the wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No, I've been
just looking at it. And again, I'm not taking any biases. I'm not taking any biases or anything, but just looking at it first glance, you know, it was like the last ICE incident with the lady. I said, unless there was prior history, then that might change a whole lot of stuff. And come to find out there was. Come to find out there was like a whole bunch of different stuff. We need that pre-situation context where, okay, we need that video of him brandishing the actual weapon.
No, literally. I mean, I said the same thing. Like, we don't have that, sadly, from no angles. But let's let the video finish, though.
All right.
Did a gun go off? We don't know. I've been trying to analyze the video. We'll show it slow down here. But ICE doesn't want to kill people and have prosecutors try to put them in jail. They don't want to have a woman try to run them over with a car and have this happen. And we have the Democrats and the Podesta plan that I've harped on for a year plus, saying that when they try to send out ICE to their regular duty, they're going to tell the public it's illegal. Same stuff Obama did, Trump did, all of it. That this time they're going to say it's illegal and have an uprising and use people that died, dead protesters, as they told Axios 6 months ago, as the pretext to launch this uprising. So the system, the Democrat Party, the Soros funding is using this to create a crisis. And so people are saying they killed this guy in cold blood. It's not clear what happened. You see a magazine, clip pop out on the ground that fits his handgun, and you see them apparently struggling for something. Was it his gun went off? Was it one of their guns went off? They're surprised. They run, and then they pull their guns and start shooting him. And that's what's on tape. It's not them executing him.
True.
But that's what's going to happen when you have all these armed people and stuff coming out and saying kill ICE, win confrontations. And it's because the local police and the governments are not turning over these illegals, rapists, murderers, arsonists, you name it, even when they're in jail, to them. They have to go out and get them. That's why this is new. That's why this is happening. So they've created the atmosphere and then said their own battle plans. They would do this. That's how I predicted it all. So here are the videos. Here are the facts. Not a bunch of emotion.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Hey, Seth, look at StreamYard chat.
Holy shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Again. Not again! Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm gonna try to look up the before context. Like, this is bugging me.
Oh, before context? Oh, I got you on that one, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to say, because this is really bugging me, because we got videos blowing up, but there's another camera angle. I need the what happened before.
Where is it? I know I had the original video where he pushed him. There it is. That's the original video. So this is everything that happened beforehand. So like how he even got in that position was here. This right here. This lady gets pushed. He walks up and comes to the fence. Push. This bro walks up. Spray paints him. Wait, did he reach it in his pocket? Wait, why is he dragging the lady now? What the fuck? It's a whole kerfuffle.
He's trying to arrest. Wait, go back.
Yeah, because I seen a flash go off too, but I didn't
go back some more. I need some more.
I'll just do the whole video back, damn it.
Yeah, so I did pause it. I need to see the people. So the lady, obviously, she on the ground. Where the dude at that got shot?
Here.
That's him. Okay, so he got pepper sprayed.
Yep.
All right.
Now
he trying to help
see
her
right
up.
here. Hey, you see right here where he's look. I'm not sure if he's holding on.
He
to his
reaching
side
in
or
his
is he
pocket.
reaching onto his holster.
No, yeah, he reaching in his pocket. You can see that frame right there. Bro, I'm telling you, what if the freaking news pause it like just to take a quick break on this, bro? What if the news is like scalping online personalities such as yourself or like Steven Crowder or like or Candace Owens or all these other people to like get the freeze frames or whatever? That'd be so crazy.
Bro, wild.
I want the royalties, bro. We just did the work for you.
Literally, because this is probably the perfect frame phrase, right? This is probably the perfect freeze right here. And here's the thing. Let's put it in. Let's make it logical. He gets sprayed. He feels threatened, and he might be going for his gun.
Right, and that's why I That's why I had you roll it back, because I'm like, okay, this is how you go through and you look at the clips. Okay, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 ICE officers. You got the lady trying to get up, and he was reaching down with his left hand, but we don't know if he's trying to help her out and pull out his weapon or what. So
that looks like a reach for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Falls down though, but he falls down. So
somebody pushed him.
I don't know why, but I believe he's grabbing onto the lady because his eyes burning. He probably can't see. I mean, the ICE officers are pulling his hand and all that, so he's operating like blindly.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Either that or they're editing out portions of the clip.
But where did the shot come from? Was it this guy here in the green who put out his gun?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and then here's the thing though: if they took the gun off him, I mean, and here's the thing: how like, bro, that's what's confusing. All right, then, like, why'd you shoot him? Like, that's what? Like, I know the guy didn't confirm that he took the gun off him, but I'm like, damn, don't y'all want to make sure that he has anything on him before you just unloading him like that?
Go back about 30 seconds before the loud shot and play it. Maybe not 30 seconds, but a couple seconds before the really loud shot, the one that we know came from the officer, and play it again, because I think I heard something, but I want to be sure before I say it.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you?
Ground.
Honestly.
This guy punched him in the face. This guy's getting the gun from him, holding him down. This guy pulls out his gun.
No, he shot him for no reason. He shot him for no reason.
Literally.
Go back. No, go back. Pay attention. So scroll back 10 seconds. That dude right there. So there's gonna be no, not him. Move your cursor over to the right. No, go for it. Him. Pay attention to him and what he gets in his hands when he bends back up.
Oh, the fuck is wrong with you?
Hands empty.
Honestly.
He bends down. He did it. He had a weapon. See? So they took a weapon off of him.
Damn.
Yep.
So
I thought for a second there I heard a pop underneath the whistle. I'd have to go back again, but
Yeah,
I
Hey, Seth, send me that video on Twitter. Shameless plug out here.
I'll go ahead and repost it for you real quick. You'll be able to see it right there.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that I'm looking at this right.
I don't want to ruin my engagement.
Yeah. Crazy.
You got to, bro. You can't just repost. You got to quote post, or it's gonna kill your engagement. But all right, let's get back to our guy Alex.
That's how I predicted it all. So here are the videos, here are the facts, not a bunch of emotion.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Yep, guys on the ground. Hold on, he might have been pistol whipping him.
Oh shit!
Hold on, I ain't gonna lie to you. Bro might have been pistol whipping him. Sid might have been right.
Damn it, I don't have a big enough screen.
What? Like what the heck? Like, cause I see something in his hand just going like, all right, this is crazy. Yeah, no, he did have a weapon.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Hey,
But it wasn't the guy that was hitting him with the pistol. It wasn't the guy that hit him with the pistol that shot him.
No, that wasn't a pistol. I'm looking at it from the other angle, off the repost. That was the can of spray he sprayed him with. He was smacking him in the face with the can of spray.
God damn. Okay, good. I don't know why. It looked like a pistol to me, bro. But
it was the way that he was swinging it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep, I see it. Because he took the can away from one officer and just started smacking him with it.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Oh shit.
They killed him.
Now okay, never mind. When you see it like this, you see everybody jump back. Everybody jumped back like, whoa, well, first shot went off and they didn't even know where it came from, but they assumed that it came from him and they just started unloading.
Yep. That was I'm betting that was an accidental discharge.
Yeah. Even then, though, this is low-key. It depends on the accidental discharge was. Most likely it came from ICE. Either they're taking his weapon off him, or maybe or he was reaching for one of their weapons, and maybe it was an accidental discharge on that note.
Again, another reason why I will never own. I know it's only just that model, but I will never own a SIG because they allowed that kind of issue with one of their models that they refused to take off the shelves.
Oh, shoot. Shout out to Maine in the chat.
Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me?
So you could see him smacking him with that can of pepper spray.
Yeah, I see it, bro. I'm crying. No, I mean, he fucked up. But I was like, damn, I thought that was a pistol. He really hitting him with the pepper spray can.
Bro, like rolling back, like you can see him just beat his face.
You realize we're all going to hell for laughing at that part, right?
Yeah,
bro,
I mean,
like look, boom, he going in. He finna
and
go
it's
in
a
another
can.
time.
But I can see why Sid thought he pistol whipped him.
Yeah, I can see too. But damn, we're not supposed to laugh at the dead. Come on, guys.
I know.
It's not the dead. It's the fact that I ain't never been that mad where I just start pistol whipping somebody with a can of mace. You got to be hot. He draws his gun.
But, bruh, because of this little part right here, we don't know if that was the first shot fired. And he's getting up. And then, boom, the second shot puts him down.
Yep.
No, it was the dude who initially drew his gun.
So it was him.
I would say based off of, because I even am looking at the video too, there was only one person who initially drew their gun on the outset, and it was that guy just a few seconds later. He was the only one with his gun drawn. We had dude with the, with the pepper spray just going to town, getting his rocks off, really letting them have it. All right, that ain't justified. We could chalk that up to police brutality, is what it is. If it would have stopped there,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm just like, bro, like, where's your defense for hitting this guy with a can? Well, he was resisting, bro. That like 4 people on him. You hit him with a can. Like, what?
All right, like, come on, bro. But see, we can live with that, like, not comfortably, but it could be. We could go back and forth on that. But one of the ICE officers actually drew his gun. You're not supposed to unholster your weapon like that. Not if there's like an actual probable cause. And you can see, I'm gonna have you roll it back for some people. like a couple seconds. As you can see, there's only one person, him, right there, hand on his pistol. They got their hands on the suspect, hand on the suspect. He even got his hand on the suspect. You see old boy in there getting ready to
He
get
got his hand on
active
the
with that.
suspect in that can.
In reality, you're not supposed to put your hand. You're not supposed to put your hand on your holster unless you feel it's going. Unless you're actually going to pull it.
Right. So, and then you just play it from here. But watch. Unholsters. He the only one that unholsters. Only one. Gun to the back. He's rotating. First shot. He gets
clears out.
Second shot comes out of his weapon. Third shot. Fourth shot.
I know if I was that cop sitting next to him, I'd been like, what the hell is going on?
See, look at him. That first shot is what made him stumble forward. The rest of the cops are just responding.
Oh, hold on. He got better angles right here. Hold on. Let's watch the better angles. Now,
They doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know.
there's a clip that got blew out.
What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
There was only one officer that delivered 3 shots, and I just showed you who he was. There was only one that delivered 3 shots. And it's that second, because the first shot struck dude in the chest. He was on his way down. The second shot would have like flattened him out, and that third shot would have been unnecessary. The other 2 ICE officers that unholstered their weapon, they didn't have it raised or at the ready. They didn't have their shots lined up. They just stepped back because they didn't know what the heck was going on.
Yeah.
I can feel him on that.
So they when you hear a shot and you in law enforcement, yeah, unholster that weapon and step back because you don't know what's getting ready to happen. All you know is there's a weapon that just got discharged. So they did the right thing. That one particular ICE officer, you need to question on why he drew his weapon when there was 1, 2, 3, 4 different ICE officers on top of the suspect. And I'm going to go on record and say this on live so that everybody can hear me say it. I will condemn and I will justify. And when something is wrong, is wrong. When something's right, I'll be with you. The last ICE officer that shot the lady in the face because she hit him, and there was multiple angles and multiple camera footage showing that she hit him. He was in the right, unfortunately, legally and literally. This, there was no reason for, and you know we gotta be unilateral about it. We gotta call it out.
Nah, true. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. When I was first seeing this, I was already thinking like, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know. There is really no defending what some of these officers is doing right now, especially this shot right here. When I'm just like this, and here's the thing: like they said that it was a guy who took the gun off him, the bigger guy who took the gun off him and then started dipping when he started hearing shots. I'm like, hold on, where was the hey yo? I got his gun, guys. Like, where was the back up? Like,
whenever
what
you
happened?
guys say, whenever somebody says I have his gun or have his gun, you're supposed to stop. So even that story don't make sense.
Well, I didn't. Yeah, and all I heard, like I said, from what I understand, the only thing that was heard was gun. No, I have the gun, or he has a gun. It was gun, which is no. You're supposed to say they have a gun or I have the gun.
Yeah, because if you just said I had the gun, then I mean, let's be real. Then, like, what's the point of y'all shooting them?
Right.
Yep.
In either case, they got questions to answer.
Yep. Honestly, this one.
Go, Toph.
I can't. I honestly, with this one, like I said before, I cannot get behind this one. This is a bad shoot.
Yep.
I agree. But all right, let's go ahead and let Alex Jones go ahead and tell us what he's thinking on it. We're able to finish this with Monty and Sid, but let's try.
Oh my god!
I need to detox from Monty and Sid right now.
Oh my god!
Wait, pause it. Spill the tea. What happened with Monty and Sid?
What did you just do?
I mean, bro, just like last shooting, bro, they got into it.
Oh, they did.
Come on, bro. You see how bad it got to? It wasn't as bad as when Renee Good got shot, but of course,
That's because you didn't let it this time.
yeah, that's true.
You shut it down pretty quick.
Is that why they not up here?
Nah, not Monty.
Nah, they
Monty
had
and
other
Sid
stuff
both
they had to do.
Like otherwise, I ain't gonna lie, I'd still let them be going at it. But I'd start doing the more structured debate of like we're doing 3-minute replies, 3-minute responses, because I can't trust y'all to let each other finish.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is what it is.
Dave even came up and had to be shut down. So.
What did you just do? Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Why? Like,
Somebody needs to
let me
call the
ask Tove this question, and let me ask the ladies in the chat. Why is it when something happens, y'all first instinct is to scream like y'all are retarded?
Because
That's
bro, it's
not
like
mine.
I'm be honest with you, no, it's like an evolutionary thing because us men are like, I ain't gonna lie, when women scream, it turns on our alertness. Like you ever hear women screaming, all of a sudden you're just alert and you're aggressive out of nowhere. It's because that's like what we're pre-wired to do. What women are to do is to scream so to protect or know where they're at. It's like what animals do. So when women scream, they damn near do it to let us know that we got to jump into action.
That's and actually, so that is very much correct. While I wouldn't act like that, there's been situations. My little short story. My one twin.
Wait, like Gamey, have you ever had your wife kind of play with you, just yet like scream really loud, and you just jumped in there, jumped in the room, like what's going on? And she's like, I was just playing.
Yes.
No, because I'm usually the one that's tickling her hard enough to make her scream. Yeah, I'm
okay.
Well, that's a joke that one of my exes used to play on me all the time. Was just yell really loud because they know I'm just gonna kick through the door, be like, what's going on?
So
tell my black ass, never mind.
No. Okay, so when my twins were 2 years old, their dad was playing with them and he was tossing them up and then he was falling back into the couch. Well, along the back of the couch was our windowsill that was marble. Oof. And she had decided that as he was coming down, she was going to push herself up. And she came down and cracked her head on the corner of that marble windowsill. And it just started bleeding heavily. And my first reaction was, when I saw it, was, oh, shit. And went to call 911.
So you know it was painful for a baby when they don't make any noise for the first 10 seconds and it's all air intake. Yeah, they about to blow your drums out.
Man, like
she didn't even react.
Oh, it's like, no,
yeah, she barely, which was funny because she barely, I don't know if she just didn't register it, but she did not react until after I reacted.
And I actually had to run to the that's usually how it is sometimes. I remember one time my brother, like, my little brother felt like dramatic. He's all scraped up. He's like, he looked at me for confirmation, like, am I hurt or not? I'm like, you know what? If I don't say that, maybe you'll cry. And he didn't. And sometimes they gotta look for you to be like, oh, so can I cry? I'm like,
is it good? Is it good? Am I good? Tears or no tears? What are we doing?
It is funny when kids do that. I'm like, bro, you looking at them like, yo, does it hurt or not? Don't look at me for confirmation.
Nah, there's
and that's personally ever since then is why I've been very careful on how I react when my kids do something like fall and scrape a knee, because they're looking at me and it's like, you know, if I react, they're going to react.
Or you got to hit your kids with the, well, you're going to have to cut it off.
I just, depending, I just tell them, rub some dirt on it, you'll be good. You know, the same thing I was told as a child.
Yeah, I did that and got a gangrene infection. Some kids take
Yeah,
that literally.
I don't actually literally say that, but the same concept. It's more
All right,
like,
now all right,
are
we
you
got a bit off
dying?
topic. We got a bit
Yeah.
off topic. I know everybody loves children. Trust me, we all love the kids. But let's get back to it. Oh, whoops. So after the scene,
Oh my God, you fucking people, man! You fucking killing us! Why would you do that? Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe it. I need scissors. I need someone to cut this shit. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come here, come on. Come here. It is.
So you've seen the angles, you've seen the facts. They're totally surprised. They jump, they run. They believe they obviously see a gun. Two of them shoot in to the man on the ground, Alex Peretti, who's now dead, and we're sad for him and his family. So that's the reality of what's happened here. But when you say that there's no borders, when you say get out of the city, these are sanctuary cities, even for hardened criminals, it creates constitutional crisis, and Trump is not going to back down. So they've created this crisis. They cooperate with ICE, but no, they want illegals to be part of the new census. 18 new seats for the Democrats already. They want them to vote in elections. They admit all that now. And this is about breaking the country. If the Democrats can hold the cities hostage, they control almost every one of them through election fraud. And that's the Podesta plan. That's a Civil War movie. That's one battle after another. Then they've conquered this country. And that's how they do it in so many nations. Like when they first took over in 1917 in Russia, for several years, they only had Moscow. Then they got the rest of the cities and then totally took over within 5 years. And that's their plan today. So that's the reality. So just be aware of it. One other key point in the Podesta plan that they're following, they want to build public support for the blue cities and states to break away and have a secession and literally lead local police and governments against the federal forces. That's in the Podesta plan. That's in the Civil War movie. And that's now what the police chief, the mayor Fry, the governor are talking about by saying what ICE is doing is illegal, which it's not in its main actions. It delegitimizes them in the eyes of much of the public that are ignorant. And that creates the schism as the pretext for the Civil War and the secession that's in the plan. And never forget, the Democrats said the Podesta plan that they would frame ICE as Nazis and trigger a civil war. And now they're doing it. Look at this short compilation of some of the Democrat Party kingpins lighting the fuse on this bomb that's now exploded.
Shit.
This
Can I say
is
something real quick?
Gestapo-like behavior. Plainclothes officers.
Actually, go ahead. No, go ahead, Toph.
So, and what Alex just said about the Civil War thing, honest to God, I kind of have to agree with that because the way things are going, it's like they wanted this to happen.
Bro, it's like they literally want their own country.
Yes, and with the fact, the way Walt had said, he put his National Guard on alert to come in and defend his state, that they're going to be the last line of defense, is telling me that he wants a civil war. He wants something like this because if that happens, he can everything that he's currently being investigated for is going to be ignored because now we're going into a possible civil war with his state.
See, and here's the thing about all of this. I was talking to my mom about this last night, my mom and my stepdad. I was like, well, where we are at right now with in terms of the one world government, they were trying to get us there in 2020, but people were too level-headed. So they're trying a different approach.
Yep.
And crazy enough as it seems, there are a lot of legal immigrants. There are a lot of white people. There are a lot of black people. There are a lot of Hispanics, Asians. I mean, pick a race, throw a dart at it. There is enough of us that don't agree with what's happening in terms of what the left is doing, that are waking up to it, that are getting sick of it, to where now the mainstream media is making it seem like it's everywhere. Let me give you an example. Did you know that ICE was in Oklahoma and they arrested a couple hundred people?
Yes, I do.
Bro.
What about Arkansas?
Bro, they've been in a good amount of red states, but there's no problem because,
yeah.
well, they get supported.
They've been here.
No, it's not just that.
Yeah.
What about Washington?
Yes.
Oregon?
I did not know about that one, actually.
Delaware, Maine.
Okay,
I did not. I know Maine. Delaware, I heard rumors, but it wasn't known if it was fact yet or not.
Yep. Rhode Island, Maryland.
Yes.
Virginia.
So there's blue states out there that's like just not causing a problem in.
You see where I'm going with this now.
Oh, yeah.
It's only a small portion of people, a small portion of cities and states that are making this seem like it's everywhere. But actually it's not. Because if I said those names of those states where these ICE arrests are happening, and you have to kind of sit there and be like, is that happening? Yeah, well, I guess I did hear something. That means that it's not a legitimate problem. These cities are making it a problem.
All right, let's go ahead and get.
Yeah, I mean, not to go too far off on a rant, but that's the bread and butter, and it's basically what Alex Jones is saying. But the problem, I mean, there's obviously a bunch of ICE arrests in Texas. I mean, you have whole immigrants who are calling ICE on illegal immigrants because they don't want them here. So, I mean, that's
happens. It happens here in my town. I was just telling Set and Parabolic earlier. We just had ICE out here 2 weeks ago because our immigrant community that was here found someone that had stolen someone else's papers and came over with their group illegally, and they're the ones that turned them in.
Yeah, I mean, we have ICE here in St. Louis, and they've arrested quite a few people. We got ICE in Kansas City, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, and there's we had like 1 or 2 protests, and they were legitimately peaceful protests. But other than that, ICE has been free to do their job however they want, whenever they want. You know what's crazy about this?
We had one protester. We had a single protester out there yesterday.
He's like, you stand alone, buddy. You stand alone.
It was pretty
funny.
funny.
Okay with what ICE is. And actually said what's going on. For like, if you look at the polls, and the majority of the American people don't want this. I'm like, bro, like we get these guys are very vociferous about their stance against ICE. We get that. But bro, don't sit here and pretend like, oh, all of America's down with this. Like, bro, we understand that if you get in the way of law enforcement, bad things are gonna happen. Not everybody is just radicalized to go against ICE, and even liberals. I think it's Parabolic are the best examples. They even understand they understand that they're not supposed to be obstructionists, but I do understand where they get heated because they're like, oh well, look, like, oh well, is MAGA gonna try to justify this? And bro, I mean, I may be the only one, but no, we're not. I'm not.
You already say no. You already have 3 people that are saying, nah, this ain't justifiable. But I'll leave you with this. There are some immigrants here in my state of Missouri who, when Trump said, we'll give you, I think it was like 3 months to leave or whatever. And then if you don't leave after the first 3 months, then if you get deported, we're going to put a 10-year ban on you or whatnot. Do you know how many people in the state of Missouri actually went to immigration's office? Some voluntarily left the country, and they just have to wait for 5 years or 2 years.
Bro, I think we have more self-deportations than deportations.
That's what I'm saying. Like in Missouri, we have a lot of them, and because they've been in the state, or they let their paperwork lapse. So a lot of families, I'm not going to name a few of my friends that I know personally, but they went back, they checked their paperwork. They was like, oh crap, I didn't realize it lapsed. So they went to the immigration office. They said, this is what I do. This is why I'm here. They checked their background or whatever. They were like, okay, how long you been working at this? They called their employers up. Their employers like, yeah, we've been working for a while. It was like, do you need me to sponsor them? I'll sponsor them. And they did their due diligence. There was like, no, we'll just re-up their paperwork. I mean, they've been here. They ain't been causing no problems. They done paid their taxes for years and years and years and went to school, ain't really caused no issues. So if you what I'm trying to say is if you take the out that they give you especially if you've been doing what you're supposed to do and it's a clerical error, like I let my paperwork lapse by accident because I wasn't thinking about it, or I travel for work and something happened. Okay, they're willing to work with you. If you opt in for self-deportation or try to go through the proper channels, most states are lenient. This BS that they're playing right now is not a thing.
Agreed.
All right. Lighting the fuse on this bomb has now exploded.
This is Gestapo-like behavior. Plainclothes officers wearing masks are terrorizing immigrants.
The ICE issue is alarming beyond words. Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process. We're being hyperbolic. If you're a black and brown community, it's here. Wake up.
Dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany, especially in the earliest days of Nazi Germany, are the dangers that we need to react to now. They're taking people off the streets and sending them away. It's a 5-alarm fire, everyone.
Every single.
Let me respond to that. Illinois fat. I almost went
Pillsbury donut ass. Like, bro, I get you.
Bro, let me explain to you how Nazi Germany was at the start before it actually became a wartime production. The first thing that Nazi Germany did was consolidate a whole bunch of powers. It stripped away the rights of the farmers to sell their goods on the open market. It stripped away the right for people to own private businesses. It forced people to pay like almost 50%. I think it was like 30% or something like that. Dividend tax to the state to help rebuild. Then it started putting restrictions on what people could have, but it didn't spread them out unilaterally. No, it didn't do that. Of course, they started spreading the restrictions out toward, I know the Jews, but they also targeted them toward Christians, Muslims. You know what else they did? They started implementing what is it called?
So they were friendly against Christians. Huh?
No, they weren't. They actually there were a lot of Christians that were given the Star of David like sewn on them and treated just like the Jews.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. They're like the Bolshevik Revolution.
I know about that one.
Yeah.
The Bolshevik Revolution. They're like every single well, anyway, that's different topic. They also started spreading out what rights certain people groups could have. So what is it called? Like, it's a dumb study of race. Something.
Oh, I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about.
Critical race
but I
theory
can't.
There we go. CRT.
Yeah.
Like critical race theory. They started, saying like, oh, these people are disenfranchised, but instead of like saying it's another people group, they just said, oh, the Germans are disenfranchised because there are a lot of Jews and Christians and Russians and Polish and Dutch and all these other countries over here, that we're the minority in our own country. So let's start writing tax benefits that exclusively benefit Germans that believe this way of thinking through and through and nobody else. Let's start allowing them to get away with murder. What happened in Nazi Germany was not the final product of Nazi Germany. You get the SS way down the line once you've perpetuated what these people are doing now.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a
real
5-alarm.
quick,
Oh, go ahead, Tove. Yeah.
there was someone on, I think he's on Kick, that was asking about joining the live. I didn't know if there was and he wanted to join Discord. I didn't know how. Can you explain how Kick people can join the Discord real quick?
Oh yeah, bro. You can go ahead and you can go ahead and become a member on either. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and extend it to Rumble. Is either you're a member on Rumble or YouTube, which can get you access into the Discord. So if you got either Rumble or YouTube, you can head over there. But I went ahead and put in the calling line in the Kick app, just in case, in the Kick chat, just in case anybody on Kick want to come up. Also put it in there in the stream. Not StreamYard, but Twitch as well.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were still suspending it, so.
Oh, no, we're good. At this point, YouTube already gave me their verdict, and I'm just like, all right, I get it.
Yeah, they're being dicks.
Yeah, I know. But it is what it is. We'll get through it.
Everyone.
Every single
Taking people off the streets and sending them away. It's a 5-alarm fire, everyone.
Every single ICE agent who's engaged in this aggressive overreach and are trying to hide their identities from the American people will be unsuccessful in doing that. This is not the 1930s, and every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified.
Donald, it's kind of crazy how they like identified a mask with Gestapo, and I'm just like, the Nazis are actually pretty proud of being Nazis. They showed their face when they grabbed your ass.
Oh yeah,
There's a
they had
difference,
no
man.
problem doing that.
There was a
And on
huge
top of
difference.
that, so here's the thing: if they expect the ICE to no longer wear masks, then they need to extend the same thing to the protesters and the Antifa that they have running around their state to harass people.
Yeah, fair is fair.
What's good for the
Trump's-
goose needs to be good for the gander.
Facts.
No matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified.
Donald Trump's modern day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense.
No, foreign torture dungeons is crazy, bro.
I know
Yeah.
this. Oh, can't hold the
Dude.
gun right. I let people go to Leering centers, steal $9 billion. Furry eyebrowed old fudge nugget ain't talking.
Bro, is this the
What's even better is the detention facilities for deportation is actually 10 times better than our best federal prison. They actually have a chef that goes in and makes the food for them. Their tables have tablecloths.
But no, hold on, to go off on the foreign dungeon part, maybe that's why people like Renee Good thought it was okay to speed off on ICE officers, because of people like Tim Walz who think that should be taken to a foreign torture dungeon.
Right?
Like,
And I'm gonna be honest.
this is how they're making their people think. This is what the basis of the more radical of them are thinking. Y'all
Okay,
really think
so-
y'all gonna get shipped off to a foreign torture dungeon if you get detained by ICE?
Seth, here's the thing. Let's feed into their idea. So what?
God damn.
No, seriously. You gotta, because we've tried to play the whole be nice thing for like how many years? Is about to be next year will be 10 years since 2017 that we've been trying to do it the compassionate way. No, the time for compassion has long since been elapsed. So
Yeah.
what? So freaking what that they got shipped off to wherever and that country is treating them bad. Since you want to have so much compassion, protest that country.
Oh, okay, I get it now. He's talking about Kilmar Garcia, people getting shipped off the ECOD in El Salvador.
Yeah, like literally. And
But those aren't our people, bro. It's like, look, it's not like we're sending actual Americans there. Sure, Trump joked about it, but we're not actually doing it.
And okay, let's take it on the other extreme. They shipping Americans over there. Okay, we had a couple accidental people. Like, when they make a mistake, the Trump administration's not just gonna leave them in there. He brought those people back. Like the one dude from Honduras who said, yeah, he had his paperwork in order, this, that, and the other, even though we kind of didn't believe it. But he had his paperwork in order, and they let him back in. Okay, honest mistake. They corrected
That
it.
college girl, same thing. Young
That's-
lady that
college
was
girls
in
actually
college.
suck. I mean, the college girl, I remember there was this one college girl that got deported because she never got her papers right, and her parents never helped her get her papers right. She's all the way here, a freshman in college now, and she's an illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
I felt so
And there
bad
was-
because I was like, look, you gotta go, but why'd your parents do you like this?
And see,
Exactly.
this is why the whole illegal immigration thing has to be done, because it's designed to be a mirror. Yeah, it sucks that you lived your whole life in a country that you love, that you vote for, that you care about, only for it to kick you out like yesterday's garbage. Don't blame us. We are enforcing the laws here. We are not
Blame the
ones
people.
we are not the ones who crossed the border illegally. We are not the ones who, decided to
Bring
let
it here.
let this stuff go unabated for years and years and years and not take advantage of the very same system we wanted to come into to do things the right way. That is not our fault. And yeah, there are some people that are getting snatched up that really would benefit the community. But guess what? I got immigrant friends here. Not gonna name drop her, but we'll call her D. She's a doctor right now. Her family came in the right way.
Yep.
She ain't get snatched up. She was born on American soil. Family worked hard, did what they were supposed to do, made sure that all their documents and ducks were squared away. So I ain't really trying to hear it on that front. Yeah, it's kind of cold-hearted, but at the same time, so what?
And you've got people that have been here for 40 plus years, yet they, you know, I get that it takes a while to become a citizen, but it don't take 40 years to become a citizen. You had more than enough time to get your stuff in order. Why didn't you do it? And if it's an issue of money, okay, well, that's why they have programs to help you do that are pro bono.
And that's what kills me about it. It's just like, honestly, I mean, the left is blaming us, but I'm like, why don't y'all blame our political leaders who let them do this? Like,
yeah,
you're right. Let's be real. Instead of this mass immigration, y'all could have did something under Biden where y'all did a mass amnesty and now clip this in the butt. And
So
we
you
wouldn't
know
have to
what's crazy?
do this. Now, I mean, we deal with the consequences on our welfare system, but I mean, at least y'all can ride off into the wind going like, well, we looked out for these guys.
So
didn't we already do a mass amnesty once?
yes, under Obama.
Yeah. And he was the deporter in chief.
Yeah, but
I ain't trying to do it
they're
again.
But check this out. So, according to the U.S. Government, it takes anywhere from 18 to 24 months to become naturalized. That's what you got. So you want to know the naturalization wait time for other countries?
Oh,
Bro,
it's years.
I know for my mom, it was like, what, like 10 years.
India, it's 11. Japan, it's 12. And you have to be married for at least 3 of those 12. For South Korea, it's I think it's 10, and you have to be married for 5 of those 10 years. China,
like bro, here's the crazy part. Like my mom came here when she was 13. She wasn't a U.S. citizen until she was like in her early 20s.
Yeah,
Or naturalized.
My cousin actually was sent over to can't remember which country for work, and it was a permanent placement there. And there is exception for work visas to become naturalized if it's something that they're going to be doing as a permanent job. But again, that's under there's specialized regulations for that.
where I was deployed to in Bahrain, you need to be there married for at least, I ain't joking on this one, for at least 12 years.
Now, does it have to be? Now, the marriage, does it have to be to someone who's already a citizen, or does it matter?
For all these countries, it has to be someone who's already a citizen or have parents who are actually identifiable in the country. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So you mean to tell me that you guys can't follow a 24-month process at the maximum when other countries have 18-month, not 18 month, but 18-year, 12-year, 10-year, 13-year plans? Are you serious? Y'all want to leave the United States talking about how bad we are, how racist we are, but you'll sit in line and wait for your immigration to come back through from those countries. Why don't you just walk over there, claim asylum?
Right?
Good point. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons, no chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye, just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared. We need to make sure that there's a firewall that they have to come through before they get to them.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack.
Well, so yeah, I'm be honest with you. Like, hey, Alex Jones might be hitting on something. I'm not all the way there with, oh God, they're trying to get separate themselves from America, become their own country so they can have whatever immigration laws they want. Be real with you. The day they do that, they won't be the
I would
leader
agree
of
with
that
that.
new country no more. Be real with you. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to our guy. Well, Christy Gnomes, actually, she just did an interview on Fox News like about a couple hours ago. Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
By the Homeland Security Secretary, Christy Gnomes, Secretary. Really busy 24 hours for you. Thank you very much for being here. People are waking up and they are wondering two things. Am I going to lose power from the storm? And what the heck happened with the Border Patrol agents shooting this guy in Minneapolis? We will get to that. But first, with this storm, what are the folks here at FEMA's Nerve Center telling you about how things have played out overnight?
Well, this is the National Response Coordination Center. So we actually have many agencies embedded here that are responding to local communities and states as they get through this winter storm. We knew for several days ahead of time this would be significant. It would impact about 40 states. It would include not just snow, but the damaging ice that could be catastrophic for people losing power by taking down power lines, impacting tree branches that would cause a lot of damage. So we're seeing about 1 million people without power, although all the local communities and states are responding with repair.
Yeah, I'll say the only thing that's kind of keeping us cool is that the fact that, well, we got a lot of snow, but we didn't get like crazy cold weather, like -degree weather. I think that's the only thing that didn't keep us
That's
from
where
being that
you're
bad.
wrong, Set. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but after the storm passes, there's going to be a massive trough of cold air plunging in from Canada that's going to drop the average temperature from tonight all the way through Tuesday to the negatives.
I mean, right now, what I'm looking at from, well, you know, I mean, like I said, I'm in Columbus, Ohio. Right now, we're looking at upper teens to 20s. Even in Wednesday, we'll be sitting at 11. So, like I said, we're not getting that -degree weather that's gonna make it like I think with the -degree weather and the ice on top of the snow, that might have caused more power outages in my area. But we just have a whole lot of snow.
Y'all lucky, bro. It's gonna get down to -5, -6 tonight here where I'm at.
So the other thing we need to
tonight
remember
is gonna be 9 degrees.
At least y'all have positive numbers.
I know, right? I was like, well.
Yes, but we also have to don't forget wind chill is pretty bad right now.
Yeah, but I would say this though. What was it? It's gonna stop snowing after today, pretty much. It's gonna stop snowing on Monday. But let's be real though, I'm not even sure if I'll be even heading into work tomorrow because of how much snow went down. Man, that's might give us a couple of days.
Bro, I told people, don't you start celebrating in December because we always pay for it on the back end.
I promise you, bro. Like January and February are be the coldest, the most brutal months of the winter. People are like, oh, December is by like we're out of the forest. I'm like, no, we're not, bro. We're still in winter wonderland. It's just about to get really cold now.
Bro,
I will say
the thick of it.
yeah.
Bro.
You know, I'm trying to give these people that did this panic buying a little bit of grace because the majority of them are, you know, in their 20s and maybe early 30s. They never, like for me, I grew up in the 90s where we had, you know, feet of snow and blizzards like every couple of weeks, and we played in this stuff. They never had the winters that we had when I was a kid, or even when my mom was a kid. Now they cancel school for flurries and possibly slick roads. We only got canceled if it was a whiteout.
Yeah, like 6 inches or more, literally.
Yeah,
it had to be like something like that.
Oh no, we would go to. I was still going to school in 4 feet of snow.
Man, I mean, I know.
And that was in northern Ohio.
I know here in Columbus when I was a kid, man, we would see like a foot of snow, 2 feet at most, and it would be all shut down until we at least got down to at least less than 6 inches of snow.
But you're also, I think you're 10 years younger than me.
That's true. That's true.
So, and right around 2006 is when we started having really warm winters.
All right. But all right, let's get back to Christy. No.
crews, all coordinated together to make sure that everybody gets help as soon as they possibly can.
And the threat from power outages, if the storm has gone, is the threat past, or do people still need to worry tonight about branches freezing and power lines
No,
getting
the
dropped?
situation with this storm is pretty unique just because it's going to stay cold for a period of time. So this ice that has fallen will keep those lines heavy, even if they haven't gone down immediately. For several days, we're going to have below freezing temperatures that will make sure that if we get a little bit of wind or we get some stress on those lines, they still continue to could potentially lose power. So we're going to continue to monitor that. FEMA coordinates
Yeah,
that.
you see, like in Ohio, bro, we barely got anything going on here, bro. Like,
Yeah, but
look
we're
at it.
still under a.
Oh yeah, we
We're
got
still
snow
under a
emergency
state of
for sure.
emergency.
For sure, but bro, they're making it seem like we ain't got nothing going on. Everybody here is just happy days. It's like, bro, we're still dealing with like 10 inches of snow.
Yeah, I mean,
What,
this is
Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana. Oh yeah, they getting hit. Texas, I'm be real with you. Texas just ain't built for the snow. They're just not.
Texas weak. So
what our houses start falling apart during the last snowstorm.
So when did you say that the last time you had to experience something like this?
Like
Oh, no.
this?
Like,
This is
yes.
nothing.
Be
This
honest
is
with you,
nothing compared to when I was a kid.
bro. Yeah, when I was a kid, we was getting like a foot and a half. So 10 inches is just like, all right.
Yeah. I learned to drive in like 3 feet of snow with no roads.
Yeah, when I had my truck, I remember trying to get out there in the foot of snow because I had to. I was doing some wild things back in the day, but trust me, I had to move.
Hey, you hear this?
I
Yeah.
did not. I heard it for a little bit. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back
Jurassic
to it.
Park theme, baby.
I'm
Y'all sounded like some dinosaurs.
Oh, screw you.
Back on them, like, bro. I know we probably got the young guys in the chat going like, "Whoa, y'all seen a foot of snow?" Like, yeah, bro, this is nothing. We were kids.
That's a slide to myself too. They don't
Bro,
know
like,
about that winter storm of 07.
Yeah.
Bro,
I used
they
to
don't know
drive
about
in
the foot
whiteout.
of snow, and you would see like foot-long icicles hanging off the power lines.
Yes.
You feel me?
Oh my God. The snow would get so high, I could build tunnels in the snow that I was crawling through and sometimes could stand up and fully. But again, I'm shorter than 5 feet. So
Bro, shout out to Maine and Arizona though. Maine is in Arizona, bro. Like the coldest they experiencing is like what 57. That's cold for Arizona. 60 degrees.
Yeah,
people in
that
Arizona
is.
start grabbing their coats. If we was out there in Arizona, we'd be start looking at them like they crazy. Like, what you mean, bro? This is still great weather.
Going out to tan.
I could go outside and do a little laps around the park.
Like, bro, I'm telling you this right now, bro. Like, if we were in Arizona, they look at us crazy because we're out there in short sleeves in 60-degree weather.
You feel me? Arizona, Phoenix. I was in San Diego when we had that massive blizzard. It was like right after I got out of boot camp. Went to San Diego. Everybody walking around with heavy jackets. We out there with like t-shirts, shorts. Like, bro, this is nice. I've been in a freezer most of the year.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Through the state. All the governors I've talked to multiple times, and we've been working with them and their emergency management directors to make sure they have the equipment that they need. In disasters like this, it's always the local leadership team that responds. The state manages the disaster, and then FEMA comes in and supports. And that's what's happening in these states where those disasters have been declared and those emergencies have been declared, and we're getting them the help as soon as they need it.
And with this storm, have there been any surprises, or has it played out about how you guys thought?
It's played out about how we have thought. Some of the states have really upgraded their infrastructure since their last disaster. If you remember, Peter, Texas got hit hard with an ice storm several years ago. And since then, they spend a lot of time and resources building up their infrastructure and their grid. So they're doing better this time around. And many of these states,
They're
Louisiana,
doing better
Mississippi,
as they
Tennessee, that are
show
struggling
somebody
right
getting
now,
stuck in
they
the
have
snow.
agreements with surrounding states to get utility crews in there right away and getting people back online.
And I want to switch gears to the other big story that you were right in the middle of. Federal officers have their hands full in Minnesota right now. One officer had his finger bitten clean off by an agitator yesterday. There are some pretty troubling photos of that online if anybody wants to look.
No.
Have you heard from any?
Whoa, what's going on?
That's cap. That's got to be cap.
No, nope, it's true. It happened.
Somebody Mike Tyson the dude's finger.
Yep.
An ICE officer got his finger bit off?
Yep.
Roll it back because he just said that.
What
Yeah.
in the I mean, okay, but I'm just gonna let you know right now, like,
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
It was like hanging on by sinew by the time the person was done.
Boy, that's that mentality you get when you smoke flocka.
I'm done. When you smoke the bath salt.
You feel me? Like, bro, that's
Probably.
drug addict behavior.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
That's some Molly flock of bullshit right there.
Bro, show it. Show it quickly.
I'm like, all right. F it. I know F it, man. It's not
Don't
like
make
you
me-
showing any love right now. So anyway, so it is what it is.
Oh, whoa.
Viewer discretion advised, guys. It's gonna get a bit violent. If you're on Rumble, I mean, they don't care. But took the whole thing off. They took bro's finger off. They took his little index. God damn.
I'm sorry, but that news report is all right. That's enough. We good. We good. I just wanted to make sure it was like a legit thing.
Took a brutal.
Yeah, I heard that and I had to go look yesterday.
Oh yeah,
I actually heard that while we were up in the NICU, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, they kept pushing that ICE officer on the ground.
That's crazy.
These Negroes are biting ICE officers like a hungry Mike Tyson in the ring.
Like, bro, what the hell's going on? They biting fingers off now. Yeah, they really try to say something with their actions, bro. They trying to send a message for real. They say we're willing to bite fingers off now.
I ain't gonna lie. Once you start biting me like a rabid animal, you got to be put down like one.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the line is, bro. You start taking parts off my body with your teeth. Yeah, there's a bullet going in you.
Respect.
Any of the Democratic leadership in Minnesota about that? Tim Walz, Jacob Frey.
No, they haven't expressed any concern for injuries to our officers. And that's been going on for weeks. These are not just agitators anymore. They're violent protests. In fact, the state and the city of Minneapolis abandoned this area in downtown Minneapolis because they couldn't control the situation by the amount of people that have come in just trying to disrupt and impede law enforcement operations. And, you know, frankly, this didn't turn violent until we uncovered the fraud in Minneapolis. We were there. ICE and CBP have been there and operating for years in Minneapolis. We saw the violence start to happen when the fraud became uncovered of the billions of dollars that was
She said the quiet part out loud
under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey.
President Trump is saying.
All right, so she's pretty much alleging that the only reason they're acting like this is because we started asking for those fraud papers. Now they're trying to push up on ICE, trying to distract everybody away from it.
Yep.
Nah, she right though. Because what I say a month ago, I was like, I find it funny that this happened when we discover massive fraud.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing though. Pam Bondi actually released a letter. Actually, Sid brought it to my attention. Now, me and him had a different interpretation of it, but when I read Pam Bondi's 3-page letter to Tim Walz, she pretty much told this man, "Yeah, you're gonna start helping out ICE. You're gonna turn over the all this fraud that's been going on. We want your voting records, your voting registration records, and we also want your welfare records as well. Yeah, all that data that you guys don't want to show us, we want those too. Plus, we want you to start helping ICE." Now, the way Sid interpreted it was that, Pam Bondi said that, if you give us the voter registration data and you go ahead and give us the welfare data, we'll go ahead and take ICE out. But I mean, I'm be real with you. When I read that, I did not get that at all.
She did not. No.
Yeah. Why?
If anything, she said, you start working with us and bring the agitation down. We won't need to have so many people out there, and we can get things done in a more timely and civilized manner.
Here's what I say. I say President Trump should declare a state of emergency at the federal level and then name Minnesota, because if it's a state of emergency at the federal level, he has more tools at his disposal. It's not an insurrection, but it is a federally recognized state of emergency. You get FEMA in there. You get federal agents in there. You basically swarm everything.
Oh, and game. Oh my bad. I'm
Huh?
about to say check the top of my X if you want to go ahead and read that letter for yourself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Declare a state of emergency. Get FEMA in there. Get all these other people in there, and then institute a curfew, which is something FEMA has the power to do if there is a state of emergency. And the state of emergency can be civil unrest. Once he does that, you send in the IRS, the FBI, Homeland, and ICE to go round and arrest people. That's how you can quell this.
Yep.
And then you quell it real quick, because now with a state of emergency declared, ain't nobody gonna come out their house when you got like legit targets, people rolling around with armor and actual combat weapons. They ain't gonna listen to you. Get in your house is what I told you. Oh, you don't want to listen? Taste this pavement. Oh, you want to hit? Taste this bullet.
Damn, but hold on now. Shout out to Laughable Panda. I will say again, they must have been on bath salts or something. That's what I was thinking too. Because I'm like, bro, you out here eating people? I ain't heard that since the homeless guy on bath salts started walking up and eating faces. It's like, huh?
Right?
That's why I said, bro, it's got to be a drug, because that is
ain't no way. Like, ain't no way. I don't care what type of desperate
Ain't no way
situation
I'm
I'm in.
putting
I don't know
someone's
why,
finger in
but
my mouth.
biting teeth,
I mean,
biting fingers off.
I mean, unless they're like literally trying to push me off a building, and the only way to stop them is to bite as hard as I can. That's about the only way I would ever consider biting someone's anything off.
Oof, man.
I ain't gonna lie, Toe. Don't. I ain't even gonna say that.
This is a part of a Truth Social. The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. How close is President Trump to invoking the Insurrection Act?
President Trump just wants to keep people safe, and he's applying the law and wanting to go out there and go after not just terrorists that we know were led into this country by the Biden administration, also dangerous criminals that, especially in Minneapolis, what we've been targeting is sexual predators, people who've been trafficking children. That's what this operation has been focused on, getting illegal people in this country that have been involved in that criminal activity. And then when the fraud was uncovered as well, we saw a resistance in Minneapolis like we haven't seen anywhere else in this country. In fact, encouraged by the governor at press conferences to go out and take to the streets and to resist law enforcement. It really is irresponsibility that we haven't seen out of
really
someone
don't want to go to jail,
in any
does
other
he?
state.
So, Insurrection Act on the table?
It's up to the president. He has the constitutional right to do that. He certainly has considered it. We've had discussions.
I mean, bro, like I said, ICE officers are being like, bro, doxxed. I mean, they're being hunted down, followed, trapped in, stuff thrown at them, fingers bitten off. I mean, how far do we need to go? That's what I would ask Trump. Like, all right, what are you waiting for, my man? Because I'd have been seeing all this, and I'd have been like, Insurrection Act. Insurrection. Actually, as soon as Renee Good got shot, it'd have been Insurrection Act. We're done.
Nah,
I'm done playing with you guys. I'm not gonna put the people's lives at danger because you guys want to be real with you, like pussies about holding these crowds accountable.
Honestly, I would have done it long before Renee Good. When they started doxing the ICE officers and people were going to their houses and harassing their family, that's when I personally, if it were me, that's when I would have done it.
I would have tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but as soon as that dude finger would have came off, yep, y'all are doing
no more benefit of the doubt.
Yep,
not after the last few years.
I'm like, because what type of savagery is this at this point? Like, we're biting fingers off. Like, yep, just send them in, bro. Send the troops in. Because if I was Trump at that point, I'd be like, look, bro, I done seen a lot of bullshit. I'm talking about like 2 people done died at this point. An officer's fingers been bitten off. Send the troops. Send the troops.
Yep. You got to. Because they out here bugging. Come get your people.
See what the best choice is to make sure that law and order is followed, but also that we're keeping people safe.
And it is early, we know, in this investigation into the shooting death of Alex Preddy. But I want to have you walk our audience through what exactly you know. So you said last night, it looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. Did he say, I'm going to kill you, or did he leave a note? How do you know that was his intent?
You know, part of this investigation will be hearing from those agents and officers and people on the ground. But we do know that he came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony. When he did that, interacting with those agents, when they tried to get him to disengage, he became aggressive and resisted them throughout that process. These officers used their training, followed their protocols, and were in fear of their lives and the people around them. And that's how this tragedy unfolded, and we hope we never see it again. It grieves me to think about what his family is going through, but it also grieves me what's happening to these law enforcement officers every day out on the streets with the violence that they face.
Because you mentioned the family, they have a statement out now where they say they're angry and that Alex was just...
All right, and just take a quick little word from our sponsors. Looking for a comfortable but unique option for your gaming setup? Check out Tech is Sports USA. Yes, once again, Tech in Sports USA, which with a worldwide range of ergonomics chairs in an array of colors, you will definitely bring your setup to a new level. Always comfy, never boring. Tekken Sports. Use code Rumble for 10% off of your entire order. Once again, Tekken Sports, sportsusa.com. All right, guys, appreciate you guys, and make sure you check these guys out. I mean, the QR link is right there. All right,
that's the guy who said he would never do ads.
I mean, until they push me on Rumble, I have no choice. I mean,
sorry, I had to tease you on that one.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Did you kind of sound like you were getting neutered reading that? It sounded like you were neutering yourself reading that.
Bruh. Because I hate doing it. I'll be real with you, but it is what it is.
A woman who was pushed down by ice and pepper sprayed. But they also talked to the Associated Press, and they said, we had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, you know, go ahead and protest, but do not engage, do not do anything stupid, basically. So what is your message this morning to Alex Pretty's parents?
Just that I'm grieved for them. I truly am. I can't even imagine losing a child. And I can't imagine a tragic situation. We can't have individuals that are impeding law enforcement operations and then showing up with guns and weapons and no ID and confronting law enforcement like that is one of the reasons that we see situations like this unfold. I think everybody can learn from this situation. I'm grateful for law enforcement that put their lives on the line every day to go out there on the streets and try to bring criminals to justice and protect the public. And we'll continue to make sure the right thing is done, this investigation is completed, and that we continue to go forward and we enforce the law and apply it equally to everybody in the country.
What is the line? Where does it go from peaceful protest, I have a First Amendment right to do that, to I'm going to get arrested protesting, to I'm going to get shot to death?
Damn.
We have clearly from the very beginning followed the exact same process and protocols that have been implemented this entire administration and that the previous administration followed and has gone on in law enforcement interactions for years. It is, you cannot impede a law enforcement investigation and operation. When an officer tells you to back off and gives you orders, you should comply and explain. You shouldn't show up with weapons then no ID and no indication of how they're going to be used. And that aggressive interaction, laying hands on law enforcement officers, clearly is a crime, and it is something that should not be acceptable.
Because you mentioned the protocol, there is an angle of the video that we've been playing all morning where it shows an officer removing a weapon either from Alex Pretty's waistband or a holster. And he walks away with the weapon before officers start shooting. It appears that Alex Pretty was disarmed. If he was disarmed, is it the protocol to use deadly force?
And that's all part of this investigation. Every video will be analyzed. Everything will be looked at. And that's part of the answers that I can't speak to every single thing that those officers thought, but this happened in seconds. They clearly feared for their lives and took action to defend themselves and the people around them. If you watch that and you listen to those videos, you can hear someone yelling, gun, gun, gun. And those agents and officers reacted to that. So as this investigation goes forward, all of that will be analyzed.
There are a lot of stories this morning. Gun experts are saying the gun that he had, the Sig Sauer P329 millimeter, has a reputation, according to multiple lawsuits, of accidental discharges. Have you been briefed about the possibility that an ICE or a Border Patrol officer accidentally discharged this gun?
I know the investigation's ongoing, and they'll continue to do that. I don't conduct that investigation within the agency, and outside agencies will continue to do that, and we'll get the facts.
Separate from the specific investigation, we know that Alex Preddy, according to officials in Minnesota, was legally a concealed carry permit holder. He had his gun legally. Is your message to people who are concealed carry permits that if they're going to go to a protest, they should leave their gun in the car?
You know, my message to individuals is don't go impede law enforcement operations.
Yeah.
That's not legal. You're breaking the law when you do that. It's also breaking the law to concealed carry in Minnesota without an ID on you. And you shouldn't be laying hands on law enforcement and getting in their faces and trying to stop them from conducting their work.
I mean, like I said, I agree that, you know, you shouldn't be trying to get in the way of law enforcement. That's a good way to get yourself hurt or killed. And then also, wait, are you saying that the man didn't have ID on him?
Yeah, they said that he also didn't have his ID on him.
Which in the state of Minnesota is a crime if you're going to conceal carry.
Yep.
See how
you know, some reason these protesters don't like to carry around identification for some strange reason. Don't know why.
Keep in mind, a few of them are actually convicted sex offenders.
That and they're also from out of state and, you know, pretending to be from Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, and there's a couple of Antifa members who are actually convicted child predators, too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there's quite a few of them. Almost every single person in Washington that's participating in those riots, convicted sex offender.
Well,
yeah.
All of that is part of protocol, but it also is the law. And when people are in violation for the law, there's consequences for that.
Last night, our reporter in Minneapolis, Steve Harrigan, was out there monitoring everything that happened afterwards. And he said that there were a bunch of protesters in matching shiny yellow vests who basically took over the crime scene and they were directing traffic. It's very, very organized. Have you guys figured out yet who is organizing these protesters? Who is paying for them to be there, to stay out in the cold for something like a matching outfit?
Well, Peter, I want to remind you, these aren't just protesters. These are violent rioters. When you have local police, city police, and the state police that have to abandon an area of their community because they can't control the situation and they don't have citizens who will listen to them or honor law enforcement, that's not protesters. That's a violent riot, and it's out of control in Minneapolis. We don't know who is funding them, but there are investigations going into it. I know the Department of Justice is. I know that the Attorney General
we have a good
in
idea.
Minnesota, the governor in Minnesota, and Mayor Fry, they all have confirmed that they've received subpoenas, that they will have to appear in front of a federal grand jury for a criminal investigation. I think that should be indicative of the fact that perhaps their leadership is not isolated from a lot of the corruption that we've seen throughout the state.
And there are so many different angles of the video. How quickly can we expect information about this investigation?
I think the information is consistently coming out when it's appropriate, when investigators deem that it is something that they can release that will give answers to people. That's exactly what President Trump and his administration want. We want transparency for the American people, and that's one of the reasons why you've seen our Border Patrol and our ICE officers out there working with the community and consistently asking the governor, consistently asking the mayor, please work with us. All we ask is that before you turn violent criminals out on the streets, let us know so we can pick them up and we can send them back to their home countries. We've asked for that partnership. We get it everywhere else in the country, that we have Democrat and Republican leaders working with us. We wish that Minnesota could be the same.
All right. Well, we will let you get back to work. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Peter.
All right.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagna.
All righty. We're going to go ahead and call it on that one because, well, we're going 6 hours long. I need to get something to eat.
Oh,
Well,
damn.
cook something, actually.
Boo.
That's right. We just got dumped on with a bunch of snow.
I know, right? So, yeah, Jared's husband, I ain't going nowhere, but I do got to go downstairs and get cooked something. But all right, guys, don't worry.
How
though.
dare
I'm gonna be
you.
right back because I ain't got nothing else to do now. I mean,
Yeah, you
where
locked
did
in
I
now.
go?
You might as well go ahead and just play some like intermediate music Actually, that's what you should do. You just play some intermediate music and then hop back on. I'm pretty sure ain't nobody gonna leave.
Man, it have to be my own music, but don't worry. I'm gonna hop back on, and we're gonna go back over. Well, I want to do a complete media analysis of how both Fox and the left wing is covering this and the right. So I'm gonna take some time to do some studying up on those videos because, as you see, man, Kristi Noem's on the hot seat. The Border Patrol commissioner or head guy, he's in the hot seat. We also got a lot more coming out as well. I know JD Vance did a pretty engaging pretty engaging speaking that he did on abortion. So I know that's
I missed that one.
Yeah, he actually did public speaking today and he was going off on abortion. I was like, okay, well, this is gonna ruffle some feathers later on. And then of course we got Tucker Carlson complaining about the FBI. Which who isn't at this point?
Oh, Big Tuck. What's wrong? You don't like your FBI overlords?
I mean, what you mean, man? That's why you're going to Qatar. Barely.
Qatar? That was his answer to this question? Oh my God, bro.
Shout out to Qatar. Now, for all you guys who are buried in snow, I just want to let you guys know there's always somebody going through worse than you. And shout out to these guys in Russia because check this out.
They live in the life.
Yeah, I could not believe.
Whoa. That's the entrance.
No, I'm saying they're at the top of the building.
Yeah, where she's standing, she's at the top.
Bro, if all that snow's to fall on you right now, bro, you're cooked.
Right?
You're cooked. I'd have been I ain't gonna lie, I'd have been kind of afraid to do it.
Russia's almost literally under. It's like looking at the movie The Day After Tomorrow or 2012. Which one was it?
Day After Tomorrow. I haven't seen that in years.
I know, but damn, that's what I first thought of when I saw Russia covered in snow like that. I was like, oh, damn.
They actually had to tell people, like, stop jumping off of buildings because you don't know what's up under the snow.
Yeah, Loki. And then, bro, people are snow sledding from their 5-story, 6-story buildings.
Right?
They're stepping outside and just going like, yep, it's going to take this sled and go right down this big ass hill.
Just turned it into one giant ski resort.
I'm taking the snow to work today.
Good. Man, but all right, though. Let's hear it.
Вы посмотрели уровень снега, в котором похоронена моя машина?
What she called me?
Где-то там моя тачка. Очень где-то далеко.
Same thing. Bro just sitting there with 2 shovels, just like, is it even worth it?
Right?
Like, oh shit, that's his car.
Shit.
My car.
Bro, you can't drive it.
Nah, you cook, bro.
Some people haven't been able to get their cars dug out to get on the road.
Надо, вот там пролазишь, сейчас покажу.
You gotta dig your house out first.
Ну, короче,
right?
там пролезть, и ты...
That's a convenience store.
Вот этот момент мой самый любимый. Это городская сирена.
I'd like to know how they got out of their houses to start shoveling.
They had to dig.
Мы вообще-то
He's just living like the code
не будничные дни, знаете ли.
Russia is not made for beginners.
No, it is not.
They're playing on veteran difficulty.
Это мой.
Bro. One of the coldest places to live, bro. The coldest place to live in is in Russia.
Доброе утро.
That man gotta take a smoke break.
Вы молодец.
Bro, literally. Bro, no gloves on though.
Crazy.
Вы умничка, на дорогу не кидаете. Проехать можно даже.
Oh yeah, you Russian.
Но она... Но она
Cold only
есть.
makes me strong.
That looks like the clouds just decided to stop, gather, and just break open.
You know how tall? Like, pause it real quick.
Yeah.
For her to be hanging out by that stoplight, you need to understand it. Most stoplights sit at least 8 feet up on a light pole.
Yeah.
So for her to be standing next to that means that it has to be a minimum of 8 feet of snow up under that.
Yeah.
Compact too, because ain't nobody falling through.
That's a snowball. That's a snowball fight right there.
Bro, imagine if you was just visiting here and this happened. Oh, wow. Guys in the snowmobile. Okay, yeah. No, those guys could also make it out too.
It's always the country folk. We gonna survive.
Right.
Except for S.E.T, he's in the city.
Yeah, I'm screwed, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Dainty little hands.
What? Oh no,
He's gonna have to come rescue you.
Dainty little hands. Hold on now.
Dainty little
hands. We'll have to come rescue you, S.E.T.
Nah, these hands are made of stone, bro.
Uh-huh.
That city boy
touching
stone.
cold steel for 10 years. Okay, nah, in America,
Yeah.
5 years, not 10. But yeah, I'm done. Now, not the snow holding down the car, basically.
Yo,
this is crazy.
There is
whoa,
someone else. Oh shit. Someone said that they were running out of places to put the snow.
I see why. Kids. I'd have done the same thing, though. I ain't gonna lie.
That'd have been one heck of a snow day. You'd have been telling that story for ages.
Bro, I'm telling you this right now, bro. You look outside. Well, I know I'm not going to school. I know how them kids woke up. Like, oh, shoot. Like, you ain't gotta think about it.
That's that snow that Tove parents said they went to school in.
I'm done.
Uphill both ways.
That's the snow my grandpa walked uphill both ways just to get to school in.
But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and end it on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We're gonna go ahead and edit on these two informational videos. Appreciate the support, guys. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys. And on the way out, make sure you, if you haven't already, like the video and subscribe to me on YouTube, or do both. Subscribe to YouTube and follow me on Rumble, guys. So gonna be the two main platforms from now on. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.
Trump just pulled off what might be his biggest deal yet, and nobody even noticed. For weeks, he's been threatening to take Greenland by force. Europe pushed back hard. Denmark said they'd defend Greenland militarily if needed. NATO allies called it unacceptable. Then today, Trump suddenly backs down, announces a framework deal with Europe. NATO's celebrating. They think they won. But here's what actually just happened. The deal possibly gives America permanent sovereignty over small pockets of Greenlandic land. We're talking military bases on Danish territory forever. Then there's the Golden Dome, Trump's missile defense system. Reports say Denmark might be letting America build it there permanently. And the kicker? Mineral rights. Greenland's got the world's 8th largest rare earth reserves. The deal possibly hands America access to mine them. No expiration date. When asked how long this lasts, Trump said one word: forever. So Europe thought they stopped an invasion. Instead, they possibly just gave Trump military bases, mining rights, and missile systems, all permanent. He threatened war for weeks, then called this a compromise. Europe thinks they won, but Trump might have just locked down the Arctic without spending a single dollar on